Okay, I'm going to call this meeting to order. I'm going to read a meeting. As chair of the planning board, I find that due to the state of emergency declared by the governor as a result of COVID-19 pandemic and in accordance with the governor's emergency order number 12, pursuant to executive 2020-04, this public body to observe and listen contemporaneously to this meeting. However, some participants will participate remotely, which was authorized pursuant to the governor's emergency order. In accordance with the emergency order, I am confirming that we are A, providing public access Zoom for this electronic meeting. All members of in this meeting by dialing the following phone number: 646-558-8656, meeting ID number 837-1082-8852. This address zoom.us, selecting join meeting and entering the meeting. I just public notice of the necessary information for access to the meeting. We previously gave notice to the public of necessary information for access in the meeting, including how to access the meeting using Zoom or telephonically. Instructions have also been provided in the town website, www.pelhamweb.com, on the planning board page. C, providing a mechanism for the public to alert the public body during the meeting if there are problems with access. If anybody has a problem, please call 603-508-3089 or email jgreenwood@pelhamweb.com. D, adjourn the meeting if the public is unable to access the meeting. In the event the public is unable to access the meeting will be adjourned and rescheduled. Please note, this meeting will be done. Start by taking a roll call attendance. When each member states their presence, please also state their during the meeting. Danielle, would you read the roll?
Tim Doherty.
Here.
Jim Bergeron.
Here.
Paul Dadak.
Paul won't be joining us tonight.
Roger Montbleu.
Here, I'm remote, and there's nobody in the room with me.
Cindy Kirkpatrick. Here. Danielle Massey Quinn here. Kevin Cody.
Here.
Jeff Godwin.
Present.
Hal Hyde.
Here.
Patty Colbert.
Here.
Bruce Belapka.
Here.
Richard Olson.
Here remotely, and no one else is in the room.
Samuel Thomas.
Here.
Mike Sherman.
Here remotely, no one is in the room.
And Jordan Isabel.
Okay. Bruce, you're going to be voting in place of Paul Dadak. So Bruce Belapka will be on the roll call votes. Danielle?
Okay.
All right, let's rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. Okay, we have minutes. It's usually first thing on the agenda. Looks like we have some minutes here of April 5th. Does anybody have any changes or alterations, additions?
I do, Mr. Chair.
Okay, what would that be?
On line 12, it says Secretary Cindy Kirkpatrick, and it should be Danielle Massey Quinn. And that is all I had.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else have any changes?
A small one, Mr. Chairman, line 128, at the end of that line, if you could just add, if you could please add the word "he expressed concern."
Is that into February 18th minutes?
No, I'm in the wrong ones.
April 5th.
April 5, is that what you're doing?
I think April 5 ends at line 69 or 70. We have two sets of minutes here, Mr. Gowan, on the,
We do?
is that, am I looking at that correctly? Or is, line 72 says meeting minutes, February 18th, 2021. That's on my line 72 and 74.
Yeah, that's to hold off. There was a motion made to hold off on the approval of of those minutes.
Okay, so we're still looking at,
So Mr. Bergeron is looking at line 128, which is still in the April 5th minutes.
Okay, so what is it, Mr. Bergeron, on line 28,
Yeah,
128?
just the word, he expressed concern, the word concern could be added there to make this a little more, it's pretty good, but I mean, just throw in the word concern.
Okay.
That's all I have.
Okay, anybody else have any suggested changes to the minutes we have in front of us? Top of the pages are all marked April 5th, so all the pages that are in front of us are April 5 minutes. Hearing no responses, somebody would like to make a motion that we approve the minutes with the amendments made?
I'll make that motion.
Who was that?
Kevin?
Okay, Kevin Cody made a motion.
I'll second.
Danielle made a second. Danielle, would you read the roll?
Bruce Belapka?
Yes.
Cindy Kirkpatrick?
I'm going to abstain. I wasn't here at the meeting.
Okay.
Kevin Cody?
Yes.
Jim Bergeron?
Yes.
Danielle Massey Quinn, yes. Roger Montbleu?
Yes?
Tim Doherty?
Yes, that's a 6-0-1 vote. Minutes have been approved as amended.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question.
Who's speaking?
Roger Montbleu.
Go ahead, Roger.
Did we skip the Pledge of Allegiance tonight?
We all rose for it and pledged. Maybe you didn't hear it.
Oh, well, my phone blacked out for a couple of minutes there, and then it came back on. I had to dial back in.
Okay, you're on phone as opposed to Zoom?
Yes, I'm on phone with the, yes.
Okay. You're all set then. Yeah, we did pledge the allegiance. Okay, we have administrative in front of us tonight to motion to appoint a commissioner, not appoint, the selectman will appoint the commissioner to the NRPC for an open 4-year position.
Mr. Chairman, I could kind of introduce that if you'd like.
Who's speaking?
Jeff, Planning Director Gowan, I can just kind of give a little background real quick if you'd like.
Go ahead.
The town of Pelham, because of its population, is actually entitled to 3 NRPC, National Regional
Could you
Planning.
speak a little closer to the mic?
Sure, I'm
Did
sorry.
you say 2 positions?
No, because of our population, we're entitled to 3
3.
positions. We have had 2 filled for quite a long time by Selectman Lyon and by Dave Hennessy. It came to our attention, I think, middle or late last year that there was actually a 3rd commissioner available to the town. What we didn't realize until the NRP sent out this little synopsis of their process is that their process is that the planning board of any given town nominate the commissioner, the selectmen then make the appointment, assuming, I guess, that they agree with the nomination, but that is what's the process here. It goes on, I'm not going to read the whole thing, it was in your packet, but NRPC describes their history, their mission, their approach, the responsibilities of each RPC, and then the purpose and responsibility of the regional planning commissions, and the composition of the role of the commissioner. Now, that's pretty short. It says, as provided under RSA 46, each community is entitled to the representation of 2 commissioners. Communities with populations between 10,000 and 25,000, as determined by the most recent federal census, are entitled to 3 representatives. Communities with populations greater than 25,000 are entitled to 4. Each municipality may also appoint alternate representatives, which I do not believe we currently have. According to NRPC policy, 1 commissioner from each community should be a selectman or an alderman. You've got that covered with Mr. Lyon. All commissioners are nominated for a 4-year term by the planning board and appointed by the boards of selectmen or aldermen. Role of the commissioner is to represent the official interests of the community to which he or she is appointed. Commissioners shall not use the Regional Planning Commission as a forum by which to advance a personal agenda. Only the chair and executive director may represent to the media and to public officials positions of the commission. So perhaps Mr. Lyon, if you need any more description, having been a commissioner for so long, could offer some insights. But what I recommend, because you've got two, and I wanted to thank Danielle Massey Quinn, looking through what they recommend, which they do in here, committee membership, special requirements. NRPC commissioners should be sitting members of local boards, have experience as a former selectman, alderman, councilor, planning board member, conservation commission member, etc., or have a direct link to the decision-making process of the community. A prospective candidate should be willing to serve as a conduit of information both to the agency from the community and from the community to the agency. So there are two apparently qualified individuals. Heather Ford submitted a application to the selectmen when they, opened that up for to accept volunteer applications. Of course, she was a select person until she decided not to run for this last election. And the other member, thanks to Danielle Massey Quinn pointing out, was just elected to the Budget Committee, something, although I think I voted for him, I had missed in my comments to the board. So you've got two apparently qualified candidates. The board can do whatever you want. You can make the nomination tonight. You can, if you'd prefer to interview these candidates, I'll try to set that up for the next meeting so you have an opportunity to ask them questions, see who you might think would best represent the town. That's about it. Again, unless Hal has something to add, that's all I have.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Gowan. Okay, any questions, comments from board members?
Mr. Chair, can I make a motion?
You can make a motion, you're a board member.
Okay. I'd like to make a motion to nominate Paul Grant for the NRPC Commissioner position for the 4-year term.
Okay. We have
I'll
a
second that.
motion on the floor by Danielle.
Second
and
it.
a second by Jim. Danielle, would you read the roll?
Kevin Cody,
Yes.
Cindy Kirkpatrick,
No.
Bruce Belapka,
Yes.
Danielle Massey Quinn, yes. Jim Bergeron,
Yes.
Roger Montbleu,
Roger, you still with us?
Yes, I am. My vote is yes.
and
Okay.
Tim Doherty.
Yes. That's a 6-1-0 vote. The board nominates Paul Grant to serve the 4-year term. Mr. Cody, can you inform the selectmen?
I will.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Ms.
I'd like to make a motion, if I could, to enter non-public session under RSA 91-A:3, Roman numeral 2, Section L, which is the consideration of legal advice provided by legal counsel.
Okay, we have a motion to enter non-public session. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
We have motion by Jim, and we have a second from Danielle. Danielle, will you read the roll?
Cindy Kirkpatrick,
Yes.
Roger Montbleu,
Yes.
Danielle Massey Quinn, yes. Jim Bergeron,
Yes.
Bruce Belapka,
Yes.
Tim Doherty,
Yes.
and Kevin Cody.
Yes.
Okay, that's a 7-0-0 vote. We're going to enter non-public session. We'll be back shortly.
Hey, listen,
And can you get our members back on Zoom, possible? Thank you. Okay, we're back.
Yes.
We've closed the non-public session. We're back into public session. Mr. Cody,
Mr. Chair, I'll make a motion to seal the minutes of the non-public session.
we have a motion to seal the minutes.
Second that.
We have a second by Mr. Balapka. Danielle, could you read the roll?
Roger Montbleu?
He,
Give him a
Oh,
minute.
I should give him a minute, yes. Danielle Massey Quinn, yes. Kevin Cody?
Yes.
Cindy Kirkpatrick?
Yes.
Bruce Belapka?
Yes.
Jim Bergeron?
Yes.
And Tim Doherty.
yes. Roger, are you with us yet?
I am now, yeah, I got knocked off, and I'm back in again.
Okay, we had a motion, and we have a vote to seal the minutes of non-public session?
I vote yes.
Yes, okay, that's a 7-0-0 vote. Minutes have been sealed. Okay, we are going to,
Mr. Chairman, recording secretary needs who made that motion and who seconded it? To leave non-public?
that was Mr. Cody,
And
and
Bruce, I believe Bruce,
Bruce was the
Yes.
Second
second.
Well, that was to seal the minutes.
To leave,
to leave the non-public.
okay.
It's both the same motion and, okay, great.
And then the vote was unanimous for that too?
Yes,
Thank you.
okay. We're going to go into new business now. We have case number PL 2021-00005. It's Kevin and Constance Crocker and Angela Terry, 2 and 4 Andover Street, 3 and 5 Methuen Street. Says here, the lot line adjustment between lots 11-157, 11-158, 11-163, and 11-162. And who is here representing this case?
Sure, good evening. My name is Tim Pelham. I'm a licensed land surveyor. My company is Promised Land Survey. And here with Kevin Crooker next to me, who's the owner of all these parcels that are being adjusted.
Okay,
So good evening. It's a little bit confusing, but
Mr. Chair, I'm sorry. Should I read the abutters into the,
thank you.
there's new business, the abutters should be read into the record.
sorry about that.
So you are volunteering to read that? That's normally done by our staff, and our staff is on their way out, so till we get new staff, it would be appreciated if you would do that.
Okay, we have a different kind of butters list. I'll start there, yeah. It's over to, yeah, okay. Okay. We have Ronald and Johanna Sousa, 6 Armand Drive, Pelham, New Hampshire. Cindy Ronan, P.O. Box 862, Pelham, New Hampshire. Ronald and Kim Sargent, 12 Campbell Road, Pelham, New Hampshire. Labonte Family Revocable Trust, Labonte the third trustee, George W., P.O. Box 271, Pelham, New Hampshire. Elizabeth Mackey, P.O. Box 774, Pelham, New Hampshire. Scott Barsley, 11 Carlton Circle, Boxford, Massachusetts, 01921. John Patterson, 7 Gaston Street, Pelham, New Hampshire. Kevin and Constance Crooker, P.O. Box 934, Pelham, New Hampshire. Mark and Carolyn DeCarrett, 18 Campbell Road, Pelham, New Hampshire. Matthew Thompson, 9 Gaston Street, Pelham, New Hampshire. Troy Thistle, 255 North Road, 100, Chelmsford, Massachusetts. Deborah and Linda Costa, 20 Campbell Road, Pelham, New Hampshire. Randy Farrow, 11 Gaston Street, Pelham, New Hampshire. Jay and Donna Bibu, I hope I said that one right, 6 Andover Street, Pelham, New Hampshire. Jackie and Deborah Garand, 7 Campbell Road, Pelham, New Hampshire. Lance and Lori Olette, 13 Gaston Street, Pelham, New Hampshire. Raymond and Sandra Gladu, P.O. Box 133, Pelham, New Hampshire. Eric Filmel, 3 Kimball Road, Pelham, New Hampshire. Joanne Shelton and Charles F. Shelton Revocable Living Trust, 32 Coolidge Street, Methuen, Mass. Emily R. and Ernest Ione, 10 Andover Street, Pelham, New Hampshire. Constance Lashy, 2413 Broad Bay Road, Virginia Beach, Virginia. Olette Family Revocable Trust, 5 Andover Street, Pelham, New Hampshire. Methuen Street LLC, care of John Charest, P.O. Box 509, Pelham, New Hampshire. Webster Family Revocable Trust, care of Alice Webster, 322 Pine Street, Lowell, Mass. Marianne Desablone and John Costa, 18045 Northwest 21st Street, Pembroke Pines, Florida. Angela Terry, P.O. Box 934, Pelham, New Hampshire. Olette Family Revocable Trust, 17 Campbell Road, Pelham, New Hampshire. Lance Olette, 13 Gaston Street, Pelham, New Hampshire. 9 Richard Real Estate Trust, Charles and Carol O'Donoghue, 9 Richard Avenue, Methuen, Mass. Promised Land Survey LLC, P.O. Box 446, Derry, New Hampshire. That's it, that's all I got.
Thank you.
God. Goodness.
Okay, why don't you start presenting your case to us?
Okay, good evening again. So for the record, I'm Tim Pelham, and representing Mr. Crooker next to me. And over here, I have a colored highlighted one that maybe would be easier to explain. But I'm going to try to draw it on here so y'all can understand. Yeah, okay. So basically, Mr. Crooker owns this entire piece that encompasses 2 lots. One having 1.76 acres.
Could you sketch around what he owns again?
Might be easier to go to the board then if that's the case. You want me to try to do that? Either way.
You can, you have to take a mic with you, though. It's right on the end of that table.
Can you hear me so, okay? Is it on? Yep. So what Mr. Crooker owns, all the parcels highlighted in orange here. Is the TV going to come on here or is it going to show up here? Okay, I just want you all to be able to see it. I can turn it to you. A little bit, but I also demonstrated to people in the audience.
I'm looking at it on the camera on TV. So you need to turn it so that, see yourself up there on that, look up there, and when the gentleman just stood in front of you, it blocked the view, so you're just going to make sure that the camera can see
Okay.
what you're doing.
Okay, good. Yep.
That's the Angela's.
Yes.
That's the Angela's.
Yes. Perfect. So, Mr. Crooker owns this parcel that runs up along the orange, runs over to here, and runs back here, and it's 1 3/4 acre parcel with his homestead here. His daughter, Angela, I just want to get, Angela Terry is her last name, owns this parcel right here. And then what's known as 5 Methuen Road LLC, also John Charest owns this parcel that is also highlighted in orange. In its most simplest form, and this parcel is also owned by Angela Terry, which is, if you look at the area table, you all will have a plan, but that parcel 163 contains approximately 1/2 acre. So what they're trying to do is Mr. Charest, who owns the property here at 5 Methuen Road, he accesses off of here, which is off of Campbell. They're looking to adjust his back line to this new green line and this yellow area, which only comprises about 0.04 acres, to be added to his piece. The reason being, there's encroachments along the back. There's fences and some improvements to the rear of the line. So they're making his lot conforming. This new building will be 15 feet to the line. So this lot will be conforming to the rear, and the intention is to deed him this back piece. The other adjustment that Mr. Crooker is looking to do is to adjust the line here where the orange has this jog. He's looking to come straight across with this new green line. And this yellow section is going to be added to his daughter's lot. So she's going to have a little bit more frontage and a little bit more side yard. And this area, this long slither of a triangle, will be deeded back as an equal land area. This area equals this area. It's going to be deeded back to this lot and create one straighter line that is just more normal for what they're trying to do. So Angela will retain this piece, Mr. Crooker will retain this piece, and Mr. Charest will retain this piece. So that's what the lot line adjustment is entailing. We've, as part of our, we've done some surveys in this area in the past. So we've had things to build upon. These are very, very old lots and old record deeds and plans dating back quite a ways. Tough to piece together, but we're competent in our work and how we pieced it together. And it's relatively simple in terms of a lot line adjustment. We're making one lot more conforming. We're making one lot more straight and in line. So with that, we'll try to entertain or answer any questions that the board would have, or perhaps members of the public, as we're able, we'll try to answer.
All right. Before we,
Mr. Chairman, can I interrupt for a second?
well, before
I
we,
don't believe the images are getting out to the public on PTV. It may be within your chamber there, but I'm looking at it at home. I'm on the phone with the Zoom, but I'm watching it on TV, and we have the planning board recessed green screen up there with the town logo, and that's it. All that discussion and pointing to the plan didn't come out through the medium to the public.
so Roger, we're being told that that's not true by Mr. Greenwood. Are you watching on a computer, or are you watching on television?
I'm watching it on cable TV while I'm using my phone for Zoom.
Mr. Greenwood, I have two monitors in front of me. I have the one with the green symbol, and I believe this other one is the town TV. Could you help us?
Right there. It's not true. Everybody else has seen the meeting.
Yep. Roger, we're gonna take a quick pause, Roger.
You don't need a pause. Keep going. Don't stop the meeting. Keep the meeting going.
Okay.
TV right here. I can see you on TV. I can see you on YouTube here. I can see you on Facebook here.
And I see it over here on a TV as well.
That's fine. Meeting's fine.
Okay. So,
Roger's mistaken.
Roger, you need to get a new TV.
Well,
So, Mr. Cody, are you going to ask if we're going to accept this plan for consideration? Because if you're going to ask general questions, I think we need to accept this plan for consideration first.
Sure. I'll make a motion to accept this plan for consideration.
So we have a motion to accept the plan for consideration. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
I'll second it.
Okay, we have...
Roger Bartlett.
All right, so we have a second by Roger Montbleu. Danielle, would you read the roll?
Bruce Falapka,
Yes.
Cindy Kirkpatrick,
Yes.
Kevin Cody,
Yes.
Jim Bergeron,
Yes.
Danielle Massey Quinn, yes. Roger Montbleu,
Yes.
and Tim Doherty.
Yes. Okay, so now, Mr. Cody, Kevin, would you ask a question you wanted to ask?
What is the relation of Mr. Charest?
A friend and a longtime neighbor. That is true, right? Mr. Charest is just a friend and a longtime neighbor.
Yes.
Okay. Because you said it was all family, all the same family.
Okay, right, no, just to him and his daughter is what I was referring to.
Okay.
Yep. Sorry about that if
That's
I
okay.
misspoke.
Okay,
I have one more question,
Go
Mr.
ahead,
Chair.
Go ahead.
You said on the Charest property, there was a new building going in, or is there?
Nope, there's an existing garage that sits in the back, or a large shed, and I'm just letting you know that that is now 15 feet to the back lot line. So it meets the current zoning where 15 feet is the requirement. Right now, it's encroaching within where the existing line is, it's actually over the line. You see?
Yeah.
So we moved it back so that it's within that 15 feet.
Okay. Anybody else, any other members of the board have any? Jim, go ahead.
I'm sorry, I don't, what was your name?
Tim?
Tim.
Tim Peliquin.
Tim Pelican, okay, Tim. At the onset of what you started to say, you described the L-shaped portion of land as 2 lots? Is that 2 lots or 1 lot?
No, it's one lot. 1 3/4 acre lot that remains 1.76, it will remain 1.76 after adjustment.
And you also said that the lot 11-162, which the lot line's moving west, west, brings the structures into conformity with the zoning regulations for setbacks, dimensional setbacks. Is that correct?
Yes.
But then, in relation to, well, the next thing you spoke about in relation to the line more to the west was that that line would become a straight line. But when you passed over a lot 11-163, it appears from this diagram that its net result will be a loss of area.
That is correct. And if you look at the area table in the middle of the left margin, those are, so off to the left of the plan, the areas before and after are listed there, where the first lot stays the same before and after. Number 4 Andover Street, which is what will be Terry's increased land.
If you could, excuse me, Mr. Chairman, if the applicant could refer to them by lot numbers and not owners' names, because we don't really, it's not really the board's
Thank you.
position to use names, but rather lot numbers.
I appreciate, and I apologize for that. You're
Thank
right.
you.
You're absolutely right. So lot 11-158 is listed in the table to specify your question, which is known as number 4 Andover Street. Its original area is 3774 square feet, 0.08 acres. Its new area will be 4749, which is 0.11 acres, but specifically, I think you're asking map 30, lot 11-163, which is the third one down, which lists original area of 19,849 square feet, or 0.46 acres. And this new area will be 16,942 square feet, or 0.39 acres. So when in fact, yes, it comes down 0.07 acres as a result of those 2 minor adjustments on that vacant lot.
Mr. Chairman, I'll hold my comments until further discussion. Those are the only 2 questions I had at this time.
Any other members of the board? Questions at this time? All right, I have a question here, or a comment. Lot 163 and lot 158, are they under the same ownership?
Yes.
And you're proposing to take part of lot 163 away from 163, away from that ownership, and give it to the larger boot-shaped piece of property that's under a different ownership?
Yes,
And you're proposing to take a piece of lot 163 and give that to lot 162, which is also a different ownership?
those are true statements. And then the additional,
Okay, so I just want to stick with lot 163 for a moment. So we have a non-conforming lot 163, and we're going to take part of that lot and sell it or give it to a different owner. And then on the other side of that non-conforming lot, we're going to give a piece of that side of the lot to another different owner. So we're going to take a non-conforming lot, we're going to shrink it in size on both sides, is what I'm hearing you tell me. And you're proposing to take both sides of that lot and give it to somebody else, and it's already a non-conforming lot. That's pretty much what I'm hearing you say. Is that a true or a statement?
the nonconformity of the lot, I guess I won't speak to in terms of the zoning of that particular lot. However,
Would you
yes.
say that's a conforming lot of 1 acre, 200 feet of frontage on a public road? Because it's non-conforming at the moment. And it looks to me like you're looking to carve the right
Yeah,
side
you're right,
off
it's
and the
1
left
acre,
side
it's
off.
1 acre zoning, so you're absolutely correct, correct.
So we have a non-conforming lot that you're looking to make more non-conforming on each side of that lot by giving those pieces of land to abutters that are not the same owner.
Fair enough statement.
I just want to
With
make
the-
sure I'm hearing that clearly.
There's one more thing to add to it. However, lot 30-11-158 becomes more conforming.
I'm not talking about
Okay.
that lot up there, I'm talking about the one non-conforming lot that is being made smaller. That particular lot, you're looking to carve off a piece and give it to an abutter, and then you're looking to carve off a piece on the other side and give it to that abutter. So you're taking this small non-conforming lot and shrinking it down over here and shrinking it down over here and giving it to the abutters.
Yep, very small portions,
Okay.
yes.
And you think that's something that this planning board can do?
Yes.
Okay. I just want to make sure that I'm hearing you clearly. Mr. Line?
Is it true that there's no structures on lot 163?
That is correct. There is one existing shed that actually belongs to map 11, lot 159, that depicts that is an encroachment on this parcel, but that's the only structure on this parcel.
And I assume there's no intent to put any structures on that property?
Not at this time. Nope.
Go ahead, Kevin.
Did you just say that the shed in lot 163 belongs to lot 159?
Yes.
Can you just elaborate on that?
They're encroaching on that land. But it's, right now, he's not asking them to move it or do anything else. The survey revealed that there's a shed. It happens all the time where people encroach on other people's land.
Okay. The leach field in lot 163, does that belong to 158? There's a leach bed in the plan here.
On lot 163, did you say?
Yes, sir.
I apologize, I'm just not seeing lot 163 yet.
Does everybody else have it in their plans?
Yep.
It says approximate leach
Yeah.
bed.
Yes.
Yes. Septic system, leach
Oh,
field.
I do apologize. And I wasn't considering that a structure per se, but you could consider it a structure. That is the leach field as it exists.
It's mandated
For-
for structure.
For which
Or 158?
For Lot 158, thank you.
So,
I apologize, because I maybe should have answered your question more thoroughly, sir.
my question's more or less, you have the leach bed for 158, why not get rid of that lot line? You're adjusting all these lot lines.
They're asking if they can adjust the lot lines.
True, thank you, Mr. Chair. This might be an irrelevant question, but I can't help it, but why wouldn't you just get rid of that lot line as well?
I'm not following.
You have, okay, so you have a leach bed in one lot
I
that
see.
goes...
Why wouldn't you consolidate those two lots? I see what you mean.
Okay, yep, that's probably how I should have said it. right.
Sure. I can't, I'm not sure. They're two separate lots of record, and they haven't been consolidated, that's all I can say. I don't know what the intent is of
Okay.
keeping that. It might be something the owners would consider doing, and maybe it might make more sense from a taxation standpoint, but,
It's not necessarily from a taxation standpoint, but that particular lot, Lot 163, that seems to have all the problems on it, you're asking us to make that lot more non-conforming than it already is. That's the job of the ZBA, to establish non-conforming lots. This is the planning board.
right.
We don't approve non-conforming lots. We don't create non-conforming lots in the planning board. I think you're in front of the wrong board. I believe you need to go in front of the ZBA for a variance to make this lot more non-conforming. You're asking to make a lot that's already non-conforming much smaller by our standards. You're looking to give away part of the lot on each side. I don't even understand why you would be here.
We haven't been advised to go that route, and I know we're not at the advantage of having Mr. Gowan any longer here as part of this
This is
meeting, but
This is the planning board. This isn't the planning director.
I do understand that, but it hasn't been advised as such. So, truth be told, I'm a little confused, other than that could say that it's not, it's not to be, there's no building permit. If anybody applied for a building permit on that lot, they'd be denied, correct? Yeah. Without a variance.
That is irrelevant to what you're asking this board to do. That's something, if you went in to get a building permit, that's something that the building department would have to decide if they could give you a building permit or if they would send you to the ZBA. But this is the planning board. We do subdivisions of land, site plan review. You're asking us to do a subdivision of land here, subdivide a piece of your property off, 163, so that you can give it to 162. You're asking on the other side of lot 163 to subdivide a piece of that land off on that side and give it to lot 157, which then makes 163 even more non-conforming. It makes it even smaller and less usable, so it puts it in a worse situation.
I
We would
don't
have
see
to
it as
ask
such,
you,
sir.
if you're going to subdivide a piece of land off, what's left has to be viable to support a septic system to be built on, if you want a plan approved like that, and it already has a septic system on it, but I don't believe it's for a future house there. It looks like it might be for
Correct.
somebody else's, which means it's encroached on by another lot somewhere else, which may be 158. We haven't,
Yes.
we're not exactly sure of that by what we're looking at on the plan here.
So, just to rebut that just a little bit,
Go ahead.
I mean, there's two lots that are becoming more conforming than what they already are. So, no matter what, there's non-conformity going on out here,
Right.
correct?
You're
And-
saying that these lots is going to become more conforming, maybe another one might become more conforming, but we're concerned about the one that is non-conforming, that's becoming more non-conforming.
Which we're not asking for any building permit. It's not a subdivision. It's
No,
a,
you're right. You're not asking for building permits, you're asking for us to approve you carving off a piece of land off of an already non-conforming lot.
which, again, if they applied for, anybody applied for a building permit on that lot would not be allowed unless they're building a shed or something else within the setbacks of that lot, or if it's merged with the other lot, then they might have.
I don't think that the board has the authority to put a stipulation on a plan that becomes a non-buildable lot. So if we do that, if we made that a non-building lot and you agreed to it, then that becomes a non-building lot, and then you can't go to the ZBA. I don't think that would hold up in court. I think you could still go to the ZBA.
That's not what I'm even saying, I'm just, okay, I'm,
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead, Mr. Bergeron.
for the sake of time, and for everyone that's here, could we hear more the testimony and get it out to the public and back, and then close it off and deal with the legal points?
All right, that's probably a good idea. Does any board member have any objections to open it up to the public at this point? Okay, in that case, we're going to open it up to the public. I normally start with people that are on Zoom. Are there any members of the public that wish to discuss this plan that are currently phoned in or on Zoom? I see none on my monitor, but I still want to ask. Hearing no response, I'm going to open it up to the members of the public that might be in this auditorium. Are there any members of the public in this auditorium that would like to come forward and discuss this plan? For the record, state your name and address.
Janet Bornstein. I live in Londonderry, New Hampshire, but my sister has left me a note to speak on her behalf at 6 Andover Street. You mentioned a shed. That shed is on what she thinks is her property, so that is, we don't know what's happening. Right now, they're not disputing it, and they can keep their shed, and everything's good, but that shed is behind her house, so.
Could we have reference to lot numbers, please? Would you like
I'm
a plan?
sorry.
We can give you a plan?
Yeah, can I see that? Sure. I apologize.
No, it's okay.
It's 11-159, right in front of the shed.
Okay, so that's the owner of the shed.
Mr. Chairman, point of clarification, are you speaking for the owner of lot
59,
you're speaking for that owner?
yes.
Okay, thank you.
All right, and what is your sister's name? You said that was your sister?
I'm sorry, yes, my sister, Donna Bebo.
Okay. You got that on the record? All right. Okay, thank you.
Just wanted you to know that somebody does think.
Yep. Is there anybody else that would like to come forward and discuss this plan with the planning board? Okay, hearing no response. I'm going to close it to the public, bring it back to the board. Okay, what would the board like to do? Kevin?
I got to make a comment. I don't know, it just really bothers me that they're not joining lot 158 and 163. That would make the most sense to make everything right. And this whole, what you talked about, the leach field, I don't know what's going on with the shed, I don't want to talk about that, but I just don't want, why aren't you joining those two lots together?
I was just told that they're willing to do that, so they can join, but it still comes back to exactly his point. It's still a non-conforming lot. It gets bigger based on whatnot, but it's still, unless all these lots are an acre, he's saying we have to go to the zoning board, which I don't agree with, but I've done this for a long time. And you have too.
Jim?
I'd like to help Mr. Cody and Tim
Yes.
to understand the legal quandary this board is in right now. I hope I can do that by saying it as simply as I can. Right now, you have in front of us action taking place on 4 lots. Is that correct?
Yes.
I asked you about the L shape, you said that's one lot, this large lot to the west and to the south, the biggest lot, that's one, and then there are three others. Total of 4 registered lots at the Registry of Deeds, Hillsborough County. That's a given?
Yes.
Okay, everybody's got that? So now, to Mr. Cody's point, and Mr. Doherty's point about the legal side of this that we get caught up in is this. Because of that, and because you're rendering lot number 11-163 less conforming, regardless of what its size is, whether it's a foot
Okay.
or 1,000,000 feet, doesn't matter. It has vested rights. It's an existing lot of record in New Hampshire. It has rights. But what you're doing is, the net effect is a reduction in its lot area. This board, in my opinion, it's just my opinion, can't act on this plan as it is.
Okay.
So I think what these board members are asking you is, is a consideration of what you're doing. Do you want to go in front of the zoning board of adjustment, or do you want to adjust your lot lines in such a way that you don't reduce any registered lot of record in size to less than what it is now? Because if you do that, this board, in my opinion,
Okay.
can't act on it legally.
So as long as it doesn't go, as long as it doesn't have to go to an acre. So I guess one thing, if the board sees this fit, we're honestly trying to clean up the situation, right? And this
Understood.
will further clear it up, to Mr. Cody's point. If lot 158, as part of a condition of approval, if this is what the board chose, lot 158 and lot 163 were merged as one lot. And we're willing to do that. The owner stated that we're willing to do that.
That makes a lot of sense.
The problem that I'm seeing here, though, is that Lot 162 needs part of Lot 163. And because Lot 163 does not have over an acre in which to give them some of the land, then you're creating a lot that's more non-conforming. It's not as simple as just merging those two lots, because you're still less than an acre of land, so then when you go to try to give them some, you're creating a lot that's getting smaller, not getting larger. And it's irrelevant that you're, in my opinion, it's irrelevant that you're making 158 larger, because that's not the problem. The problem is the one that's getting smaller is 163. And it's being proposed to make smaller on both sides. Mr. Lyon?
Yeah, I think, I thought I heard him state, or I think, you need to eliminate 163. That's the solution, and you divvy it up however you want into the existing lots.
Right, but they're
And
still
I'm sure
looking to...
that would be accepted, because you're not going to have anything there to worry about. It'll be off the tax rolls and everything.
If it was as simple as merging 158 and 163 together, and you weren't looking to carve part of that lot off and give it to 162, then that's something that, you know, you're creating a larger lot by merging two smaller ones, but they're looking to carve part of that off. And I still feel that that's something that the ZBA needs to be a part of. The zoning board of adjustment is who when we get lots in front of us, over there at the end of Shepherd Circle, I think it was Shepherd Circle or Drive, and they created non-conforming lots, and then they came in front of the planning board for approval, and we had something to work with, but we can't create non-conforming lots at the planning board level. That's not our duty. That's the duty of the zoning board. It's the zoning board of adjustment. They can adjust things like that if they choose to.
So,
Mr. Bergeron, you're on the ZBA. Could you
Yeah.
put the ZBA hat on for a moment?
just for a moment,
Good point.
because we're on the planning board, we can make, and this plan is, we can be more objective, I guess would be the word, but not on the Board of Adjustment. They can't be. They have to look at what you come in with. I think what we're hearing from Mr. Lyon, Mr. Cody, and Mr. Doherty, and me, a point of law, is that even though that seems like the solution, the board that can only handle that technicality because they're non-conforming, and you are creating new lots, even though they're getting better, they're still non-conforming. Does the ZBA go along with that? So there's a legal quandary here for me, and I see Mr. Line wants to say something about that.
Yeah, and I have no problem with these adjustments on these lot lines if the ZBA were to allow it through the ZBA first. Mr. Line, go ahead.
I don't see, if they eliminate 163, eliminate it. You don't need a ZBA to do that, and then you divvy up the land between those other 3 parcels. You go from 4 parcels to 3. You don't need to go to ZBA. That solves all the problems. It does a lot lines, and then the concern you have about leaving some little slot of land there gets gone, because they just move all, they increase the amount of land they're going to take from 163, so it's a non-existent when they get done.
If you combine those 2 lots together, they're still a non-conforming lot. So now you're taking just a little larger non-conforming lot, if it were 1 lot, and you're still looking to carve it up and take part of it off and give it to one of the abutters, which makes it more non-conforming. So it's irrelevant whether it's combined or part of the subdivision of land. It's still making it not more non-conforming.
How can you make it more conforming, non-conforming, because you're adding land to it, not taking away?
Mr. Chairman, can I help? Can I perhaps answer that from the ZBA side? Mr. Line, the net result still is going to be the creation of a new lot that's non-conforming. This board has no, wait a minute, this board...
What's the new lot? There's not going to be a new lot.
New lot is going to be, if the applicant did in fact take out that east-west short line and combine...
This is going to become the new lot.
Combine 158 and 163.
So it's an existing lot number.
Not listening.
So you're not adding a lot.
Mr. Belopka?
No, but the point is, as the chair says, this board has no authority to create nonconformities. We are going to be making new lots. We need the blessing, I believe, of the ZBA. I don't know, we can get illegal on that, but we're creating a nonconformity. Even though it's a better nonconformity, it still is in reality a nonconformity.
That doesn't make sense.
All right. Mr. Belopka?
Does this board have a right to do away with a lot? I don't think we do. Basically, we'd be doing away with a lot, and I don't think
A
we have.
voluntary merger of lots can be done by an applicant, but this is not just a voluntary merger of lots if they wanted to merge that.
Two lots.
If they merge those 2 lots together, then they would come in front of us with a still non-conforming lot that's smaller than an acre, and saying we want to carve part of that off and give it to an abutter.
So it would have to go before the Board of
So
Adjustment.
it needs to go, it's as simple as just going in front of the ZBA and getting the proper approval so that the planning board has something to work with.
I would recommend that the board would even suggest to the Board of Adjustment that it's a better situation when it's all said and done, if the applicant's willing to remove that east-west lot line. If not, I'd be right now wanting to say, not to accept it.
So let me ask you a question.
Mr. Line, Hal, go ahead.
Hypothetical. Let's supposing that lot doesn't exist, and they come in with 3 lots and say, we want to adjust the lines, because I want to give this over here, so, could you do that?
At the end of the day, if the lots are non-conforming, we can't. This
But
board can't.
If they start out non-conforming,
But it's a creation of a new nonconformity. I don't think this board has authority to do that. If legal came back and said that they did, and gave examples of where that was precedent, I'd have a different opinion. But I've sat on the Board of Adjustment longer than I've ever sat on a planning board, and we can't touch, this planning board can't touch anything nonconforming. That's just been, why are there 2 boards?
We don't create non-conforming lots.
you're not creating a lot. You've got existing lots, they're going to stay existing lots, but I don't know. Okay.
Well, right, Mr. Line, if the east-west line doesn't disappear, Lot 11-163 has vested rights, vested in common law. They have the right to put a house on that lot. But he's, right now, and that's the reason why, let's get to the hard facts. Now, that lot's becoming less conforming. That's not good.
if it becomes so less conforming, it doesn't exist because the guy is willing to do that, why are we just, we wouldn't
But it
stop.
still doesn't take that encumbrance away from this board legally.
Okay, I don't understand it, but go ahead.
All right, so we're going in circles here.
If I can just speak, I guess, so I appreciate the banter, and I side with this side of the room. Of course. But that's, I know, because it honestly makes sense. We have 4 lots, we're gonna make 3. We had a good concession. I don't know.
No, you
But-
started off, excuse me, you started off 4 lots making 4, one less
Right,
conforming.
now we're talking about doing 3, because
We're only in discussion about what could be done.
we're gonna make a we're willing to do a voluntary merger as part of any condition of approval. So that's where I'm going with the 3. But my question is, what if we took the nonconformity off of the easterly line where Lot 162 is encroaching along upon that backland? We just say whatever, and we only ask for 1 lot line adjustment on the westerlymost line where it's an equal land transfer. You're saying that that would be okay?
You gotta run that one by me again.
Okay. Say it again. So the westerly line, I'll point to it on the plan, or try to here.
Just tell me the lot you're talking about first, 'cause there's 2 westerly lines right
Okay.
now.
Between lots 163 and 157. That dashed line that runs between, there's a triangle in the front, there's a triangle in the back. They're equal land areas of .02 acres. 975 square feet each. That lot line adjustment, according to what everything's been said, would be heard tonight. And we can simply take off the easterly line and let that encroachment exist. You're saying that that would be okay?
And not merge?
Nope, forget about the merger.
Dude,
It's not a betterment to anybody, but that's what you're saying we could do to this, with this board.
so remove the far east line, Mr. Chairman, from lot 162, and the applicant is asking if that equal land swap, that's probably something that I think that this board could do, in my opinion, because you haven't changed anything, you just adjusted a lot line. That we can do with legal lots, and I'm most likely, Mr. Lyon would agree, we can do that with these lots, but to reduce that,
If Lot 163 and Lot 158 were the same lot, but they're not. They're under the same ownership, but they're not the same lot.
you're right again.
It's not the same piece of property. If that were one piece of property, if there were a voluntary land merger
Yeah.
between those 2 lots, and that were a lot, and then the applicant came back and did that lot line adjustment, then because you're not creating a less non-conforming lot after that because it was 1 lot, I would agree with you, Mr. Bergeron, but it's not 1 lot.
No, I see my error. I see my error, Mr. Chairman. Lot 1's, because they're separately adjusted and held in Hillsborough County as separate entities, you are correct. I'm sorry.
Help educate me, because I'm not seeing that. It's a lot line adjustment between 2 neighbors. Equal land area.
It's
It's
not,
3. Even though they're under the same ownership, they're not the same lot. They're not a lot. It was never merged. Lot 158 and Lot 163 are not in the same deed, unless they are. Are you telling us they're in the same deed? There's an existing foundation on 158. It doesn't appear to be a house, it appears to be a foundation. And then 163, is that under the same deed? Is that one piece of property that just happens to have 2 lot numbers?
no, it can't be.
I don't specifically know the answer. However,
I have seen on very, very large parcels of land, I happen to own one that has 2 different tax maps because
2 different tracks.
it's hundreds of acres of land, so it falls under 2 different tax parcels. but it's in one deed. This does not appear to be that. This appears to be two separate parcels of land, two separate deeds.
So we could again ask, coming back to fill in the blanks here, we could ask for a lot line adjustment between lots 157 and 163 with equal land areas, with the condition that lots 158 and 163 be merged. Then later on, come back to the zoning board of adjustment to adjust the line between lots 163 and 162 with a variance to allow the betterment of lot 162 and its encroachments.
And then you've got to come back in front of this board again to get that lot line adjustment.
Right.
Because we do the lot line adjustments if they grant the variance. So
It's a lot of
why would you just
time
not?
and money.
Why would you just not go there and get that done and come back and give us something to work with so that we know we're covering the legalities of it? We're throwing you something that we're suggesting that you go to the ZBA. I mean, we can vote on this plan. If somebody wants to make a motion to vote to approve this plan, you can see where that will go, and if it passes the way it is. If it doesn't, then you're in front of the ZBA because you're going to have to appeal us to the ZBA, or you're going to have to go there and start over. I'm not sure where you want to go. We can't really tell you where to go, how to do this, but I know if you go to the front of the ZBA, you're going to come back in front of us again. Normally, we see these cases go to the ZBA, get the variances that they need, and then come to the planning board with variances in hand so that we can work with it.
I've been to CBA many, many, many times. Not so much, a few times to this town, but my question is still this. It comes back to Mr. Lynn's point, which is, I feel you have 3 non-conforming lots of the 4. You're taking 4 lots, you're making 3, all more conforming. Why does that have to go to the zoning board of adjustment?
Because you're still creating a lot that's not conforming to the town zoning ordinance.
Right now, you do not have one lot there in the middle, you have 2. And the one that does not have a building on it, it has, well, other than the shed and the structure of the leaching field, that particular lot is a non-conforming lot. Like Mr. Bergeron says, it has vested rights. Right now, what you're asking us to do is make that more non-conforming. If this plan were to be approved, then that plan, right now, I don't know if that's an approved plan or not. I don't know if that's a lot of record that's been approved by a prior planning board, or if that's a lot that predates zoning.
I would say that predates zoning.
Okay, so
I could say that with confidence.
so it could just be a lot where other pieces around it were sold off, and whatever was left, that became a lot.
That's
Or
correct.
it could have been a lot that was approved by the selectmen predating zoning, that was an actual development that was created, and definitely would have vested rights then.
The early 1900s.
But you're asking us to change that. And if we approve this plan, then that becomes an approved lot. It's on a plan. If the whole plan gets approved by the planning board, that is an approved lot. Because that's the lot that you're looking to make all the changes to. So we would be approving that lot.
But we've conceded to merge those 2 lots to make 1 lot. I know we're going to go around in circles, but I'm just
that's
not
what we're talking
following
about,
the
we're going in
logic.
circles, yeah. Okay. What does the board want to do? Do we want to vote on this plan, or do we want to?
I wouldn't want to give the plan a negative by voting to reject it. I would think that if the board feels that they're going to go in that direction, it'd be better for the applicant to withdraw, make that change, get the ZBA. And I'm going to hold with my position that we do not have the ability to create non-conforming lots. Even if they're better than they were, they're still non-conforming. We can't do that.
I agree.
And that's where, Mr. Chairman, you made it clear. And
I also don't want to advise an applicant.
well, this board can be a little bit more objective, I think, than the ZBA. The ZBA has to hold hard and true, but I'm putting that hat off for a minute and saying that that's what I would do if I was,
I think you're seeing that the planning board doesn't have the problem with the lot line adjustments. We have the problem with how it's being presented, that we don't feel we have the tools to work with without the ZBA granting variance first.
I do understand your points. I do and I don't, right? So it's time and money that you're asking us to do.
Mr. Chairman, can I say one more thing to try to help the applicant? I don't know if we can do this.
Mr. Bergeron, hang on. How long is the pool and the structure, the fence, all that, how many months or weeks has that stuff been encroaching on lot 163, and the shed been encroaching on lot?
I believe a long time.
How much?
A period of years and years.
So you're saying that this is going to be costing you time and money. So right now, years have gone by, and
There's
you're worried
an
about
expense
a
to go to
month.
the zoning board of adjustment, there's time,
Yeah.
there's money, and then back to here. So yes, there's time and money. That's my point.
Okay. I'm
However,
just comparing it with history of how long this has been happening.
Yep.
Okay.
My request, Mr. Chairman, if you see fit, is before anything's withdrawn, we know we have to go to the ZBA, if you would be so kind to pull your board.
Yeah, date specify out a few meetings, do you want? So you want to date specify out a few meetings so that you can go in front of the ZBA and come back and still have this? You've already notified the abutters, just,
Yep, I'd appreciate, but if you don't mind just pulling your board to just make sure that's exactly the way you're telling us we have to go on this. Or do we ask for legal advice, whether what you're saying, sir, is entirely, and you, sir, is entirely correct? Or if there's case that, and there very well has been hundreds of cases throughout the state that have been heard something like this. And I don't know what those, I'm not a lawyer, so I don't exactly know.
nor are we. Okay, what does the board want to do? Anybody have any suggestions?
If I were a voting member, I would reject it.
If you were voting tonight, you would reject this plan.
As it's presented, we would have to, because you can't redraw this plan for us in a few seconds and say, well, we'll do this, this, and that. I think that your best case scenario is to.
But we don't have to vote on this plan. If the applicant wants to date specify
Well,
out, then,
that's where I was going before, and you cut me off, is if they date specify out, there's no cost to you there. This
Right.
board's already in session.
Yes, thank you.
They clear it up legally, you're done.
I agree with that.
you come back and we can have something to work with. And you've already notified the abutters, you're already in, you have a case number. We could date specify out until after the next ZBA meeting,
Okay.
if you can get on that, but we would,
I do understand that and are amicable to that, but the only thing I'm asking is, before we go to the ZBA, is this, or maybe we have, or, I'm not going to ask him to hire an attorney, but can your attorney potentially review this and tell us, make sure that that's the right protocol?
if this board wanted to vote on that, but somebody would have to make a motion, second, vote on it, and get our attorney involved, and
It's
I don't
just a
feel
legal
the need for
opinion.
that. I don't know if any other board members do or not.
I don't think that's necessary.
I don't hear anybody speaking up and asking for a motion for that,
Then
so.
what we'll do is, we'll withdraw. I may ask attorney friend his advice as to what is kind of going on my client's behalf, and just see if there's case law, and if there is, maybe I represent something back to you guys at the next scheduled meeting, and if it's rejected again, then we'll figure it out.
I don't know when the
Figure it
ZBA
out.
meets next, Mr. Bergeron.
Next Monday, right?
It's 2 weeks out.
So you might be able to get on the next ZBA meeting, I'm not sure.
Okay.
So we can
Did I
date
hear some
specify you
dates?
out beyond that. Do we know what we have for,
Our next is May
not our next
3rd.
meeting, it would have to be at least 2 meetings out.
All right, so either 5, well,
There's a 30-day appeal period too for the ZBA, so you gotta keep that in mind.
Well,
so June 7th.
that's to build, yeah.
You got May 5th, May 15th or June 7th.
So May 15th
June
with your
20.
board or with the zoning board?
This would be for planning.
Okay, so your board planning, right, we'd have to be June, I'm sure,
So it'd have
right?
to be later,
Because-
right?
If the
On June
ZBA is
7th?
meeting, if the ZBA is meeting in like 2 weeks, what do we have that would be 4 weeks from now? So right now, we're at April 19th, that would be
Yeah,
May,
so when,
middle of May.
Can we get on the Board of Adjustments agenda?
We don't know that, but if he date specifies here and he can't make the next ZBA meeting, then he'll have to let us know that he couldn't
And
get on
ask for a
that.
file for
And then- right,
continuance.
Just he'll date specify again to the next meeting.
So I'm asking for the first meeting of June,
so that'd
if
be
possible,
June 7th?
with the idea of trying to ambitiously get in towards the end of May. In that 30-day appeal, it is what it is. We can still
Yeah,
come
right.
to you, it can get conditionally approved or
Right.
whatever, hopefully.
But if you get variance and you come in here, we can still work the plan because you
Yes.
have the variance.
Yes.
And then if you lose the variance on an appeal, then it's irrelevant to us because
Right.
as long as you get the variance,
It would be
we
subject
have something to
to.
work with, yeah. Yep. Okay, so I guess we'll be date specified. We'll see you June 7th then.
Sorry for the long dissertation / argument, but it is what it is.
It's not an argument, it's points of law that the board has to adhere to.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we have another new business, so we would need to have the abutters list ready on this one. It's going to be case number PL 2021-00007. And it's Barbara Boucher of 55 Gibson Road. It's a site plan review for a general home occupation to operate a pet service company in a residential zone. She got a special exception granted must be from the ZBA on 3/8 of 2021, so it looks like March 8th. And that case number at the ZBA was ZO 2021-00008. And for the record, could you state your name and address?
My name is Barbara Boucher, 55 Gibson Road. This is my daughter Nicole, who's going to speak for me because she's really the one who's running the business. She lives with me.
Could you repeat not the part about run the business with you, but what did you say just before that? This is your daughter?
Yes,
And what is your daughter's name?
Nicole.
Cole?
Nicole.
Okay, Nicole, all right. All right, so are you both presenting this to us tonight, or?
Well, she's going to do most of the talking.
Okay. Would you like to start, Nicole?
Mr. Chair, would you like me to read the abutter's name?
Yeah, why don't you read the abutters, get that over with, thank you.
Okay. Linda Steck, David Steck, 131 Jeremy Hill Road, Pelham. Paul Steck, 146 Jeremy Hill Road, Pelham. Kenneth Boucher, 45 Gibson Road, Hudson, New Hampshire. Mary C. Boucher, 47 Gibson Road, Hudson, New Hampshire. American Towers Corp., P.O. Box 723-597, Atlanta, Georgia. Public Service Company of New Hampshire, DBA Eversource Tax Department, P.O. Box 270. Walter Remmels and Helen Remus, 50 Gibson Road, Hudson, New Hampshire. Albert Lynch, 5 Lawrence Corner Road, Pelham, New Hampshire. And Barbara Boucher, 55 Gibson Road, Hudson, New Hampshire.
We live in Pelham. Our mailing address is Hudson.
Could you speak just a little louder?
Our mailing address is Hudson, but we live in Pelham because Gibson Road starts in Hudson and only the last 4 houses are in Hudson. Sorry,
Okay.
Pelham.
Yeah, I was hearing a lot of Hudson addresses, and then I think I heard this
Yeah.
it Steck? So that's, you live up by the big farm on Jeremy Hill then?
No, we live across the valley.
Okay,
We don't live anywhere near them.
okay. Were they on the abutter list?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
We have a lot of land.
Mr. Chairman, I have to make a disclosure. I believe, I don't know, I know I sat on this case at the zoning board of adjustment. It was, come in for a special exception, right? I think that's what it was called.
Yeah.
And so I just want this board to know, if they want me to step down, I will. But, we heard the request for the business as a special exception, and it easily made it through the Board of Adjustment, just to give you some history. So, but I did sit on that case, and I did vote in the affirmative. So if the board feels that my decision may be tainted in any way, I can step down, it's up to you. I'll take a vote of confidence or lack thereof from the board. I know it's my decision, but
I think it means already know about the case, which is a good thing, because that means one of us does. Could you tell us a little bit about what you're looking to do?
About 2 years ago, sorry, I'm just trying to make sure
If you could speak at that
I'm
mic.
just trying to make sure my ringer's off before I start, so that doesn't come up. So about 2 years ago, I started Peace of Mind Pet Care, which at the time was primarily dog walking and pet sitting. And when the pandemic hit, I had to pivot and look at alternate ways of bringing in income, because people were working from home, they weren't going on vacations, so they didn't have any need for pet sitting or dog walking, or they did, but it slowly diminished. And so I started grooming. Just to give a little background information, I worked in the tech industry from my mid-20s until my late 30s, and then prior to that, I went to Alvern High School and took their vet tech program and learned how to groom, and also worked at Hudson Animal Hospital and boarding and grooming facility where she bred dogs also. Do you remember the Pharaoh Hound? I worked for a Pharaoh Hound breeder here in Hudson. From the time I was 12 all through my college years, I worked with animals at vets and doing boarding and grooming. So I have that training and background. So that's why I decided to take a very small corner of our unfinished basement and set up a grooming table and have a small standing elevated tub installed to bring in some grooming clients. And on average per week, looking at the whole year, I'd say on average we probably see 1 to 2 dogs a week. There are some weeks where it is busier, but it ebbs and flows. And I also still do a lot of dog walking and pet sitting. And then some of the grooming takes place outside of my home. So I do a lot of nail care I have a big population of my clientele is elderly. So either they don't want to drive, or they don't want to have to struggle getting the dog in the car, or their dog's old. So it reduces the stress there. And I also do grooming in their homes with foaming bath, I can't think of the word, and spray bath in a bottle, which actually does a fantastic job sometimes. I think it does better than the shampoo in the tub. And it also reduces the stress on the animal. So I have a lot of those calls. Actually, the rest of this week is all going to clients' houses for nail trimming and in-house grooming. And as we're starting to as people are becoming more comfortable, as they are getting their vaccinations, I am picking up again with the pet sitting and dog walking. I have 3 potential new dog walking clients and had probably about 15 nail service calls in the past week and a half. So I don't intend to, well, I don't see the business solely becoming a grooming business. And at one point, we were attempting to do boarding of 1 dog at a time. That's one thing about my business. I only take 1 client's dogs at a time. There's never any overlap. There's at least a 15-minute period between 1 client's dogs and the next so that I can clean up and get everything disinfected, and so that there's no overlapping and possibility of dogs getting in fights.
But we're not going to do boarding.
But yes, thank you for bringing me back. We decided not to do boarding because it became much more than we could handle. And I worked at a boarding facility in my late teens, and I know from history what a burden that can become, and I don't want to grow the business in that direction. I have a disability, and my mom's, getting older, and putting that burden on her, if I were to have a really bad day, is just not fair. Whereas right now, if I have a bad day, I can just call my client and reschedule. When somebody has a trip planned, you can't really do that. It's like, where are you going to tell them to go? I'd end up paying for the boarding facility, which I don't want to get into that. So, about where we are located. So we are at the very end of Gibson Road. You come to the end and it's kind of like a cul-de-sac. There's a dirt road that goes down towards Valley Hill where the old apple orchards used to be. Then there's another road to the right that goes to T-Mobile Tower, and then our driveway is, about 200 to 300 yards long. Did you label it? No, I know, but to tell them which page to go to? What's this?
Put it in the screen.
Yeah, there's
Here?
a camera there, you could put it,
Put it down. Yeah.
Can you see it? I don't know if that's working. Oh, that's zooming in.
could you point at your piece of property on that drawing? You might have to move it so we can see it.
So we are, so this is Gibson, no, sorry. Gibson Road is coming up from the bottom. This is what goes down to Valley Hill, and our driveway comes here into here, and the house is about here. We have a garage that's just over here.
Do you know approximately how many acres your lot is?
40 total. The power lines run, I believe, over here, and after that is, oh no, that's,
No,
oh, that cut it off. This is just a piece of the Pelham lot. Do you have that better map that oops, sorry. There's a whole bunch more that goes out into the back.
The power line, see where it says
PSNH,
PSNH?
okay.
That's American Towers.
That's why it has to do this part. So past PSNH, we have a lot more land here. But it's approximately 40 acres. The Remuses are our major abutter. Then The other main abutters on Gibson Road are my sister Mary Boucher and then my father Ken Boucher, and they've been all for it. They have had no concerns about it. Actually gives us something to talk about. They're always interested to see what kind of dogs are coming over. Sometimes I'm afraid my dad's gonna steal one of my clients' dogs. And then we have the
Turn that around.
So what would be the, your hours of operation?
I work 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. I go 7 days a week. I think I heard something that we're not supposed to work Sunday. Is that accurate? No? Oh.
Was that part of the special permit?
No, it was something I heard in one of the other conversations that was going ahead of us that day that we had the special exception. With that big
I don't think it's.
on Dutton Road.
Noise issue.
Oh, yeah, that was a noise issue.
Your letter states it's 10:30 to 5, so it's actually 10 to 4, you said?
I revised it 10 to 4, because sometimes I can go a little bit, I mean, technically, I'm not going to take a client at 5. It says to 5 because sometimes I can go to 5. Really, the last client I'll take is 3:30.
So comfortably 10 to 5 would be, if you took one at 3:30, they'd be out by 5, so.
Yeah, yeah.
So 10 to 5 would be roughly your hours of operation, okay? Would you be doing any kind of additional lighting or anything for the business?
No, we haven't had anything.
Modifications to the home that would be
just-
noticeable from the outside?
Not from the well, there's a sign, but that's all the way into our driveway. It's an A-frame sign, but that's it.
Mr. Chair, do you need a motion to accept this plan for consideration?
It's not necessarily a plan. I mean, we'll accept it for consideration. It is a site plan review,
Site plan
so,
review.
yeah, we'll do that.
I'll make that motion.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second.
Jim Bergeron, second.
Jim Bergeron, second. Mr. Cody, you made the motion. Danielle, would you read the roll?
Cindy Kirkpatrick?
Yes.
Roger Montbleu?
Yes,
Danielle Massey Quinn, yes. Jim Bergeron?
Yes.
Bruce Belapka?
Yes.
Kevin Cody?
Yes.
Tim Doherty?
Yes, that's a 7-0-0 vote. I see here that the septic system was checked to see if it could handle the load, and we have a letter stating that it can. Do any other members have questions for this young lady?
Mr. Chairman, may I ask a question?
Yeah.
Okay, I understand, this is Roger.
Okay, Roger, go ahead.
I understood that sometimes she works 7 days a week. I would say that, I don't think, judging from her location and it's not interfering with any neighbors or anything, that, allowing, if she chooses to be open on Sunday, I think the board should not restrict her.
I agree.
Yeah,
I agree.
I agree with that, Mr. Chairman, also.
yeah, I do too. Is it right, it says American Towers, do you have a cell phone tower right next to your house? Yeah. I doubt-
That big microwave tower?
Yeah, doesn't look like you'll be
It
bothering.
was a microwave tower in the old days, now T-Mobile's on there,
Oh, okay.
but owned by American Towers.
And some crazy teenagers think it's a jungle gym.
Yeah. All right, any other questions or concerns from members of the, Mr. Colvett? Patty, go ahead, Patty.
What kind of chemicals will you be using?
It's just dog shampoo, conditioner, deodorant spray, And
It's not harmful dog shampoo, right?
no, the only chemical that I have is styptic, which stops the bleeding when you cut the cuticle of the nail too far. It's the same thing that you'd use on your face if you cut your face shaving.
Patty, do you shave?
No. That's because I cut myself. So there's no, to follow up, there's no chemical use or anything on grounds?
No flea dips or anything like that, no. I've done research on it, and they are pretty intense, so if it's something I'm not comfortable, if it says for me to wear gloves, I don't use it.
Okay.
Good practice. Other members of the board, questions or concerns? If not, make a...
You open it to the public?
Yeah, there's nobody on Zoom, there's nobody here, but yeah, we're hoping this to the public, good catch, yeah. Is anybody on Zoom that would like to talk about this case? Hearing no response, so I'm going to open it up to the auditorium here. Would anybody over there like to speak on this case? No, there's nobody here, so I'm going to close it to the public, bring it back to the board. Cindy, thank you for that.
Mr. Chair,
So, yes,
if there is no other questions from the board, can I just make a motion to accept
to approve the site plan
approve
review?
the site plan review? Yes.
Yeah, we don't have any conditions that we've added, so. And you're making a motion to approve the site plan review. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Cindy, is that you that made the second? I
Yes,
wasn't-
that's me.
Okay. So we have a motion and a second. And Danielle, would you read the roll?
Roger Montbleu?
Yes.
Danielle Massey Quinn, yes. Kevin Cody?
Yes.
Cindy Kirkpatrick?
Yes.
Bruce Belapka?
Yes.
Tim Doherty?
Yes.
Tim Bergeron?
Yes.
It's a 7-0-0 vote. Your site plan review has been approved.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for coming in.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Good luck with that business.
Good luck.
Yep.
Thank you.
Just bring your dogs over.
I will.
Yes, spread the word.
Okay.
Be careful what you wish for.
Okay, so that takes care of the new business. We have some discussions here. Discussion regarding changes to the land use regulations. I have in front of me a copy of the land use regulations. I guess it has Geo Insight recommended edits for the MS4 permit. Some stuff here in red. I didn't get a copy of this prior to the meeting, so I haven't had a chance to look this over, but looks like Mr. Gowan's been busy here. He said he was going to try to do some work on this before he left us, and it looks like he's been very busy at it.
Could we take it and look at it
Yeah,
next meeting?
yeah, we're definitely going to want to, if everybody
agree,
can
yeah.
have time to check this out, look this over.
Yeah.
And
Try to-
hopefully, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Gowan will have some time between now and his severance that he comes in and presents this for us, what the deletions he made to conservation subdivision.
Yeah, I mean, that was, that starts on page 54. I just happened to flip to that as you were mentioning it. So, yeah, that's something that we need to do because we have that back on the books, and it's very different from what we used to have. So we do need to amend that so that they're workable. And they don't have to be perfect right up front because they are land use regulations and we can waive them. So then we can amend them again, but we do need to get them, you know, we need to approve them so that we have them on the books for moving forward. in case somebody does come in front of us with a conservation subdivision. So if everybody could read through this and look to make some changes of your own, if you find anything that you think needs to be changed, maybe at the next meeting, we can discuss that as well. I thank Mr. Gowan for getting to work on that. We also have discussion of establishment of a planning board subcommittee to focus on workforce housing ordinance development potentially for December, January public meetings for the next March ballot. Has anybody given any thought as to whether or not they would like to be part of a subcommittee on that, or
I'll
Kevin?
volunteer for that.
Yeah, I'd be part of it.
Kevin and Danielle,
I would.
Cindy? Okay, yeah, so I think Kevin, Danielle, and Cindy, you've all actually been looking into other towns already.
Yes.
When I've written some zoning in the past, basically, if you could try to look at some of what other towns have and think of, you live in here in Pelham, and how, if we put something like that into Pelham, what are the good parts of other towns' ordinances? Sometimes we have to steal from 3 or 4 different towns and make it our own here in Pelham. Steal's a strong word, borrow. Borrow the good parts.
Plagiarize.
What I've done too in the past is called some of these towns and talked to, not the planning board, but the planning directors, if they're willing to talk, and most of them are. Just point blank, ask them a question: if you find a good ordinance, what would they do if they had the ability to change their ordinance? What change would they make if they didn't have to go to the voters to make the change? If you could just ink in a change to make your ordinance better for your town, what would that be? And I found that when I originally was working on the conservation subdivision years ago, that helped me out a lot, because it got you to a point where you said, wow, that's something I didn't think of, and they're dealing with it already. So they're like thinking, next year, if we could put this on the ballot, and sometimes it doesn't pass. So, what did you put on there that was, I guess, bad or non-beneficial to your town? And they'll usually tell you right up front, this is something that's not working for us. And then that way we don't have to be the guinea pig they already were.
I'll tell you this, that, I've got, I got 2 recommendations from Attorney Radigan, and I started reading both of those. And then it morphed to going, and I did some online research, and I started highlighting stuff. I was like, oh, that's good. Oh, that might be good. And then I was like, all right, I should be good. And then I was like, I should be looking at a couple more towns. And the more towns I look at, I'm like, oh, wait a second. I didn't think about that. And then it's like, oh, wait a second. So,
Yeah.
there's a lot of information out there already. So,
Yeah.
kind of picking things apart and it's more or less seeing if it fits the direction of the town. So, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we can get something on the books that'll cover us, because we do have to meet the state requirements. And that's something that we can do. We'll definitely get something together for the next ballot, but we also want to be able to be working on it now. So we know right now we have a minimum of 3 people that are working on it. As far as getting the subcommittee together, sitting down, everybody sharing notes, it's probably still just a little bit premature for that. But it'd be nice to know how many towns have currently it in their zoning. There's a lot of towns in New Hampshire, but I bet you the majority of them don't have it right now. And the ones that do, it'd be nice to know if it's working for them or not, or if they're wishing they had done it differently. And as chair, really appreciate the fact that, you members are actually looking into this on your own time. I know you're not being paid for it, but it's going to help the town in the long run a lot. It's going to help you, it's going to help your children, and it's helping out the board. Any other members have any input on that workforce housing besides Kevin, Danielle, and Cindy? Roger, are you still with us?
Yes. Yep.
Yep. Have you? I know you were working on the charrette last year. Have you followed up on trying to see if what towns have ordinances as well, Roger? Or?
I haven't followed up to see who had ordinances, but I did go to look at a project over by the seacoast, and I'm sure that town must have some type of ordinance that would allow it, because there were 78 units in 3 buildings that were fairly close together, and they were all high energy, high efficiency, high.
Roger, do you remember the town, Roger? Was that Northampton? Was that Northampton, Roger?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear
Do
what
you
said.
remember if that was Northampton?
Northampton, yeah. Is Jeff there? Jeff can tell you if he's there. Jeff?
It was either that or Hampton Falls.
Yeah, Jeff's
Right
not.
there.
Hampton Falls.
Hampton
I
Falls.
think it was Hampton Falls.
Yeah.
I could get the directions to go back there, but it was an interesting project. It was very, the buildings were so airtight that they had to have an air movement system that would change the air in every unit throughout the whole building every hour. To heat one of the units was incredibly cheap because of all the high efficiency things that they did with insulation and lighting and all this different stuff. Even the septic systems were extremely unique. I didn't follow it after that, because when I came back, there didn't seem to be much of an interest to do anything with, going further with, affordable housing or workforce housing. But it was an impressive project, and if the town would, if the planning board members would like to take a look at it, I think I still have pictures in my phone that I could, probably get printed out and show everybody. I would believe that town would have something already written in order to accommodate what they put there.
Yeah, that particular development, Roger, I think is too tall to be even built in Pelham because we don't have a ladder truck.
No, I agree.
But the ordinance, itself is something that we can use the language from. Yeah.
But they must have an ordinance. Let's not consider the height. Let's just consider, what does it take to get one there?
Right.
What is it that they require? And that might be helpful for people to look at.
Yep. All right. Thank you, Roger.
Mr. Chair.
All right.
Go ahead, Danielle.
Mr. Chair, this is Mike. Could I weigh in on this?
Yeah, go ahead, Mike.
I'm going to disagree with you a little bit about the subcommittee and the timing of it. We're already 3 weeks into April, and we both know what happens once you get into the end of the year, especially into December, when you're starting to look at 2 public meetings, and whatever you do has to go to legal.
Yep.
And then to the selectmen. I think maybe you might want to consider by the end of May to maybe have a subcommittee set up at that point, and then have it start to put it together. Because we both know as well as if COVID opens up and people are free this summer, people aren't going to want to sit down at a desk and work on zoning.
Right.
So you might want to think about maybe the end of next month, Tim, putting the subcommittee together.
Okay, yeah.
I will,
I agree.
and I'll be glad to be on it. I'd like to work on this.
All right, what we could do then is, look into where we would have meetings. We have several options. Usually, there's a conference room in the police station. Is there one down here still available from time to time?
Yep.
Would you have the ability to find out when those might be available for use? Would you be willing to see if any of them are available towards either the end of April or the beginning of May, so that we can get a few people together to start sharing ideas?
You got it.
So at the next meeting, if you think you could find that out, when the room would be available, what room it would be, and then we'll go from there. We'll try to book it, and then we'll see who's available to get there. And if anybody has any ordinances that they can pull off of websites from other towns at that point, then we can start pulling them apart and taking the good parts out of them. You know?
Sounds good.
Yep. Mike, thanks for pointing that out. Kevin's going to look into finding out what's available to book for the first official meeting of that subcommittee.
Now, are you going to offer, Mr. Chair, are you going to offer that out to see if anyone in the public or other boards want, like, someone from conservation or someone else wants to get involved as a public member to this, or you're not going to do that?
Yeah, I've actually talked to a few people already from other boards.
Okay.
Conservation Commission, Forestry. So there are some other people that are out there. I'm not sure if they're anywhere near as ambitious as Cindy and Danielle and Mr. Cody. Kevin has really been looking into this, as well as Danielle and Cindy. They've all been doing some serious homework on it, so the people that I've talked to that have been expressing interest have not shown me that they've actually been looking into it at all. So I don't know if we want to bog it down with people that are just going to show up and try and drag the process out.
Yeah. Okay. I just wanted to ask.
Yep. How does anybody else feel about that? You know, the more people, sometimes the slower it goes. This is something that if we keep it streamlined, and then we can bring it to the board easier. We can act on it as a board on the whole. Because a lot of times, I think it says when you get a lot of people involved, it just doesn't seem to go anywhere near as quickly. All right, so we have that discussion. We've already gone into non-public. Does anybody have anything else they want to discuss?
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Thomas?
I'd like to give an update on the master plan.
Yeah, that would be great, Sam, if you could do that, because you have an evaluation.
Well, actually, there's 4 points that I'd like to address with the board tonight relative to the master plan. The 4 points are: 1, review the results; number 2, request of the planning board to put on the agenda for a vote on which company or consulting firm that we're going to select.
Sam, could you talk up just a little louder?
I'm sorry. There's 4 points that I'd like to discuss with the board tonight. The first one is a review of the results. There's strictly results at this time. There's no conclusions. It's to give the board the opportunity to look at the results that this board analyzed relative to the 3 firms that we brought in.
Yep.
Number 2, request for a future meeting, but not too far out, for a vote by the planning board as to which firm we're going to select. Number 3, the formation of a committee. I want to start canvassing, and I do need some assistance and direction on where we're going to get other members of the board. I have already done some, and I have about 4 or 5 people that have expressed interest. And the last thing is obviously the planning board And this board, committee, master plan committee, is going to have to work with the planning department in terms of a budget for 2022 out of this. So the first thing is to look at the results. What I've done is I've taken all of the forms that I have received from everybody here, and thank you, everybody, for submitting your forms. I know who voted 1 through 7. It's the way I've done it, broken it down is we have the voting members of the planning board, their analysis of the 3 companies. I averaged it, and then it was supposed to be in parentheses. In the Excel spreadsheet, it was in parentheses, but it didn't come out that way when it was printed. Next to that, if you look under resilience, the average, that would have been to take the 7 members, average that out, so the average is 55.4, and then you see 45.0 to 63.0. That's the range within for that particular company by the 7 members, and the same for the other 2 firms. And then I did is I took and looked at the non-voting members. There's 5 of the non-voting members, and what their averages were and ranges as well. And then if you look down where it says total summary, you've got the average from the voters, 55, 41, and 59. You have the non-voters at 55, 48, and 50.8. And then if you take and combine that, you've got 55, 45, and 54. So there's consistency in the data. And again, we're not looking to make a decision tonight, but it's to give you the, analysis from the data as to what the variation was between the voters and the non-voters within the planning board itself. I'm not drawing conclusions. I'm letting you, the decision is by the planning board when you come up for the vote. What I also did is I took what I called the attributes. Everybody, those who made comments, now this is my analysis. I took the comments that you made, and if you flip the page over, in the back side, there is also further attributes. And I tried to classify the type of attributes that the board thought about these 3 companies. And then I tried to assign numbers, not with the intent of saying coming up with a number, but just to give you an assessment of what I thought you were saying in your analysis. As an example, professionalism. How professional was the company? How prepared were they in terms of their presentation? What do they do in terms of data analysis? And I listed, I think there's 9 of them: objectivity, analytical analysis, the master plan methodology, how they go about in terms of doing their method of doing data collection and developing the master plan, things about knowledge of New Hampshire and stuff like that. And so it was strictly my assessment, 1 to 10, based on your input. And I know that you didn't sign it. It was my way of trying to communicate to you what I thought you were saying in terms of what you thought the attributes, beyond the numbers themselves, what was the attributes that these particular companies had for us as a town looking at trying to do the master plan. So again, and I did a summary, but the summary was not necessarily something that you were going to drive to make a decision. So that's the results of the analysis from the 3 firms that we did. And again, thank you for giving the input, and I appreciate everybody participating. That being the results, what I'd like to do is ask for a future date when you would be prepared to have a vote on selecting which of these particular firms you want to select to do the master plan for us, of the 3 firms. So I do need that. I'd like to get that addressed tonight so we know a date, so that everybody can think about their vote when they do come to the whatever meeting the date you have. So that's sort of the second request. So, Mr. Chairman, if I can ask if I could be given a date when we would plan to do that, and then I'll be prepared if anybody needs to discuss it with me or among yourselves, let me know. But you have the reports, you have their proposals, you have your own analysis, and now you have the analysis of the entire board year. And I think you've got the information to be able to make a decision at whatever time you want to make a vote.
I really like the way you broke this down. It makes it very easy to follow.
It was late night mathematics.
Yeah, I like
Actually, if you drove past my house at 1:30 this morning, I was still awake.
One of the things that I think is kind of interesting is on the planning board voter ratings, after you got the 1 through 7, you got your voter averages. And when you look at your numbers, you know, you're 55.4, you're 41, and you're 59. If you look at the range, you know, the low one, the 41.6, the range is so wide from 26 all the way up to 57. And then when you go to the high end, you know, the 59, see how close the 52 to 65 is? And then in the middle, the range is in the middle. So, I mean, the numbers just don't lie. I mean, when you broke it down the way you broke it down, it's perfect. I mean, really, you did a great job here.
By the way, voter number 1 is not necessarily you. I'm the only one that has the code as to what vote 1 through 7 is for them, and the 1 through 5. There is a code. I mean, I could verify who did what, because I have a code in my secure notebook over here that who did what.
Yeah, you did
I like this.
really good job with this. I like the way you did it.
Incredible. It's incredible. The board is, should give a big thanks to Mr. Thomas for this, right?
Yeah, we're blessed to have you here.
Blessed
Mr.
to have you,
Thomas.
Mr. Thomas.
Yeah.
A pleasure to be here.
Yep.
So if I could have a date, or let me know of a date that we're going to do that, so that we can make sure that, again, if you need other information, you know, I can provide it to you. I have not been in direct contact with these companies since their interview. Jeff has, and I'll be taking that responsibility on as he starts to, you know, I've been copied on everything. I'm aware of what he's sending, but he's been the one communicating as the planning director, but it should now start to come from the master plan committee itself.
Does anybody besides me think that it might be a good idea to drop the middle column from this tonight, so that we're just working with residents and NRPC at this point?
I agree.
I agree.
I agree.
So why don't we make a motion in a second that we drop Dubai and King at this point?
I'll make that motion.
You have a second?
Second.
Who was the second by? Bruce? Okay, so we have Kevin made a motion and Bruce made the second. Danielle, would you read the roll?
Kevin Cody?
Yes.
Cindy Kirkpatrick?
Yes.
Bruce Palapka?
Yes.
Danielle Massey Quinn, yes. Jim Bergeron?
Yes.
Roger Montbleu?
Yes.
Tim Doherty?
Yes. So, Sam, as of now, the running is just in 2, residents and NRPC. I don't know if at that point, we want to make sure that Dubai and King don't spend any more time
I'll make sure that we get a letter out to them.
on
this week.
And then if the rest of the board members can scour through what the other members were thinking, review it. Are you thinking, does anybody have any thoughts as to whether we want to go out just one meeting or more to make a final decision? Or do we want to bring in NRPC and residents for a follow-up?
It's possible if you'd like to. If there's other future questions.
Hal, you look like you want to say something.
Well, I just wondered, we're not including the quoted fee costs in this?
No?
Oh, okay.
What did you just say, Hal? I didn't catch it. Speak into the mic.
His question was, this
sorry.
analysis did not take into account the cost, and it did not.
Right.
As the
Cost is
interview-
not involved in this.
It's not a
right.
factor, okay.
Right. Yep.
That should be something that I should provide to the committee or the board before your meeting, know what the costs are. Now, obviously, the costs could change because there's 2 factors. One, this won't take place till 2022, because it won't be till it goes to the town meeting in 2022. So their pricing could change, number one. Number two, as we look at the proposal, there may be things that we either want to take out or we may want to add. So, again, you don't have to rush to make this final decision. I can make sure that I review with the committee that I do have, and Danielle and Cindy have both asked to join. We can have a subcommittee meeting to talk about looking at the proposal. Are there items that we want to add or take out? Then our plan was to go back and ask them for a final proposal, what that would be for 2022, because they built it on a 2021 work project.
I don't want to put you on a spot, but out of residents in Dubai and King. Which of those two were more expensive? Do you remember?
Resilient was 85,000 and Du Bois and King was like 60,000, I think it was. I can get you that in a moment.
So Dubai and King, were they the most expensive?
No, Resilient is.
Or was it Resilience?
Well, I say Resilience, but
No, it's resilience.
Resilience was the most expensive?
yes. Yes, Resilience is, Resilience was 80,600. Du Bois and King was 64,817, so I'll call it 65,000. And NRPC is 41,000, but they also gave us a $10,000 discount.
So this is now the battle between the most expensive and the least expensive. We've ruled out the middle.
But there's no battle, Mr. Chairman, in my opinion. The battle is that the voters be given the option to choose who's going to set the future of this town for the next generation. So I think that the voters have shown in the past their generosity to do that. I think we should have, at the very least, at our next meeting, a discussion among ourselves about the difference between the two that we've narrowed it down to, at least some sort of discussion, get that out in the public. Let the public give us some feedback if they'd like, after we say have a open discussion about the two.
Yeah, if we could get this onto a light meeting,
What about the next one?
would be better. So if we can just, if the board doesn't mind, if we put it on to the next meeting for a discussion, and then if we find out that the next meeting ends up going to be a full meeting, then we can just put it off to the next one, and that way there we have the time to properly discuss this. I don't want to just only give it 5 or 10 minutes, because this is something this is our master plan. This is something that really, we need to talk about and make it the right decision.
So, Mr. Chairman, what you would like me to do is provide and I can electronically send this to everybody through the planning department. We'll put the cost, and I'll extract out the items that they have so that you can look not only at the total cost, but the line items within the cost analysis itself. And then what I'd like to do is I'll get with Danielle and Cindy and anybody else that, I know Mike Sherman was interested as well, and essentially sit down and look at the proposal and ensure that against the stated objectives that we stated as the RFQ, the request for proposal, to ensure that they addressed all of those items, which we know there's a couple that they were missing, and what we'd like to maybe take out or what we'd like to add from, because all of the companies missed 1 or 2 of the items that we put in our request for proposal. So I can put that together in advance of the next meeting, have it out to everybody so that everybody can come to the meeting, and maybe you make the next meeting more of a discussion than making a decision.
Was there some discussion at a previous meeting where Jeff had found some money to perhaps start doing something?
There was, he had an allocation for 5,000, he talked about it 2 meetings ago. It was, what did he call it? There was a conservation who was going to do a $3,000 study. It was land analysis or
Yeah, it was the-
open space, not open space.
Yeah, I thought it was the open space.
Yeah, was that
or
something
land.
NRPC was going to be doing, or?
NRPC was going to do,
Oh, yeah, that
yeah,
was,
the NRPC was going to do it, and the Conservation Department was going to do another one. I forgot the two, I can go back and look it up, I just can't remember what it was. But one was to do with, I think, available, open land space that was still available, and the other one was a conservation inventory. That's what the conservation was going to spend $3,700. The Planning Department, under Jeff, was going to spend $5,000, and I think it was open space analysis.
Okay.
I think those are the two items.
Was it a build-out analysis? Was that it?
Build-out.
yeah.
I may be
gonna
calling
say
it wrong. I
that.
said open space, it's a build-out. You're right, Kevin.
Yep.
Okay. Good, awesome.
And I don't know what the status of either one of those, because that doesn't really fall under the master plan. But I know the what'd you call it, build-out analysis, that was done through Jeff, and then the Conservation Department was doing the inventory and inventory. resource inventory, I think it was called. I'll get that information for you.
Okay, is there anything else, Sam, that?
No, that's,
you need on that? Okay.
let's see, and then, and then obviously, we want to get this basically completed in terms of what we want, so we can go back to them and ask for a cost, because the budget starts back in June, they'll start building a budget. So obviously, we want to be working with the planning department to ensure that whatever they're putting into the budget reflects this.
All right, so,
Assuming that it's going to be in the budget and not going to be, I don't know what the term is.
rejected?
A warrant article.
Separate
pardon me.
line item?
No, as a warrant article, which would be different than the budget itself. Because we missed the budget this year too late when we got this thing started.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Montbleu, if he's still on the line, he might be able to answer that, because he was part of the last major master plan. Does he know how the money was allocated?
What was, the question, how was the money allocated?
Yeah.
Geez, it was so long, Jim, I forget now. But I think it was, I think it's exactly the way we're going, budget committee, and then, it was approved by the town people, in our March meeting, and then we went off and hired somebody.
All right, we can,
I think it's exactly the way we're going, in memory, and it's been a long time.
I think it's a separate item. We should do some research on that. That's easy enough to find. I don't know if it's going to be inclusive in the operating budget of the planning board, if that's what we're talking about. It's going to be a separate line item. Request on the warrant.
Jim, are you saying that it's in the budget for the planning department, or
No,
are you saying?
I wouldn't think it would fall into the budget and be absorbed. That would be a separate number. I think this number would be
Right.
a line item brought
Yep.
independently.
I agree. I believe I think it was a line item last time.
Al, do you remember?
I think there's money had been set aside in this year's budget, in the planning department budget, but I could double check that.
All right, maybe, Sam, maybe you could ask Mr. Gowan that question. He might even know off the top of his head.
If there was any money put in the budget for this year?
Well, what the process, I believe he tried to explain the process once before, but if we got to go in front of the budget committee, or is this going to be a straight warrant article?
I think the regular budget, there was money budgeted in the planning department budget for master plan.
That's how Jeff has explained it to me, that for 2022, come June.
I may be wrong, but I thought that there's money set aside.
He was going to put it in the budget, in the planning department budget for master planning. If that got approved by the budget committee, then it would be an integrated part of the planning department. If it wasn't accepted, then it would have to go as a warrant article, and then we would have to prepare that as such.
All right, so at the next meeting, we'll be prepared to either bring these two back for further questioning, or vote one way or the other. If we don't want to bring them back, just pick one, so we know what we're talking about for a budget, approximately. Obviously, as Sam was saying, it could change a little bit, but at least we'll have a ballpark of who we're going to go with. I think I know how I'm leaning, but I'm going to reread and compare just NRC and Resilience now that we're down to 2. It's going to be a lot easier for me to do the comparison. There's a lot of similarities, so it's going to be finding the nuances now as to what the difference is. All right. Kevin?
Are we done talking about this? I have something else I want to talk about.
Yeah, go ahead. We're done with this.
Is it good time to talk about the February 18th minutes? And where we stand in that?
Perfect. Perfect time.
Who just said perfect time?
Mike Sherman, I was gonna bring it up myself, so go for it, Kevin.
Okay.
Now, I'm not going to put Danielle on the spot, but I know you mentioned
The difference between,
about working on the minutes, which I don't
Yes.
really
Oh,
think
yeah.
you should be doing, but if that's what you want to do, that's fine. I just wasn't sure where we stand with this, with the minutes.
What does anybody think about the minutes? I know we never approved them.
We don't have them.
We don't have any, right? So, Mr. Colbert?
My opinion is they should be verbatim.
Well, they're not gonna be. We were told that they can't be redone because they're not gonna pay to have them redone, so somebody want to make a motion to approve them and we'll see where the vote goes? The way they are?
Do that now without having them in front of us?
With the planning board, we can do,
You have a
we've all read them.
You have the tape of the whole meeting.
Does anybody agree that they should be approved the way they are? I know I'm not going to vote to approve them the way they are.
I wanted to make the motion.
So we're just going to table it indefinitely then. I'm fine with that if that's what that's what the board wants to do.
I know I missed that meeting, but I did watch it, and I know there was talk about Danielle going and providing all of her detailed information and research. I don't know where that stands, or was that a part of it?
Me personally, I don't feel that one member of the board should be taking the heat for,
Oh, no. I just know that there was a lot of detail in that, especially that portion of the minutes that were just kind of abbreviated, that part of the meeting.
yeah.
I just wasn't sure where you guys stood with that. I know it was something that was discussed.
Basically what happened is the board wanted more detailed minutes to a point where they were looking to have it verbatim, which I never heard that before, but I guess that means exactly word for word what was said. And the town, I'm going to say the town, decided that they didn't want to pay for it.
Oh, I understand all that.
So
I just know that in
We
part of
don't
that
have
meeting.
anything that we wanted to approve. So now we're basically at a stalemate where we're not going to, I guess, we're not going to approve the minutes because we don't agree with it. Mr. Line?
Yeah, just keep in mind that we have a record of everything that was said. We have a tape, so you can find every single word that was said with the tape. So it's there. If you want a copy, I'm sure you get a copy.
Mr.
Go ahead,
Chair.
Danielle.
I think the whole board offered a lot of great information. I mean, I know I did my research and I presented it, and I know there's some things still missing, but I think everyone on the board gave a lot of great research and information, and, I think some of it's been just missed within the minutes. I mean, Jordan, you're doing a great job, but that was a big meeting.
It was a long,
That was a
long,
big
tiring meeting, yeah.
So, I know I've done my research and everything, but there were a lot of, Cindy had a lot of great information that she contributed. We had every board member contribute some information. There's a little bit of, with the attorney going back and forth, so I will not approve any minutes until they're done the way we requested them to do.
Jordan, we've never done that before. We'll never do that to you again.
No.
We'll never ask you to do that. That in 30 years, Patty, since you've been doing this?
32 years it's never been done.
Yeah, 32 years. This is probably first and last time we were ever asking for that to be done. And nobody on this
Mr.
board
Chair,
is holding
Mr.
that
Chairman,
against
this is
you in
Roger.
any way at all.
Don't the selectmen ask for verbatim minutes every once in a while?
What was that?
Ask our
The answer is no.
selectmen's, the two selectmen rep, don't the selectmen ask occasionally for verbatim minutes?
I have no idea. We have two selectmen here.
I've heard of a specific section maybe, like, hey, I want this, but
No.
I would know better than I would.
I've
Yeah.
never seen it verbatim for the selectmen.
Right.
Mr. Chair, can I offer some insight?
Sure, go ahead.
So, obviously, we all kind of knew that it would get to a point where this would go to court, all right? You ask a lawyer his opinion, and he's only going to offer you what he thinks you need to know, I guess. I don't know if I'm saying it right, but I really didn't get a good feel for how I should discuss this, but there is a lawsuit coming forward. Now, we are being presented very negatively, which is why it's important that the minutes represent not only what was said, but the sentiment of this board. If I said to this board that this board was racist, you would want some proof of that. We're being told that we look down upon workforce housing, and that is a sentiment of this board, which is why, in my opinion, we need the minutes written verbatim. And if we don't approve the minutes, and there are no minutes, the only record that's available would be the video, in my opinion. I'm not a lawyer.
Well, we gave that applicant every opportunity, reconvened after the ZBA was done, asked them what they wanted to do. We gave them the opportunity. We invited them back. We were willing to work with the applicant, and I don't believe that the minutes reflected that.
But the video will.
The video will.
The video will, but the video will not go to court.
Video is not what's going to be used. The prima facie evidence will be the
So-
written minutes, in my opinion.
And if there aren't any minutes,
That's not our fault. It's not-
then
That's
would
my-
they have to use
We
the
we
video?
did our best at the planning board level. We had was it a 3-hour meeting? I mean, we really tried to work with the applicant. And we were told that for a few $100s, $300, $400, whatever amount of money it would take, that it wasn't in the budget. So here we are.
But that's my point, is that, the way this board is being portrayed really kind of disgusts me, and that wasn't the sentiment of this board.
Not at all.
At all. So I think it's important, that meeting is very important, and what was portrayed needs to come across as what was portrayed, not what, the applicant is saying, how he feels. We were portraying workforce housing.
Yeah, well, we did our best.
So,
We put our best foot forward, and we are where we are.
Mr. Chair, Mike Sherman, could I weigh in here?
Go ahead, Mike.
I understand that the ZBA okayed their minutes, and I'm a little disappointed with that, because all the stuff that's missing from the planning board minutes, I mean, like Danielle said, every single member that weighed in with any kind of detail, stuff just wasn't there. And some of the arguments that Mr. Hennessy put up when he was trying to argue the point that Pelham had enough workforce housing, and why he didn't feel that he needed to vote for it and everything, I can't believe that their minutes had all that detail in it. Why did they pass their minute?
Because we did all the work in our meeting, providing all of the detail on how our town is set up and compliant. And they just were able to come in using that information to make their decision.
Mr. Chairman,
But it's not a full picture if only their minutes are ever shown in a lawsuit.
Member Kirkpatrick's making a very strong point for why we should argue for minutes that are more detailed, we gave the planning board the reason.
The zoning board.
Zoning board, yeah, I'm
The
sorry,
zoning
I
board.
misspoke.
Well,
We gave the zoning board the reason, and that reason's not being recorded. We were told at the last meeting by staff that, oh no, it won't be your decision, it'll be the Board of Adjustments. Well, how the heck do you think they came up with that decision? They came up with that decision on the testimony that was given by every member of this board, including the alternates, and people from the public. But that's not going to get into the minutes because we're being told, I think erroneously, that we can't run our own board here, and we can't have our minutes, one particular set of minutes transcribed is as close to verbatim as possible. It's impossible probably to be verbatim, but it's very possible to be a lot more detailed. And I think until that happens, I can't approve any minutes. So either put them in limbo or not approve them and let those guys take the hit for what might happen.
Right, but Jordan wasn't allowed the opportunity to do that. She was prohibited to do that by, I'm gonna use the word the town, but somebody in the town prohibited Jordan from doing her job. And that's not her fault at all. It's not the fault of the planning board. So it's just the fact that she was not allowed to do more on the minutes. And it was all on budgetary. So, I mean, if that doesn't say it all, when this is going to court, and it might not even come into court when they say, well, where's the minutes? Why don't you have minutes? Well, because the town didn't want to pay for them? I mean, how's that going to look in court? I mean, it's not the planning board's fault that somebody in the town chose that. Certainly not the recording secretary's fault that somebody in the town chose that.
Mr. Chairman, I've been in town my entire life. I pay over $20,000 in property taxes to this town every year. And I was insulted by the opinion that we got back.
Well, I mean, it was also insulting that I believe an attorney was consulted about that, and we never asked for that opinion from an attorney. So, there you go. It was completely.
Mr. Chairman.
What did that cost, Mr. Chairman?
It probably cost us as much to get the attorney's opinion as we could have probably paid Jordan twice the amount of money she's getting to turn around and do good minutes.
Exactly.
Not good minutes, but better minutes. And you do great minutes, by the way, Jordan.
Mr. Chairman, could I say one more thing? I'm going to put my money where my mouth is. RSA 673-16 says that this board can accept gifts and donations to accomplish its goals. I will pay personally for those minutes to be done verbatim, if the board will accept that, because that's how strongly I feel about what was said here and how that'll help our testimony in court. That's how I feel as a person, as a taxpayer of this town, that if the town, the administration of the town can't back our decision that was made in good faith, I'll do it, because that's how important I feel it is. I shouldn't have to do it, but I'll do it. So those of you that think I might be criticizing you, I'll do your job for you. This is awful that we even have to discuss this.
Yeah. Anybody
I'll
else?
donate to that.
Mr. Line? Hal?
We just do the minutes, and it gets done. Why don't you just do it? But if you do it the way Jim is saying, you make it the highlights, just get the stuff, the meat in there, make sure you get it all in there.
It doesn't have to be perfectly verbatim.
I agree with you. So if you do it that way, just go do it. Send the bill. I don't know. What do you think, Brian?
Ryan?
For me?
Yeah.
Oh, I think that if I read the minutes and if I'm being accused of being derogatory towards workforce housing, I want to see that. I didn't think that I or any other member on this board was being derogatory towards workforce housing. And that is going to be brought up in court. And I don't know how you can prove that in court without minutes or any other way to prove it, but.
Have the tape, is what, they would have that.
Right, but, you know, they're saying that we were speaking negatively about workforce housing, and I don't believe that was the case. So, unless I can read the minutes and see that that it reflects the video in that meeting properly, you know, and hey, if I was talking down about workforce housing and being negative about it and being like, oh, we don't need this in town, blah, 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 which is, you know, not what we said. We just didn't feel that we made our fair share. And that was the sentiment. We are following the law. If that sentiment is not represented correctly, then I'm not going to approve the minutes.
So normally what we do, review the minutes, if we find corrections, we say go correct them. This one needs a major correction.
It needs a lot of detail,
So,
99% detail.
but you know, I treat it that way.
All right, so what,
Well, if it falls short of the budget, once again, I'll say, I'll get it, we'll get it done. I don't care. This is just gonna put a nail in the public opinion if we don't get this done and do it right. This is the worst thing I've ever encountered.
So-
And I've been on boards for the last 50 years of my life.
Mr. Chair, may I ask Kevin a quick question?
go ahead.
As a planning board, could we come together and put something together to sit in front of the selectmen to request a recommendation or something to assist us with this? Is that possible?
Yeah, I see why not.
To come in front of the selectmen and say, this is our situation, this is what we're up against? You know, as a board, we all agree that, you know, we're reaching out to the selectmen to make this recommendation to see if we can get your support.
You can either reach out and be put on the agenda, or you can come to a deal and just do open forum.
Okay. Thank you.
Anybody else have any thoughts or suggestions? Right now, the only suggestion is that Jim is talking about wanting to pay out of his own pocket to have the minutes done, redone.
I'll make that donation, Mr. Chairman, right now,
Why don't you?
whatever it takes.
I just don't see where that should be something that should ever have to be done.
I don't either, but this is what it's degenerated into.
Well, the next selectmen's meeting is April 27th.
Yeah.
We go to that meeting and request that we,
Presented to
Well,
the
we have
select.
two selectmen's reps here. Perhaps maybe they can have a minor discussion with the other selectmen and tell them what's going on at the planning board and that, what it's come down to.
Whatever the board desires.
Hal, what,
You have a right to get your meetings corrected. And you should just do it. Okay? It's my thought.
if the selectmen have the ability to reconsider what was done with prohibiting the minutes from being more detailed, I mean, verbatim, again, I mean, if we're leaving out 1,000 words is
Well,
not
I think-
much on a 3-hour meeting, I mean, compared to the amount of wording that was done.
Well, the thing is, if you could do what Jim is suggesting, you know the areas that are missing. Get them filled in. And that's part of the correcting the minutes.
I guess nobody's actually, and I don't want to put,
Okay.
I don't want to put Jordan on the spot, but Jordan, would you have the ability to do more detailed minutes than what was done?
They were talking about sending it out to a different company to do that. It would take a while, so it'd have to get approved through Brian. That's,
Through the Board of
I guess that
Selectmen.
I guess that wasn't my question about farming it out to somebody else. I guess the question was, would you have the ability to do more detailed by watching the minutes? Or watching the meeting over on the tape, or would they have no choice but to farm it out?
I would have to talk to my boss about that, I guess, but
Okay.
yeah.
It's 2021. I can talk on my cell phone and it can dictate it into text, like instantly. So I can put my phone out right now, hit a button, and it'll record everything word for word as I'm speaking and send it in a text right away.
Really?
I have a hard time believing that there's no software out there that can listen to that video and just dictate minutes.
I don't know anything about that kind of
Word for word.
technology.
I think you're right, Kevin. I think if you play the tape and you turn your phone on, you can record it.
I have tried that. It does not work.
No, but I'm saying,
No.
I know there's software, I know there's speech to
I know nothing about it.
Each to what?
speech to dictation software.
Exactly, yeah.
So, I don't know.
Tim, my wife's out in the car waiting for me.
Okay,
so
Hal.
She's been there for a while.
Thank you.
All right, sorry about that.
Thanks for your input.
All right, take care.
I don't see I don't know what the roadblock is. I don't know.
Okay, are we going to bring it back to the selectmen for reconsideration of some type, or can we work out something here? I said what I'd do. I mean, what are they talking about? They're not talking about that kind of crazy number that
Just, I
it's
need
going
the
to
board, I need
bankrupt
the
the
board.
town of Pelham to defend ourselves in
I
court.
need the board to give me a direction. What do you want me to do?
No, I know you, well, I would say that we ask our representative to bring it back to the Board of Selectmen as soon as possible for discussion and see what they can come up with, and they know my stand on it, and so it's not a monetary reason anymore.
I agree with that.
I'll worry about recouping the money later from some other source. This is too important.
Too much information missing, especially where it's going to court.
It's way too important.
Well, I think that at the last meeting, our staff might have said that, not that we were irrelevant, but it was basically up to the ZBA and their minutes and not our minutes at all. And that, I don't want to put words in their mouth, but did they not say that ours just didn't matter as much as the ZBA?
But we were a joint meeting.
I know.
And it all matters.
Yeah, I know our testimony mattered to how they made their decisions.
The ZBA is not being accused of speaking negatively on workforce housing, the planning board is.
Well, that's...
Exactly, but if they're
Sorry.
appealing a decision, we didn't make any decisions, but the ZBA used our meeting to come up with their decision, I believe. I mean, we were the ones that did all the homework and provided the information about where the town stands.
Have you had the case is public now, obviously, it's been filed in the courts?
Yes.
So you've obviously have read...
everything.
You've read things, and we don't have that, perhaps we should, but I think what Mr. Cody's saying to you is, it fortifies how you feel, that we've been talked about in that, and that's going to be used in court.
And I would like to think who's ever representing, I'm sorry.
Oh, no.
Our town would want to include our minutes, our part of the meeting, to defend us.
I would think so. If their intentions were clear and honorable, I would think that's what they would want. They'd want as much information and testimony that they can get into the written minutes if their intentions were to prevail in court.
What if their intentions are not to prevail in court?
Well, I'm not going to go there. I'm just saying, I think that this board's trying to do the right job. I think people out there ought to take notice. What we're trying to do and what we seem to be running into a roadblock. I see it as a roadblock at this point in time anyhow. No one said anything to me. They've had a couple of weeks to think about it. No one's rescinded their decision. So let's ask our selectman's representative to see if he can get an action item up on front of the board. If that's how I
Mr.
feel.
Chairman, this is Mike again. Could I weigh in on?
Sure, Mike, go ahead.
If the if the board, the planning board, or representatives of the planning board do decide to go before the selectmen, I would advise you to get on the agenda and not do it before open forum. Open forum has its own little rules and bylaws, and I think you'd be better suited.
That's incorrect.
to make. I don't feel that way, Mr. Cody, because I've seen people shut down on open forum before you got on the board. I've been there a little bit longer, so
You're
my own
correct.
personal opinion, I would say you're better off getting on the agenda.
No, there are no bylaws, Mike. Open forum is up to the discretion of the chair. So
Of
you're...
the chair, exactly.
You are right, but you were wrong. There's nothing dictating open forum. But you are correct that it's better off being put on an agenda. Open forum's at the discretion of the chair.
And I agree, we should be on the agenda if it gets to that.
If you want to come and have a discussion, it's better to be on the agenda. Correct.
No. I personally don't see where we should even be in this position where we have to go beg the selectmen to have good minutes. I just don't even know how we got there, you know?
My question
No,
is,
I
do you
didn't
want
mean
me
that,
to
Mr.
bring it
Chairman. I'm
up,
sorry,
or do you want to be put on
Kevin.
the agenda?
There was two people speaking at the same time. Can you rephrase that, Kevin?
The question is this.
Yep.
There's a lot of talk, all right? Do you want it to be put on the agenda, or do you want me to bring this up?
I think you should just bring it up to the selectmen and see if this is set in stone that somehow somebody that maybe that works for the selectmen is able to prevent the planning board from having the minutes redone.
Yeah, I have no problem doing that.
Yeah.
I just want to know what
Because
you want me to do.
It could be as simple as that.
That's all I'm gonna do.
Somebody may have overstepped their bounds, may have done something that they probably shouldn't have. Maybe
I'm gonna argue the point that we want. That's what I'm gonna do.
I think it might be as simple as that. I think we're going out on a limb here that we don't have to go out on. I think
Right.
I think it's gonna be a simple fix that, you know, the minutes can be done in more detail. And I don't believe that they need to be word for word farmed out. I believe that, you know, I truly believe that Jordan is highly capable of being paid to put more detail in the minutes herself.
Absolutely.
So the selectman's representative is going to ask the selectmen to reconfirm not doing our minutes or doing our minutes, and then you're going to also tell them that, hey, there's an offer out there to cover the cost of this if you guys really, if you don't want to do this. I'm putting them in a very shameful position, I understand that, but I'm doing it anyhow.
If we have to put it out, does it matter?
I don't back down.
Well, no, what I'm saying, whether Jordan does them or it gets put out, it's irrelevant as long as it gets done, right? Right. So,
It could be picked up later on in the future in another means. I'm not worried about that.
So we can make that request to you. You're going to go back to the selectmen and let them know our thoughts. However, with that, can we also request something from the budget to cover the cost of that as well?
say that again?
When you go back to the Board of Selectmen with this request for the planning board, can you factor in as well as
No,
the
the
funds?
town's paying for it.
Okay, yeah, okay, that's, all right.
Love you, Jim, but that's, no, that's not
A
happening.
lawsuit hadn't been filed when that decision to not pay to redo the minutes had been made. And then shortly thereafter, you know, the lawsuit got filed. So that decision was made before the lawsuit came about, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Yeah, so, I mean, maybe that decision doesn't hold anymore. Maybe they might, whoever made that decision might reconsider it, you know?
So that'd be my job to bring it up and to discuss that in that light, you know.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yep, thanks, Kevin.
And thank you.
All right, anybody have anything further? Any other topics? I'm seeing and hearing no response.
I'd like to make a motion, Mr. Chairman?
Would that be a motion to adjourn?
Yes, that is the motion to adjourn.
And that is made by Roger Montblow,
I'll second.
and that came from Kevin. All right, Danielle, will you read the roll?
Bruce Flapka,
Yes.
Cindy Kirkpatrick,
Yes.
Kevin Cody,
Yes.
Jim Bergeron,
Yes.
Danielle Massey Quinn, yes, Roger Montbleu,
Yes.
and Tim Doherty.
Yes. Okay, we're adjourned. Hello, this is the Pelham Planning Board. I'm going to read a checklist to ensure meetings are compliant with the right to know law during the state of emergency. This is the 4/5/21 Planning Board meeting. As Chair of the Planning Board, I find that due to the state of emergency declared by the Governor as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic and in accordance with the Governor's Emergency Order Number 12 pursuant to Executive Order 2020-04, this public body is authorized to meet electronically. Please note that there is a physical location to observe and listen contemporaneously to this meeting. However, some participants will participate remotely, which was authorized pursuant to the Governor's emergency order. In accordance with the emergency order, I am confirming that we are, A, providing public access to the meeting by telephone with additional access possibilities by video or other electronic means. Thank you. We are utilizing Zoom for this electronic meeting. All members of the planning board have the ability to communicate contemporaneously during this meeting through this platform, and the public has access to contemporaneously listen and participate in this meeting by dialing the following phone number: 646-558-8656. Meeting ID is number 884-0137-3985. The password is 438786, or by entering this website address, www.zoom.us, selecting Join Meeting, and entering the meeting ID and password I just read. Please provide your first and last name to the attendant. B, providing public notice of the necessary information for accessing the meeting. We previously gave notice to the public of the necessary information for accessing the meeting, including how to access the meeting using Zoom or telephonically. Instructions have also been provided on the town website, www.pelhamweb.com, on the Pelham Planning Board page. C, providing a mechanism for the public to alert the public body during the meeting if there are any problems with access. If anyone has a problem, please call 603-508-3089 or email jgreenwood@pelhamweb.com. D, adjourning the meeting if the public is unable to access the meeting. In the event the public is unable to access the meeting will be adjourned and rescheduled. Please note that all votes that are taken during this meeting shall be done by roll call vote. Let's start the meeting by taking a roll call attendance. When each member states their presence, please also state whether there is anyone in the room with you during this meeting, which is required under the right to know law. Danielle, would you read the roll?
Tim Doherty,
I'm here.
Jim Bergeron,
Here.
Paul Dudek,
Here remotely, no one else is in the room.
Roger Montbleu,
Here remotely, and no one else is in the room.
Cindy Kirkpatrick,
Okay, I don't think Cindy's out there on Zoom, so we'll assume she's not going to join us tonight.
okay. Danielle Massey Quinn here, Kevin Cody,
Here remote, no one's in the room.
Jeff Garwin,
Present?
Hal Rye,
Hal, are you still with us?
Yes, I'm here. I unmute myself. I'm here. Nobody's in the room.
Thank you.
Patty Colbert,
Patty won't be here with us this evening.
thank you, Bruce Barapka,
Yeah.
Richard Olson,
Okay, so I don't think he's here either.
okay, Samuel Thomas,
Present?
Mike Sherman,
I'm here remotely, no one's in the room.
and Jordan Isabel. Here.
Okay. So Cindy's not here. Bruce, you're going to be voting tonight for Cindy unless she comes in on Zoom.
All right.
Okay, so let's stand for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with
liberty, and justice for all.
All right. Got a couple administrative things here. Mr. Thomas, would you tell us what's going on with the forms? I know that I just recently gave you my form. Could you tell us how else you're making out with other members? Or?
I have, I think, 3 or 4 other members have not supplied it to me, so if they could have it by Friday to Jeff's office or send it by email to myself and to Jeff, or either way, one of us will get it to both places. I am missing about 4 members on the board having their forms not
Now, have
signed.
the alternates also, are they doing the forms as well?
Yes, sir.
So is that 4 between
It's 4
full-time
total.
and alternates?
4 total. Of the actual members themselves, there's only 2 that, as actual members that have not provided it, voting members, which I need those both.
And
And
I-
I've talked to both, and...
Right, and
I
I
will
just
get
got
this.
yours to you tonight.
Right.
So the other members, you know who you are. We need to get those forms to Mr. Thomas, so that him and Jeff can continue doing what they're doing with the master plan.
They can also drop it off at Jeff's office if it's more convenient than emailing it to me. They can drop it off, and I'll get a copy through his office.
Okay. Thank you, Sam.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, we have also in front of us is an application from Mike Sherman to renew his application as his volunteer position for an alternate to the planning board. And we all know Mike. Do we need any discussion? Does any members want to have any input? Or do we want to just go straight to a vote?
I'll do a motion.
Make a motion to,
Make a motion to appoint Mike Sherman for the, what's the term on it?
3 more years to the
Yep,
alternate
3 more year
position?
ultimate position.
Okay, so we have,
Paul Dudek, second. A second.
okay, so Paul Dudek is seconding the motion, so we have a motion by Daniel and a second by Paul. Daniel?
Mr. Chair, this is Kevin Cody. Discussion real quick.
Yes, go ahead.
Was this posted?
Is it what?
Was this posted,
As far as what?
the position for an alternate for the planning board?
I'm not sure. I know we've discussed it at a few different meetings.
Mr. Chairman, I can answer the question. The position was not posted. If that is this board's desire, we can do that. It is up to this board if you want to handle it that way, if you want to post it and get in, other people that are interested to get them in, that's certainly up to you, but there's no obligation to do that.
And we have a motion and a second on the floor, so... Mr. Cody, do you have any further input on that?
No, I just didn't know what the procedure was. If the board is not obligated to post it, then I have no objections. That's the board's decision.
Okay, thank you. Danielle, would you read the roll?
Paul Dudek,
Yes.
Bruce Palapka,
Yes.
Kevin Cody,
Yes.
Jim Bergeron,
Yes.
Danielle Massey Quinn, yes. Roger Montbleu,
Yes.
and Tim Doherty.
Yes, that's a 7-0-0 vote. Mike Sherman has been reappointed for another 3 years.
Thank you, folks.
Okay, we have some minutes to go over. Okay, so has everybody looked at what's going on with the minutes? Anybody have any questions, comments about it? We have the February 18th minutes that we, I believe we voted on to have them redone verbatim And see if I can, it's probably in the minutes.
Mr. Chairman, I may be able to help clarify.
Go ahead, Mr. Gowan.
We asked Town Administrator McCarthy, technically the minutes taker. We soon will have two of them, I think, to cover all the variety of meetings that are taking place. The Town Administrator declined to have the minutes done verbatim. There is a guidance in here. There's a memo from him. There is also a little piece in here about meeting minutes 101, and that is kind of a useful way to look at and think about minutes. Oddly, most times, or at least from what we were able to discover, there's almost more concern about verbatim minutes having too much information, because sometimes that actually isn't as good as having a fairly brief summary of minutes. But also in here, and we talked with member Massey Quinn, I know one of the concerns I think she had voiced was that there was a lot of research that she had done and perhaps some other members had done, and since verbatim minutes are not going to move forward, if there was something she wanted to add to the record, some sort of synopsis or report, that's something that would be reasonable, I think, to do. The zoning board for that meeting, you're referring to the joint meeting of February 18th, has already approved their minutes. The statutory requirement, oddly enough, is that you have draft minutes available. They're very precise on when those have to be available, and that was met in this instance. But there's very little in the statutes about approving the official minutes. That's probably a good thing to do. I'm not aware of this board or any of our boards that take minutes ever not approving them eventually. So I think this board can either approve them tonight or kick them down the road to another meeting to give member Massey Quinn and anyone else time to prepare additional information or documentation for the file. The other thing to remember is in the case of litigation, once we're served, the town gets served by the sheriff's office, typically if there's any kind of lawsuit. First thing that Radigan's office directs us to do is prepare a certified record of everything. Minutes, documents, things that were turned in, the plans, the files, everything related to anything that would be a subject of litigation. So that certified record is a pretty complete, extremely complete, gathering of documents. So the minutes are certainly important, but not as important as a standalone record of what took place at the meeting, as is a lot of the other material. So the board can do what you want here, but town administrator did decline to have the minutes done verbatim. It's fairly costly, and it's a habit he does not want the town, any of the boards, to get into. I'm paraphrasing his memorandum. You may want to read it yourself. It is in your minutes packet.
Okay, so do any members have any input as to how we want to handle this, where we had voted on February?
Mr. Chairman, this is Mike Sherman. Could I ask a question of you?
Yeah, Mike, we're looking for any kind of input we can get here, because we did vote to have the minutes.
Right, we did vote to have them. So, are we being told by the town administrator that if we, an elected board, ask to have them verbatim because of a minor cost issue of what it would cost to have someone to type them up for us, in lieu of maybe getting sued worse than that, he's gonna forever refuse us to do this? Is that the case?
I can't speak for the town administrator. I just need to know what the board wants to do, because we voted to have them done, and they're not done. So now we have to decide as a board how we want to go about doing this. At some point, we need to approve something, and seems to me that we got to kick the can down the road some more and rely on like one planning board member. Now we're going to rely on Danielle we're going to put the burden on Danielle to decide how much of the minutes she wants to put in there, and then that's supposed to be good enough according to what I'm reading.
Yeah, I don't agree with that.
I'm not comfortable putting that burden on, Ms. Quinn. I don't know if you're comfortable with that or not, but, and I don't want to put you on the spot right now, but I'd like to hear, Roger, you made the motion, and I believe, Jim, you seconded that motion, and it was a 7-0-0 vote, so unfortunately, we need to have a discussion here. Mr. Bergeron, Jim?
I think it might be wise, then, Mr. Chairman, to hold up on approving these, the minutes, at least for this meeting, until we do a little more research as to Mr. Sherman's point.
I mean, maybe we can get various members to put in writing what they want to have particularly changed, if we want to try to go down that road. The town doesn't want to spend the money on it, so that we're going to have to put the burden on the volunteers for the town to start trying to write our own minutes. Ms. Quinn?
Mr. Chair, if I may, I absolutely agree with Mr. Sherman as well. It isn't like the planning board does this every meeting for the minutes. I think this particular minutes, I can understand where the board came together and asked for that to be done. I'm not exactly too sure why he stepped in and gave some kind of recommendation on this. I'm a little confused with that as well. However, I'll do what I have to do to make sure that we have as much verbatim if needed, especially when it came to my items. I can't speak for the other members in this, but there are still items missing on my section in order. I mean, if this did go to a higher court, there are 4 items that need to be identified, just with my research alone. And like the workforce housing, it needs to be identified, build by build by build by build by build. So I have no issue sitting down and putting that together and working with Jordan on it, as long as you're okay with that, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, I mean...
And the board's okay with that.
Mr. Chairman?
Go ahead, Hal.
All right. I think it would be worthwhile looking at the comments that Attorney Radigan made in response to the question of doing the verbatim minutes. He didn't feel that it was necessary, and he says other options you can do. He felt comfortable with what happened. Now, I'm not sure I fully agree with that. I think that, as you've obviously indicated, there's other things that should have been highlighted in the minutes. And it might be something that can be done as an addendum afterward, but I don't know. So it might be worthwhile looking at Attorney Radigan's comments and then determine how you'd like to proceed.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question too. Maybe I'm confused here. All of our meetings are recorded, correct?
Yes.
And all of our meetings, not only audio but video, correct?
That's correct.
Because I know when I was looking at the, reviewing the meeting, I wasn't able to attend, but reviewing the meeting where the presentations made for master plan, I was perfectly happy, I guess, in that documentation to review the meeting on a video. I wasn't physically there, so even though, am I missing something? Do we need written minutes? If we could, if there was a legal case, they would want to see audio and video of the meetings, correct?
I don't know about that. I would assume not. I would assume they don't watch videotapes, but maybe Mr. Garland can...
Well, it's, or listen, you know,
The town's been sued several times in the past. And I guess I'm going to ask Mr. Garland, do you know if the court watches, an hour and a half of video, or do they just read the written minutes?
It is my understanding, and although I've been in court a few times for the town, this was not an issue at those court proceedings. I have been told many times at the many planning trainings over the years at NHMA and other places, New Hampshire Municipal Association, that it is the written minutes that or the official record of the town. However, because we have a pretty sophisticated video department here, you can go back in the archives and look at minutes. Whether or not that would be something a judge would want to see in a court proceedings, I would have to defer to Attorney Radigan's opinion on that, and he was consulted here by the town administrator. Again, it's a pretty short memo. Maybe since it's a subject of discussion, it'll be appropriate to read it into the record. It was sent to myself and Jennifer Beauregard from Brian McCarthy with a CC to Attorney Radigan. And he said he spoke with Attorney Radigan in reference to the planning board's request for verbatim meeting minutes. Attorney Radigan recommends that in lieu of verbatim meeting minutes, that the planning board, when reviewing the meeting minutes at their meeting, can advise the recording secretary to add any additional statements or information to the minutes they deem necessary. Should any legal action arise as a result of these meetings or hearings, Attorney Radigan will be defending the town in those matters, and therefore, if he is comfortable with this procedure, I am as well. See the attached info from NHMA with respect to meeting minutes. Lastly, in my opinion, it is not common practice, nor is it practical or reasonable for towns to take verbatim meeting minutes at public meetings or hearings, and most importantly, we are not budgeted for that type of exposure. And that's from Brian McCarthy, Town Administrator. So, he's my boss. I follow his direction. The selectmen, if they felt differently, of course, could address that issue. But it is above my pay grade to do much more than read this memo to you.
Mr. Chair, this is Kevin Cody. Can I speak?
Go ahead, Kevin.
I have a question for Danielle. When it came to the minutes, were you looking, during the meeting, you asked to submit your research for the record? There was a ton of research for that meeting. Were you looking to have that all recorded into the minutes? Is that what you were talking about?
At the end of, may I answer, Mr. Chair? Yes, that's a great question, because I did request to submit that into the minutes, and I did bring all of my research down to Jen in the planning department, and we copied all of the items, and she did say she would submit them with the minutes. As to if a judge is going to look at all that, if it goes to a higher place, I don't know. It's my understanding that a judge, and Miss Attorney Radigan may know better than I do, he's the attorney, but they only look at the minutes, and that's why the minutes are really important for something like that.
So I think my question would be, Mr. Chair, is that what Danielle, the research, if they made copies of her research, should those copies, there's a lot, but should that be a part of the minutes?
The request for that to be part of the case should be reflected in the minutes, and it may be or may not be. It would have been if the minutes were redone, but they weren't. So now we're going to have to go through and start picking them and watching the meeting. I mean, myself, I wouldn't watch the meeting back on the tape, and I had the minutes in front of me, and when I tried to follow it, I couldn't, because there was so much missing that I was having a really hard time following the meeting, because there was just an awful lot of information missing. And other members had the same problem. Who's speaking?
this is me, Roger.
Okay, go ahead, Roger.
Yeah, I didn't want to cut in, but I got to add this. In all the years and all the experience that I have with being on the board, the only true record and the only thing used in court are the minutes, period. None of the recordings, none of the videos are ever used in a court case. It's only the minutes. There was so much testimony that night with Danielle's research and other people on the board who entered information in it from research that they did, and the fact that Danielle asked to have it read into the minutes or recorded into the minutes that night. I remember that distinctly. She asked to have her information put into the minutes. So none of that are in the minutes. So we're all concerned about where this is going to go down the road, or where it could go down the road. And having said that, and having members asking for it to be in the minutes, that was the reason why I asked to have it verbatim, or I put it up for motion for verbatim. The whole board at that point agreed and voted on it. I'm a little miffed why Brian McCarthy would, not come to us and ask us why we did this, first of all, as if we, we just, arbitrarily decide to do things like this. I don't think that's the case. And I think Attorney Radigan's trying to be helpful as far as not overburdening, the recording part of it. But I think he knows that we don't do this on a regular basis. As a matter of fact, I can't remember having a whole meeting, verbatim in all the years that I've been on. But there were sections of those meetings that were verbatim. But in this case here, if you all recall how much pertinent information went into this, and how the bantering went back and forth with Attorney Groff, okay, and the position and the attitude that he presented that night, and the concern of the board members, I think it was prudent for all of us to vote on that for verbatim in this one instance. Not arbitrarily in the future, or I haven't seen it in the past or anything else, but this one is a big deal. So, if the town manager wants to overrule the board, I don't understand that, but, and if there's no contact with us on why we did this, that's also disappointing as far as I'm concerned.
Mr. Chairman, I could respond a little bit.
Yeah, go ahead and respond to that, Jeff.
I just want you to know, and again, I don't feel strongly about this one way or the other, so please don't get the impression that I do. But I know the town administrator watched that meeting, so he's aware of it. And knowing that this was potentially a pretty complex thing, I know he watched it. So I can't speak for him. The memo speaks for itself. I will say, though, that the documentation that Danielle specifically put together, which was a lot of research, was submitted to our department. It's part of the record. It need only be referenced in the minutes that you submitted all that material, and it is part of the record. Because you submit all that material, if this goes to court, you may very well be subpoenaed, which is, is an interesting experience to go through. I've been subpoenaed in court. I think you've got some experience. I don't think that might scare you so much. But the information is not lost. It is just not verbatim or, laboriously built into the minutes. I mean, that is, it's beyond the pale for a local person to try to do verbatim minutes. There's actually, we would have farmed that out to another company. And, that is where Brian said no. So, and the recording secretary is not on my budget. So I have no control over that. She's in the town's budget, and that's managed by the town administrator. So again, I report to him. He said no when we let him know that the board wanted this, but it's not because he's naive about the detail of that. He did watch that meeting. He knows how, how important it is to have a good record. But I think you do. You do not need to have a written document that's hours long to read It's a synopsis. That's what they suggest you do in minutes. The important thing is who was there, what the motions were, and what the vote was. That's the stuff that really is critical. All that other detail will be in this record of this case. So I don't have much more to add, but I think that the impression that you have to have verbatim minutes or you don't have a good record for the court, I think is a fallacy. The attorney actually, feels that the record is pretty strong the way it is, especially if maybe the appropriate thing to do is specifically make reference to the minutes in the area where you were presenting your information, for there to be a note if there isn't already, I haven't looked for it, so I apologize, that the information Ms. Quinn was discussing is in the record and available for inspection by any party, including our counsel or opposing counsel if they should bring a case.
So with that being said, I'm going to go back to what I said a minute ago, which was when I tried to follow the meeting, reading the minutes and watching it on video, and there were major lapses in the minutes. I'm not looking to throw the recording secretary under the bus, but somehow somebody had to decide what was going into the minutes and what was going to be left out of the minutes. You don't need to put this in the minutes today, right now, because it's going to affect you, and I don't think you should even have that in the minutes. But publicly speaking, we had a lot of stuff that we said as planning board members, and it did not make it into the minutes. I mean, literally, there were minutes on end, 3, 4, 5 minute intervals that were just omitted. So how do we, as a planning board, deal with that right now? I mean, we need to figure out a way to live with that, knowing that if this costs the town a lawsuit and a loss of a lawsuit, and we all just let it slide, then we're going to live with that.
The important thing to add, this board's not going to get sued. You can't get sued.
No, I know.
You didn't make a decision.
I know personally the board's not getting sued. We're trying to do what's right for the town, Jeff. We volunteer our time. We don't get paid. You get paid. Brian gets paid. The recording secretary gets paid. None of us get paid. Sorry I'm raising my voice, but we are volunteers trying to do a good job for the town, and we're being hamstrung here by people that are working for the town and getting paid. That's the way this board is looking at this right now.
But the important point to realize is that if there's a lawsuit, it will be the zoning board's decision that gets litigated. They've already approved their minutes, the minutes of this meeting, which are theirs, not yours to approve. So there will be no litigation of this board's decision because you haven't made one. You didn't have an application before you. It was just a preliminary discussion. So if this were to be litigated, where we are right now, it'd be the zoning board, not the planning board's decision that would be a factor. So to the extent that the court would even think that deliberation, because what the zoning board focuses on, they got to hear more than they usually do because of the joint hearing, to be sure. But what their record matters is their hardship arguments, their votes, that whole breakdown of how they voted and why, which is a pretty strong record, I think. But if this were a planning board application, if this wasn't the zoning board and this was planning board, your arguments, I think, would be stronger in terms of litigation, but this board's not going to get sued because they made no decision yet. And may not, unless it because no variance was granted, so you can't hear that case or any version of it until the zoning board either, the applicant either is successful in court suing the town or decides to not pursue the plan.
Mr. Chair, if I may? I think the only thing that concerns me with that statement, Jeff, is that when you look at the case law to the workforce housing, the two cases that we only had to refer to was one in reference to a zoning decision and a planning board member, and within that case law, didn't understand how to address the fair share. And they also, it was just the zoning. It wasn't anything they voted on in front of, it was just discussion. And the judge looked at that and brought that planning board member into his opinion and addressed the fact that that planning board didn't understand how to address the fair share as far as the workforce housing standard according to the statute. So when I did my research, I made sure I didn't really had 2 cases to to reference back to. So I kind of respectfully disagree with that, with what you just stated, because the planning board, it's going to get looked at. The judge is going to look at how the planning board addressed the matter, along with the zoning. It was a joint meeting.
We'll agree to disagree on that one.
Absolutely,
Because
yeah, but that's
I
just
happen to
how-
know it's not going to be that way. It
Okay.
just can't be. They're going to look at the zoning board's record. They're the ones who made a decision.
All right,
And
so
they're the ones who...
we're going in circles here.
Yeah.
So
Mr. Chairman?
somebody could, go ahead, Al.
Yeah, I think that, first of all, if you did verbatim, nobody is going to pour through that, even a judge. They're going to fall asleep doing it. But I think there's no reason why you couldn't just start, like you've got, just highlights, because the thing is, you want people to catch what you want, so highlight it. Here's what happened. For more detail, we can go to this if you want, we can go to the video. But just pick what you think should be in there and put it in there. You know, just a minutes, to find the right spot to put it in and just put it. But I think as the members need to come up, okay, we should have this in, we should have this in, and then decide. I think I think we'd be better off doing that. At least you're satisfied it's in the record, and it's not going to be boring. Somebody's not going to just pass over because it's too goddamn long to read or something like that. So, but that's my suggestion.
Thanks, Al. Anybody else? Anybody want to make a motion as to what we want to do here? Go ahead, Paul.
I agree with Hal. I hate to say this, but what we're looking at is, say if somebody was reporting at our meeting and what was discussed and the basic decisions, but not all the details. And if somebody, if you read a report like that, if you want to look at all the details, well, you can listen to the video, watch the video, or listen to the tape. But you can't do, like I think it's been said, you can't put all the details in the minutes. It's not going to happen in the written minutes.
Okay, thank you, Paul. Anybody else? Anybody want to make a motion? So we can move on.
Mr. Chairman, I initially said that to Mr. Sherman, Mr. Marple's point, and for the sake of moving this along, that we just hold off on approving these minutes tonight until we have time to research the couple of points here that were made by Mr. Marple and Mr. Sherman. So I make a motion that we just hold off on approving these minutes for tonight.
So we have a motion to not approve the minutes tonight and potentially do it at a future meeting, and that would be the minutes of, I'll make sure I get the right date here.
March 15th was the joint hearing. February 18th was your last meeting, which is not, I think, that was just the planning board master plan presentations.
So March 15th?
Yeah. I'm sorry, February 18th was the joint hearing. March 15th was...
February 18th.
Kind of backwards, sorry.
Yeah, I was going to say it didn't work today. So the minutes of February 18th, we're going to hold off approving those on tonight's
I'll
meeting.
second that motion, Mr. Chairman.
So we have a second by, who?
Yep.
Who seconded it?
Mr. Marple.
Roger.
Roger, okay. We have a motion by Mr. Bergeron and a second by Mr. Marple. Danielle, could you read the roll?
Bruce Belapka?
Yes.
Roger Montbleu?
Yes.
Danielle Massey Quinn, yes. Jim Bergeron?
Yes.
Paul Dudek?
Yes.
Tim Doherty?
Yes.
And Kevin Cody?
Yes.
Okay, it's a 7-0-0 vote. We're going to hold off on those minutes. So we have minutes of March 15th. Does anybody have any suggested changes to the March 15th minutes? Hearing no reply from any members of the board, does anybody want to make a motion? A member want to make a motion that we approve the minutes the way they're written?
Mr. Chair, I have one change.
Go ahead.
On line 91, on the meeting minutes, it says Vermont Blue / no name as the motion.
Oh, yeah, I noticed that earlier myself, yeah.
And I watched the tape back, and Mr. Bergeron, Jim Bergeron made the second motion, the second to that.
Okay. Thank you,
I just want to
Danielle.
add in Jim Bergeron.
Yep, because we can't have a motion and no second and then vote on it.
Yeah.
It's a good pickup.
Excuse me? Mr. Chairman, I also need who made the motions to adjourn the meeting and the vote for that, because you guys went into non-public and then it didn't pick back up after.
I can't make out what you're saying.
I need to know who made the motions to adjourn the meeting and what that vote was, because it happened after your non-public session.
Oh, okay. Does anybody remember who made the motion and the second to put in there for adjournment when we're in non-public session?
I think I may have made that motion, Mr. Chairman. Roger Montler.
Yep, I believe it was you, and Jim, were you the second on that?
It was either myself or Mr. Dadak, I think.
Dadak wasn't in.
No, it was either you or Kevin, I think, on that one.
Mr. Cody, was it you or was it I?
I'm pretty sure I made the second on that, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's how I remember it as well. So that would be Mr. Montbleu made the motion and Mr. Cody made the second, for the record. Thank you for pointing that out.
And then, did everyone vote yes?
Yes,
Okay.
it was a 7-0-0 vote. Does anybody else have any other corrections to those minutes? With that being hearing nothing, somebody make a motion to approve the minutes with the amendments?
I'll make a motion to approve the minutes.
Second.
Who seconded that? Bruce? Okay, so we have a motion by Danielle, a second by Bruce. Danielle, would you read the roll?
Roger Montbleu?
Yes.
Danielle Massey Quinn, yes. Kevin Cody?
Yes.
Bruce Belapka?
Yes.
Paul Dadak?
Yes.
Tim Doherty?
Yes.
And Jim Bergeron.
Yes.
Okay, that's a 7-0-0 vote. Those minutes are approved. Okay, now we can get into some business here. We have old business. We have case number PL 2021-00003. It's Danielle and Deborah Constantine Family Revocable Trust, Springdale Lane, proposed lot line adjustment. And see Mr. Maynard coming to the table. Mr. Maynard, will you introduce yourself for the record?
Sure. Good evening. My name is Joseph Maynard. I'm with Benchmark Engineering. I represent the Constant family in the application down on Springdale Road. So,
Mr. Maynard, want to fill us in as to where you're at now?
so at the last meeting, the board asked for Mr. Gowan to reach out to Highway Safety, I think it was, or Fire Department. Fire Department. He's here to answer any questions. I'm not quite sure. I think we're all set with them, but
Yeah, they were in my driveway last week. I thought maybe they were looking for Springdale Lane. They came down with the engine, so I was talking to them for 20 minutes or so. It turned out they were just on a routine drive around through the neighborhood, so I don't know if they eventually ended up over there or not. They said they were going to use a forestry truck.
They did, I don't mind reading into the memo, or reading in the record, if that would be helpful.
That would be good, yes, thank you.
Okay, this letter from the Pelham Fire Chief, James Midgley, was dated March 31, 2021, regarding Springdale Lane. Chairman Doherty and members of the planning board, I was asked by Planning Director Gowan to evaluate some boulders that were put in place at the end of Springdale, he says Ave, I think it's Lane. As I drove down Springdale, it was evident that there are many bigger issues with gaining access to the area. Upon entering the street, I noticed that there is a tree that is in the lane of travel. The road snakes around the tree in a very narrow fashion. At the end of the road, where it turns left, there is a large rock with a stump next to it. I questioned if my smallest engine would be able to make the turn. The location where the boulders are present are far less of a concern for me to gaining access to Springdale Lane. I do believe that the boulders that were put in place need to be pushed back 3 feet to allow access for a engine company to work around the truck if we were able to get an engine down there. I'm unsure of the benefit to narrowing an area of road where public safety, I think he means is widening. I'm unsure of the benefit of widening an area road where the public safety vehicles will already have difficulty traveling in because of the natural topography. If you require any further information, please contact me. I know I've been down in that area and around the pond with the fire chief on a number of occasions, especially when we went through these painful round of readdressing, changing some names of roads and things a few years ago. And it is, you know, as he mentioned to you, he said he would probably dispatch forestry trucks. They used to have 1 or 2 old Dodge Power Wagons that they would send in these tight spots or out to brush fires where the roads aren't good enough to handle a full-size engine. So boulders sound like the least of the issues down there. I would advise that this not hold up this simple lot line adjustment any further. The members of the community that live down there would have some shared responsibility, far beyond, I think, that the applicants before the board tonight, to undertake a very costly project to make that area more accessible for emergency responders and fire equipment. So, you know, it's the boulders, easy enough to fix, moving back 3 feet, but that doesn't make a lick of difference to him getting into the area. It is something that I think it's kind of beyond the planning board to address. It's something that could become some kind of neighborhood project, but when you're talking about bettering roads, and I don't live on a private road, I know the chair does, and maybe a couple of, I don't think Jim does, but, I think Mr. Black may live on a private road, I'm not sure. But they are the responsibility of the residents to take care of, and in some instances, that's a tall order to try to make them more navigable. So yeah, I'm not even sure how that, maybe we get some kind of grant at some point to do some improvements to those roads down there, but you know, that is either going to be a privately pursued project, because if it's a town pursued project, we're talking about trying to bring them up to town road standards, and I don't know how you do that around the ponds.
You mentioned that you were down there in those areas when they changed some of the names of the roads. I had a meeting with selectmen, some of the selectmen, about that on my road, and they basically told me that they have no records of that being done. Do you remember what year that was done?
Not only that, but I have every letter that went out to every resident about their address change. So, again, the memory fails with the detail, but I have every lick of that information in our office.
You do have that information?
Sure.
All right, I'd be interested in finding out when I went from Webster Ave to Wood Road.
Sure, and we did, Wood Road, that goes back a ways. But we have had, one important reason to keep that information is sometimes a utility company says, you never changed, this isn't the official name of your road, in which case I take some pleasure in sending them a letter and saying, you guys don't make that decision, the town did, here's evidence of it. Right. So I would be happy, in fact, I'll make a note to try to find that for your property.
Yeah, I would appreciate that.
Well, I'll ask your address again afterwards.
Yep, thank you. All right, so that pretty much becomes a non-issue then. Well, does Mr. Bergeron, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to ask, in sequence, Mr. Maynard a question, and then you a question, and perhaps clarification from Jeff on my question. And it's a question to do with housekeeping for this particular application. So the question to Mr. Maynard is, this lot line change that we're discussing tonight, am I not mistaken, this creates another lot?
No. No, I have two lots here right now. One is a larger lot that's a little over 2 acres in size, and I've got another lot that's it's 0.14 acres in size. So all we're doing is adjusting the lot line between the two properties. So we're creating one conforming 1 acre lot that sits at the top of the property, and the remainder of the residual land gets merged with the house that's down near the water.
All right, thank you for that answer. And so, Mr. Chairman, now my question to you is, because you are familiar with this neighborhood and the things that encumber that neighborhood as far as fire and life safety access, you had mentioned one time to me that it was something to the effect of that the selectmen have jurisdiction over notification to the people who live upon those private ways, that the town cannot be held liable for emergency response, should there be a need for emergency response, and say you couldn't get a pump truck down there, or say unfortunately an ambulance couldn't get down there to get somebody in time to save their lives, actually. So I just want to be sure that this board, I know it's a simple lot line change, but I want to be sure that, are we covering all our bases as far as liability here by making any adjustments, or when we do create new lots, maybe not so much about this case, but what you both might know about that, because I know you're particularly familiar with it, Mr. Chairman. I think we've had this conversation in private before, and Mr. Gowan may know what the legal procedure is for just warning those people that, hey, we can't get a truck or an ambulance to you. You're in dire straits should something happen, and you need to know that.
That's, if I may, I think that's a very reasonable question. I wouldn't dare put my experience over the fire chiefs in that, although it's something I can certainly look into, can talk to legal about it. Because one thing I can tell you about our guys at the fire department, they're going to get to a hurt individual. They'll get that ambulance as close as they can, and they will beat feet, hundreds of feet if they have to grab that person. When it comes to the dwellings, I think that they are perhaps more likely to suffer that fire damage, even a total loss perhaps, than my house or some of the houses that are more easily accessible. The fire department will always do its best. I know these guys, they do not fool around. But there's going to be places that are harder to get to, around the ponds, some of those tight streets. We've got some properties in other, that you have to go around the Horn into Salem to get to. Those are the ones more at risk. I do not know if there's, an obligation legally, which I think is what Jim's asking, or if there's an ability to somehow warn those residents so that maybe they look into a sprinkler system or something that might better protect their property than relying on getting a fire engine in a really tough place. I will certainly ask that question, get back to the board with an answer.
In my neighborhood, Jim, it's irrelevant, because the fire trucks come down there all the time, just routinely drive in and out of my neighborhood. Like says they were there last week, and they use my driveway to turn around because it's very, very wide. I made sure that I specifically keep that driveway clear. I park my vehicles back to make sure that, safety vehicles and delivery vehicles have my driveway to turn around at all the time.
Your street, Mr. Chairman, is a major highway compared to Springdale Avenue. I'm not looking to slow this thing down or change it. I just want to make sure that people do understand there's potential down there for two lots. There's only a dwelling on one lot, I believe. Mr. Maynard, probably, there's not a dwelling on both of these lots.
No.
So there is a potential for another one. So I think at that time, I think it becomes the selectman's responsibility upon the issuance of a building permit. I think there is some sort of legal jargon, Mr. Gowan, that you might come up with that. I know Mr. Doherty spoke about it once, that at that point in time, when people have to be made aware that, hey, this lot you're buying up here in Pelham on this street, you may pay a higher premium for fire protection, and you may not get the fire department there with our beautiful ambulance. They may come down the road on a stretcher to get you.
I'll look into it.
All right, you all set with that, Jim, for the?
Yeah, I just don't want to incur any liability for the board in the future, that's all. I'm not trying to stop.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think there's any liability on the board.
Just, if I get it out there and say it, it shouldn't be, there should be a lot less. This is New Hampshire.
Mr. Leonard, would you be able to get your client to push those boulders back a couple of feet?
Yeah, I can have them pull those boulders back 3 feet, so.
That'd be good. That way, we make our fire department semi-happy with that, but I don't believe we have any ability to do what else they asked about a tree in the road or stuff like that, because it is a private driveway. Any members of the board have any questions or comments about any of this?
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, who's speaking? For some reason, my Zoom's not loading.
It's Mike Sherman.
Go ahead, Mike.
Mr. Leonard, could we get your client to maybe pull that stump back when he pulls those large rocks back, please?
The only concern I have with pulling a stump like that out would be that the roots are probably under that road system, and if it's a paved surface, I'd be concerned about ripping the road out with it at the same time. Like I said, I can easily have them move the boulders back, but the stump, the concern I have would be impacting the road.
How about gravel?
Okay, so the stump's still in the ground then, right?
That's what it sounds like. I'm unaware where that is in the road, but it sounds like it's right up against the side of it.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure it wasn't one that he pushed over there with the stones, as to block access or something, so if you could just please look at that and just make sure for us.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, if the stump is still in the ground, this is Kevin Cody, sorry. If the stump is still in the ground, I don't think they can touch it if it's close to the water, right?
If it's within, I think, 150 feet.
It's in the woodlands buffer, you're not supposed to rip the stump out, but my guess is it's probably closer to the 250 than it is to the 150 setback.
Right, so probably it could be, but it could definitely be ground down. Shoreline allows you to do that. They just don't allow you to rip out stumps that are within, I think, 150 feet of the water.
Yeah, but also if it's a hazard, they'll let you take it too, so.
Yeah.
I'm not sure, Mr. Chairman, but I'm not even sure that we know if that stump has got anything to do with your client's properties. Do you?
No, it might not even be my client, it could be someone else on the road.
I think it's significantly further up towards at least what I gathered from the chief, and I didn't go down with him. But, maybe I'll invite myself along and see if he can go back down again, and we'll try to figure out what those impediments are and just try to size up how big a deal this is. Not related to your client, but in general.
Okay, any other members have any questions or comments?
Mr. Chairman, do we need to just move on this, or what's?
You got to still open it to the public, even though there's nobody present. There could be somebody zoomed in.
Yeah.
Hearing no response. All right, I guess I will open it to the public at this point, then we can bring it back to the board after that. Are there any members of the public that would like to address this case? I don't see any on my notes here, but I'm still asking. And hearing no response, I have some for the other cases. I'm going to bring it back to the board, close it to the public. Mr. Maynard, what would you like to see the board act on this tonight?
I would, if possible.
So you'd like to get your lot line adjustment approved tonight?
Mr. Chairman, I'm assuming from, I forgot who recommended it now, it was somebody on the phone, that I jotted down a condition, if the board is inclined to proceed, that the boulders or the rocks in question be moved back 3 feet. The applicant's engineer indicated that that was a reasonable thing to do. That's the only condition I have presently, if you are going to entertain a motion.
Yep. Does anybody have any other conditions for approval of this lot line adjustment? Hearing no response from members of the board, would somebody like to make a motion with the condition of pushing those boulders back 3 feet, that we approve this plan? This lot line adjustment?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make that motion, subject to pushing the boulders back at least 3 feet.
Is this Roger?
Paul Dudek will second the motion.
Was the motion made by Roger Montlo?
Yes.
Okay, so we have a motion by Roger, and we have a second by, is that Paul?
Paul Dudek.
Paul Dudek, okay. Danielle, would you read the roll?
Kevin Cody,
Yes.
Bruce Palapka,
Yes.
Paul Dudek,
Yes.
Danielle Massey Quinn, yes. Jim Bergeron,
Yes.
Roger Mumpu,
Yes.
and Tim Doherty.
Yes. That's a 7-0-0 vote. Your lot line adjustment has been approved. Thank you, Mr. Maynard.
Thank you.
Okay, under new business, we would have case number PL 2021-00004. It's C&E Properties LLC is the owner. Victor and, his owner is Rodriguez, and then it's got a comma, Victor and Amy Castles. Sean and Jennifer are the applicants. Canal Ave, proposed two-lot subdivision and lot line adjustment with lot 12-98. And we would need to have the abutters read into the record. So, do we have an abutters list to read? Danielle, could you find that if possible? And Mr. Maynard, I see you still sitting there, so will you be representing the applicant tonight?
I will.
Could you, for the record, state who you are again?
Sure. My name is Joseph Maynard. I'm with Benchmark Engineering. I represent the two owners in this project. The first is Victor and Amy Rodriguez, and Jennifer and Sean Castles, and the other one is C&E Properties Unlimited LLC.
Danielle, could you either read the abutters or get the list over to Mr. Gowan so that he could read it into the record?
You go right ahead, Danielle. I'm not reading the abutters anymore.
You sure?
Yep.
All right.
I butcher the French names more than anybody else.
I'll bet you some now, it's good. We have C&E Properties Unlimited, 100 Bridge Street, Victor and Amy Rodriguez, and Jennifer and Sean Castles, 63 Nashua Road, John D. Davis Family Trust, 37 Webster Avenue, Anthony Vinvergiger, or Guerra, II, 38 Webster Ave, Daniel and Ashley Melanzano, 36 Webster Ave, Matthew and Tina Consoli, 34 Webster Ave, Laura and Robertson Stewart and Jr., P.O. Box 1004, SMD Wynn Realty Trust, Stephen and Deborah Wynn, 7 Kinnell Ave, Alexander Ib, and Nicole Kincolt, 9 Kindle Ave, Mark and Allison Lister, 8 Kinnell Ave, Marjorie Kraus, 10 Kinnell Ave, Kenneth and Marianne Kira, 12 Kinnell Ave, Cheryl Marie Barry and Scott Adams, 6 Doreen Drive, William and Patricia McCormick, 8 Doreen Drive, Town of Pelham, 6 Village Green, John and Daniel Shaheen, 182 Lions Mouth Road, Amesbury, Massachusetts, Lisa and Sean Poulter, 778 Merrimack Ave, Drake, Mass. Martha and Frederick Poulter Jr., 8706 Peachtree Park, it looks like Windermere, Florida, and Pelham, New Hampshire. That's just how it's listed. And 22 Little Island Park Realty Trust, 17 Little Island Park, Mark and Susan Hilbert, P.O. Box 531 Pelham, Roseworth and Jeffrey Norton, 15 Little Island Park, Michael Lane II, 14 Little Island Park, Thomas and Christine Denny, 10 Little Island Park, Daniel and Sharon Ilge, P.O. Box 80 in Pelham, Ralph Capless, 49 to 51 Webster Ave, George and Sandra Drollet, 50 Webster Ave, Christina Mark Gravel, 41 to 43 Webster Ave, Molly Family Trust, 39 Webster Ave, and that is it.
Thank you for doing that.
You're welcome.
Okay, Mr. Maynard, want to fill us in on what
Sure.
you have here?
So what we have here is 2 properties. The first is map 23, lot 12-98. This is a landlocked piece of land that was about 6 acres in size. The other property we're talking about is map 23, lot 12-99-04. That lot's about 17 acres in size. The properties fall in the town's residential zone, and the land in general slopes from Kinnell Ave downhill towards Little Island Pond. The properties are well outside of shoreline protection, and both of these 2 lots are actually undeveloped. We were at the Zoning Board of Adjustment back in December of 2020. The primary objective of that variance that was granted was to Article 2, Section Definitions, Frontage, and Article 3, Section 30712, Table 1, Table of Dimensional Requirements, and also 37-13B and 30714. And primarily what that variance was for was to allow the landlocked property to be accessed through an easement on the abutting lot. Both of those 2 new lots that are coming out of 12-99-4 meet the town's 200-foot of frontage requirement. They meet all of the building envelope and things that are part of your ordinance. But the lot that's landlocked needs to be able to get into it from this adjacent piece of property. So primarily the plan that's before you, there's 2 parts to it. The first part is a lot line adjustment between the landlocked property and the adjacent piece that we're subdividing. And the second part of that is the subdivision of the larger tract into just 2 building lots. That'll both be about 10 acres, 9.7 acres in size. So each of these lots will be serviced with an on-site well and a septic system. But that's all we're looking for, is to build 3 single-family residential homes on these properties, 1 on each lot. I do have 3 waivers that I did ask for as part of the application. The first one deals with your site-specific soil mapping. Again, these are very large properties. We did numerous test pits on the land to meet state subdivision rules and septic rules. The second one deals with driveways and how a lot has to have access from where it has its legal frontage, being that we have the landlocked property and the variance that I think is necessary. And the last one deals with your common driveway rules, which I'm not sure if you feel it'll apply, but I felt safe to ask for it just in case. So
Mr. Chairman, I suggest that the board accept the plan for consideration and so you can discuss the requested waivers.
Okay, members of the board have any initial comments? We have, anybody want to make a motion that we accept this plan for consideration?
Mr. Chairman, I'll make that motion that we accept this plan for consideration. It's Jim Bergeron.
We have a motion to accept the plan for consideration. We have a second.
I'll second. Sorry, Paul.
Okay, Paul Dyak, I'll second.
There you go.
Okay, so we have a second from Paul. Danielle, would you read the roll?
Paul Dyak?
Yes?
Bruce Barapka?
Yes.
Kevin Cody?
Yes.
Jim Bergeron?
Yes.
Danielle Massey Quinn, yes. Roger Montbleu?
Yes?
And Tim Doherty.
Yes. That's a 7-0-0 vote. Okay. We have a page here that's got the 3 waivers that the applicant is looking to get on this development. We would need to accept those for consideration so that we can discuss them or approve them or not. Okay, let's make a motion that we accept the waivers individually for consideration. We have one for section 202-3B4, site-specific soil mapping.
Mr. Chairman, could I make a motion to accept the site-specific soil map waiver for consideration?
Okay, we have a motion.
Jim Bergeron.
For Mr. Bergeron. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Second, Chip.
Well, whoever that was, Danielle beat you to it, so we have a motion by Jim, and we have a second by Danielle. Danielle, would you read the roll?
Roger Montbleu?
Yes?
Danielle Massey Quinn, yes. Kevin Cody?
Yes.
Bruce Barapka?
Yes.
Paul Dyak?
Yes.
Tim Doherty?
Yes.
Jim Bergeron?
Yes.
That's a 7-0-0 vote. That waiver has been accepted for consideration. I have a waiver, it's 203-1F for the driveways. Do we have a motion to accept that for consideration?
I'll make that motion, Mr. Chairman. Roger Montbleu.
Okay, Roger. Do we have a second?
Paul Dyak, I'll second it.
Thank you, Paul. We have a motion and a second. Danielle, would you read the roll?
Bruce Barapka?
Yes.
Roger Montbleu?
Yes?
Danielle Massey Quinn, yes. Jim Bergeron?
Yes.
Paul Dyak?
Yes.
Tim Doherty?
Yes.
Kevin Cody?
Yes.
That is a 7-0-0. That motion has been accepted for consideration. We have one more waiver that they're requesting from section 205-6C, the common driveway. Would somebody make a motion that we accept that for consideration?
I'll make that motion, Mr. Chairman. Roger Montbleu.
Okay, we have a motion by Roger. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Danielle is seconding the motion. Danielle, would you read the roll?
Kevin Cody?
Yes.
Bruce Barapka?
Yes.
Paul Dyak?
Yes.
Danielle Massey Quinn, yes. Jim Bergeron?
Yes.
Roger Montbleu?
Yes?
Tim Doherty?
Yes, that's a 7-0-0 vote, so all 3 waivers have now been accepted for consideration. All right, so now we can have some discussions about the plan. Guess the first question I would have for members of the board, do we want to send this off for review from Mr. Keach?
Mr. Chairman, my particular opinion is that these lots are large enough size that I think that there'd be adequate room for this. I think Mr. Maynard has, I'm just repeating what he said, these are large lots. There'll be no problem with meeting any dimensional setbacks for wells, radii, and EDA areas, septics. I don't see where it's particularly complicated where the board can't deal with it without having to send it off for peer review.
Mr. Chairman, I would agree with Mr. Bergeron's assessment. We're not building any roads, it's just a driveway, so.
Yep.
There would be no likely drainage, detention, that kind of thing.
And Mr. Chair, this is Paul Dudek. I agree with the two previous comments. It doesn't seem to be a complicated plan.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments from members on that particular question? All right. So do we have any questions or concerns about anything here? I have one myself. I was a little kind of wondering if we should have seen a waiver request for irregular lot shapes, but there's not really much they can do about it, given the shape of the parcel of the property.
Mr. Chairman, this is Mike Sherman. I have one comment I'd like to make to Mr. Maynard about the shared driveway.
Go ahead, Mike.
I know we do this a lot, in a lot of cases, because of the way these properties are laid out, it just makes sense. But for someone that's lived on a shared driveway for almost 30 years, they don't always work out. As far as expenses and everything like that. So I would like to see us, when we can, not agree with shared driveways. In a case like this, it just makes too much sense to do it. But we've had a few that have come up that we've done it to save the applicant and builders a little money, and the driveways have been a little bit longer, and I think the only way you can get around issues that, like I've had, is to go to court. So if you can arrange to do the building somehow and put two driveways in and not have to go through that for the future landowners, we should. But in this case, I agree it should go through this way. Thank you.
Thanks, Mike. Mr. Manning, what is the width of that proposed driveway, shared driveway?
The driveway easement itself, it ranges from 24 to 30 feet in width.
That's the easement.
Right. So the shared driveway, the width of the pavement, is that what you're asking? As I read your driveway regulations, it's not long enough that it would have to be wider than 12 feet. With where the houses will sit on these lots, the branch, I guess you could say, in the driveway itself will be about 150 feet back from the road. It's a family that's developing this, so one of the landlocked property is the father, the daughters are each building on the other two lots, and so it's a shared in that one side, but once you get past the lot corner, it splits is the plan that we have for the septics for those properties.
So the easement itself would be wide enough to essentially, if there were problems down the road, to
It could be.
widen it up so they
You
could
put
have two vehicles on it at the same time?
You could, yes.
Does so you said it was how wide, 30?
No, the easement width ranges from 24 feet wide to 30 feet wide.
Okay. So the narrowest part is about 24, so if they were to have problems down the road, they could widen that up. Mr. Bauer?
I would just suggest, I know, I believe this has already been undertaken, but I would suggest a condition, again, to the plan, if it is something the board will consider approving either tonight or in a subsequent meeting, that the easement for a driveway actually be a recorded easement, and that there's some common sense language applied to that, like you don't block, no one parks their car on the shared section before the branch. I mean, I don't know why they would, but we want to be sure a fire engine can get down that too, and if you got insufficient width and someone decides to park there and block it, I mean, you get my point. I think if there's reasonable easement language that I don't think we necessarily wordsmith, but just to be sure something's recorded, so that down the road, when it's not families living there, that lives on and gives everybody protection from, potential misbehavior or whatever you want to call it.
Mr. Chair, I was glad that Jeff mentioned that, because it seemed to have, maybe I'm misremembering, but there should be something in writing as a deed description. So as Jeff said, in the future, if it's not two family members that have these lots, that it's clearly stated what the restrictions are, what the responsibilities are for the driveway easement.
And if I could add, the recorded part's important, and I know that's not the case with these clients of Mr. Maynard's, but I've seen families fighting over this stuff too, so it just protects everyone if we can be sure that it's recorded and not just living someplace in our planning department files, but anyone can discover it at the registry.
No, we'll make sure of that. I as someone who sat in court for 4 days over a driveway dispute before, everything will be covered in that, including utilities for the units or the individual lots and so forth, so.
So, Mr. Chairman, if I could, to Mr. Maynard, to these points, these fine points that Mr. Gowan and Mr. Dadek made, so it'll be subject to an approval, this particular plan would be subject to an approval that those conditions be in place before the plans get signed, is that okay?
Typically, it would get recorded at the same time, but in this case, the town records the Mylar.
If you have that document, I don't mean to break in, Mr. Chairman.
Good.
If you have that document when I go to the registry, record it, or my successor goes to
We could give you with a check for that, and it could
That's
get
fine.
recorded. Okay.
And this is the kind of, this doesn't have any simultaneous recording like a restriction on sale of lots. I'm not going to have any objection if you go record it, as long as we're happy with the plan you submit and the board signs it. But we do want, that, I would put a condition prior to building permit issuance, that we have evidence in our files and at the registry. That gives you adequate time, because I don't think they're rushing to a building permit on this, but it's a reasonable condition to be satisfied. And it's of course up to the board. They put the condition at whatever point they feel is appropriate. But certainly prior to building permit issuance would be reasonable, I think. Oh, and I should add that, as we always do, I'd like to have that easement looked at by our attorney to be sure it's not missing anything. No offense to whatever attorney's putting it together.
Danielle?
On the lot land, is that just with the two family members, with those two parcels?
So,
Or is the lot
the
land-
landlocked lot, which
Landlocked,
it's
yeah.
going from 6 acres down to 4.6 acres, that's one lot, and then the larger tract is being subdivided into 2 house lots. So there's a 17-acre tract that's getting a piece of the landlocked piece, it's getting about 2 acres of that, and then we're dividing it right down the middle. Each lot gets one lot's 9.77 acres, the other one's 9.78 acres.
Yeah, but that land's only shared between those two.
Yeah.
Correct, okay.
So, am I right that your question was, there's a second driveway to the third lot? Is that what you asked?
Second driveway, there's two driveways being proposed
Right,
on
two
Pelham.
driveways, yeah.
That's all, yes. So,
Okay, so I'll let the board know that I've walked this property quite a few times, years gone by on the previous owner. It's a nice piece of land. These lots will be nice in there, very good sized lots. And I don't really see any issues with what they're doing, other than I really don't like the common driveway either for use other than for emergency reasons, when you're on a bad corner, a bad road or whatnot, but in this particular case, it's not a long driveway, and it's making use of a really nice piece of land for some big lots, so I'm in agreement with what the other board members said about, having this common driveway acceptable to these lots. At this point, I think I'll open it up to the public. So I believe there are some people that would like to potentially talk about this plan from the public. Is there anybody out there that would like to discuss this plan? Looks like we have potentially 3 or 4 people. Looks like a Jen Castles, a Sherilyn, Amy, and a Dan. Any of those people out there? Would anybody like to chime in on this? I don't see anybody listed.
Hi, this is Sherilyn.
Hi, Sherilyn.
I just have a question, sorry, I had to cut out for 1 second, it got a little noisy here.
Yeah, can you tell us where you live?
My question was just to clarify,
Where do you
at
live,
this
Sherilyn?
time, there are 2 houses being built within the 18 acres, they're being split into 2 9-acre parcels. There are no other proposed houses at this time? Correct.
Sherilyn, where do you live?
I live on Doreen Drive. I am in a butter to one of the proposed lots. They've been surveying my backyard.
You need an actual number, an actual address.
Oh, I'm sorry, 6.
6 Doreen Drive?
Doreen, yes.
Okay. All right, this proposed subdivision is for 3 houses with 2 driveways onto Canal Avenue. So when you first come onto Canal on the right-hand side, that Joe, is one of them going to be where the trail is that's going down into the woods?
roughly where the trail is, yeah.
Approximately where the trail is, is that the shared driveway?
Roughly, yes.
Yeah. And then just maybe another 100 feet up will probably be the other driveway?
Correct.
Does that answer your question?
Yes, so 3 proposed houses. So 2 driveways with 3 houses.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Is there anybody else?
Hi, Sherilyn.
Hi, could you
My
state
name is
who?
Amy.
Hi.
Hi. I will hopefully be your neighbor someday. I will be abutting you in the back. I'm on that section, that long section that's closest to Kittle and Doreen.
Amy, is this Amy?
Yes.
Okay, we didn't catch your name or your last name or your address.
Amy Rodriguez,
And what
63 Nashville Road. Joe Maynard is speaking on our behalf of this project. Myself, my sister, and my dad are planning on building 3 houses there.
Oh, okay.
Okay, okay, thank you. I believe I coached your daughter in soccer. Okay.
Who just said that?
The previous abutter.
Oh, okay.
So, okay, thank you very much for clarifying the number of houses and the number of driveways. Thank you.
Do we have anybody else? I have a Jen Castles on my list here and a Dan. Would either of you like to speak?
Jen is one of the clients, Jen
Oh.
Castles.
Okay.
She's one of the property owners.
And how about Dan? I just have a single name Dan here on my,
I don't know.
I have no idea.
Yeah, this is Dan Milano's home over at 36 Webster. I don't have anything to add. I'm in support of the project.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anybody else that might be listening that's either phoned in or zoomed in? Okay, hearing no response, I'm going to close it to the public, bring it back to the board. All right, anybody have any more input, members of the board? Seeing no response here in the room, how about the zoomed-in members? All right, do we feel a need to bring this back at a future meeting, or does somebody want to make a motion to approve this plan, or we don't see...
Waivers first, approval waivers first.
Yeah, no, that's right, we accept them for consideration, but we do not approve the waivers.
Yep, we have it.
Is that Mr. Gowan that just pointed that
Yeah,
out?
sorry, yeah, I didn't mean to jump in.
Thank you, Mr. Gowan. So we need to, before we go any further, we would need to approve those waivers, if that would be the, what the members of the board would like to do.
Mr. Chairman, I think I made the motion to accept the waiver for consideration for waiving the site-specific soil analysis. So I would like to, if I could, make a motion to approve that waiver for them to be able to waive the site-specific soil mapping because of the size of these lots. This is a particularly large, a beautiful subdivision, and I think it's pretty apparent for all of us that know that land. It easily meets the requirements that I said earlier, dimensional, septic, well, all that setback, building envelope, it's all there, it's easy.
Okay, so we have a motion to approve the waiver of section 202-3B4 by Mr. Bergeron. Do we have a second?
Second.
Is that Bruce that seconded it? Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Danielle, would you read the roll?
Paul Dudek,
Yes.
Bruce Belapka,
Yes.
Kevin Cody,
Yes.
Jim Bergeron,
Yes.
Danielle Massey Quinn, yes. Roger Montbleu,
I think you did Roger twice. Did you? No?
No.
Roger,
I did Paul first.
okay. Roger, are you there? I think you...
Yes, I had to go to the bedroom.
Okay,
Real
there we
quick. I have to go to the restroom real quick, I'm here.
Okay, so are you a yes, Roger? On that, approving the first waiver?
Yes.
Okay,
Tim Doherty,
yes, that's a 7-0-0 vote. That waiver is approved. All right, we have a waiver that we have accepted for consideration, which is 203-1F for the driveways. Would somebody like to make a motion that we approve that waiver?
I'll make that motion, Mr. Chairman.
Is that Roger?
Yes, that's Roger.
Okay, Roger, made a motion to approve that waiver. Do we have a second?
I'll second that, Mr. Chairman. Jim Bergeron.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Danielle, would you read the roll?
Roger Montbleu,
Yes.
Danielle Massey Quinn, yes. Kevin Cody?
Yes.
Bruce Belapka?
Yes.
Paul Dudek?
Yes.
Tim Doherty?
Yes.
Jim Bergeron?
Yes.
Okay, that's a 7-0 vote. That waiver has been approved. We have another waiver that we accepted for consideration. It was section 205-6C, the common driveway. We had lengthy discussion on that already. Would somebody like to make a motion that we approve that waiver?
I'll make the motion. Oh, go ahead.
I'll make the motion, Mr. Chairman.
Is this Roger?
Roger.
Yeah,
Okay, so Roger has made a motion to approve that waiver.
and I'll second it. Paul Dudek.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Danielle, would you read the roll?
Bruce Belapka?
Yes.
Roger Montbleu?
Yes.
Danielle Massey Quinn, yes. Jim Bergeron?
Yes.
Paul Dudek?
Yes.
Tim Doherty?
Yes.
Kevin Cody?
Yes.
Okay, that's a 7-0 vote. That motion, that waiver has been approved. So that is, all of the waivers are all approved. And now we have the recorded easement for the driveways prior to the building permit was a discussion as one of the conditions of approval, if we were to approve this plan. Were there any other discussions, suggestions of conditions of approval by anybody? Seeing and hearing no response. We had good response from the abutters and members of the board.
Mr. Chairman, I drafted some wording for that easement, or that condition, if and when it's appropriate to read it.
Yeah, could you read that into the record then, Mr. Gowan, so we can hear that?
Sure. What I have here is a must-have recorded easement for shared driveway access, reviewed by town council and found satisfactory, and recorded prior to the issuance of building permits for any of the 3 lots. This seems to be pretty clear.
Yeah, that sounds good to me. Any questions from board members? Would anybody like to make a motion to approve the plan with that condition as stated by Mr. Gowan?
Paul Dudek, I'll make that motion.
So we have a motion to approve the plan with that condition,
Second, Jim Bergeron.
and a second. Danielle, would you read the roll?
Kevin Cody?
Yes.
Bruce Belapka?
Yes.
Paul Dudek?
Yes.
Danielle Massey Quinn, yes. Jim Bergeron?
Yes.
Roger Montbleu?
Yes.
Tim Doherty? Yes. That would be a 7-0 vote. Mr. Maynard, your plan has been approved.
Thank you.
Okay. There was going to be a case in front of us tonight that was PL 2021-00005, and they have withdrawn till further notice to allow time for the applicant to correct errors and notice to abutters. And did I get that correct, Mr. Gowan?
Yes, you did, sir.
Okay, so that being the case, we're going to move on to the next case that's in front of us, and that would be case PL 2021-00006, which is SBJ Land Holdings, and that's 13 Main Street, site plan review for a conditional use permit to construct proposed 4,800 square foot mixed-use building and a retail office and 6 residential housing units. Mr. Bergeron?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I believe one of the principals involved in this project is a direct relative, so I'm going to step down for this one.
Okay, Mr. Thomas, you're going to be voting in place of Mr. Bergeron? Danielle, if you make a note of that when we're doing voting, that it would be Mr. Thomas, Mr. Thomas instead of Mr. Bergeron? For this case, yeah, Sam's going to vote. And I'm assuming you were probably looking for the abutters list there?
I got it.
Thank you very much for
Okay,
doing what you do.
Okay, we have Prude Home Properties LLC, 7 Main Street, Clark Living Trust, 15 Main Street, St. Patrick's Church, 135 Ash Street, St. Patrick's Church, 135 Ash Street, Beaverbrook Housing Association, 15 Main Street. And that's all I got.
Okay, thank you. For the record, could you introduce yourself, Mr. Maynard?
This is Joe Maynard, Benchmark Engineering. I represent SBJ Land Holdings in the application before you tonight for the property at 13 Main Street. So,
Okay. Give us a little rundown of what you got going on here.
all right, so what we have here is a property that's in the town's MUZD zone, the multi-use zone in the center of town. The lot itself is about 2.5 acres in size. There are no wetlands on the property. The soils on site are like the rest of the center of town. They're all sandy soils with deep water tables. Currently, this lot is undeveloped, and Pennachuck Water is in Main Street, and it's also along the private driveway that accesses this property and the property behind it. We're looking to develop this with a conditional use permit required by the board. The development is in 2 parts. So one part of this is an office retail type building of about 4,800 square feet in size. There'll be a parking lot that'll separate this from a multi-tenant or a 6-unit residential building that'll be constructed at the rear of the property. Each unit within that building will have its own septic system, and they'll all be tied into Pennachuck Water. When we look at your conditional use permit requirements, there's a couple of things that we need to show. The main item is the sewage loading. It's a calculation we do based upon the soils on the lot that show how many gallons per day the property can actually support. When we look at this piece of land, those calculations show it can support about 2,855 gallons per day. With the uses that we're proposing in this property, the residential uses would utilize a big chunk of that, and the commercial building at the front of this property would allow for about 1,055 gallons per day, which could service just about any type of commercial use, including a restaurant, a dentist, doctor's office, any of those type of things. Because the soils on site are extremely well-drained soils, we've managed to design this property with an underground stormwater system. That stormwater system will be constructed under the commercial parking lot. It's actually sized to handle the entire development on the property, including the residential component and the commercial side of this. The other thing on this to talk about is that private driveway that exists in front of this property already has a sidewalk that runs along it and ties into the one that is in Main Street. When we look also under your requirements, a 15-foot setback is required, and we're able to provide that. The buildings all have to be under 35 feet in height, which they all are. parking, as you look at this property, we're trying to maintain a minimum of 2 spaces for each of the residential units. And the commercial parking lot would have about 19.2 spaces, or it would require 19.2 spaces, and we're proposing 20 to go with that. When we look at building appearance, I know that was a concern at the last meeting, so they went back to the drawing board and we submitted some application in the packages of what the 2 buildings would look like. And then the last thing is we have a couple of waivers that we'd like to ask for as part of this application. The first one being site-specific soil mappings. The second one deals with the parking island requirement, and that one deals with when you have more than 20 spaces, we're supposed to put islands in the middle of the parking. In this case, the whole parking lot's only 20 spaces. It's in 2 rows of 10, and we're trying not to put an island in the center of that. Third requirement would be a landscape architect requirement, and the fourth one would just be able to do the septic system designs prior to approval, designs after approval of the plan, so, and prior to the issuance of the building permits.
All right. The plan looks like it's ready. Mr. Balaka?
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion to accept this plan for consideration.
Okay, we have a motion to accept the plan for consideration. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Go ahead.
Oops. I'll second.
Yeah, so Danielle Macy Quinn has
For Paul.
seconded it, so we have a motion and a second. Not fast enough, Paul. Paul, would you read the roll?
Paul Dydek,
Yes.
Bruce Palapka,
Yes.
Kevin Cody,
Yes.
Samuel Thomas,
Yes?
Danielle Massey Quinn, yes. Roger Montbleu,
Yes?
Tim Doherty.
Yes, that's 7-0 vote to accept the plan for consideration. Joe, could you repeat what the available septic load would be for the commercial building?
1,055 gallons per day.
1055?
Yes.
Okay. When we get change of uses going on over the years, we'll just have to make sure we stay within that for whatever you're going to get for customers in that building.
Right. Typically, in the past, when it's a commercial building like this, prior to a new tenant coming in, somebody like myself has to do an evaluation of what's in the building, what the uses are. The nice benefit to something like this is that if metered readings are put in right from the beginning, which will be a Penachuk water system, we can use metered readings to adjust that and gain more capacity, so to say.
Sure.
The book numbers show that we can have 1,055 gallons total for that system, based upon DES.
Yep. Now, would that be affected by the residential part? If they were using, like, say, way less water, would that affect the commercial part, or is the commercial just always going to be?
The commercial will always be the 1,055.
1,050, okay.
Yeah.
Yep. Just one member of the board, but I really like the artist renditions here. Mr. Susi seems to have really stepped up to the plate and listened to what the planning board had been saying about the row houses slash, duplex-style buildings that we did not want to see in the center of town, and he really came up with a really nice-looking residential building here. I want to throw that out right up front. That it looks like a really nice single-family farmhouse.
The office building.
But that's...
Even the office building's nice. It blends right in.
Is that, Bruce, are you just saying something?
Yeah, I'm saying even the office building, the
office
design
building.
of the office building and this residential unit.
Yeah.
I agree.
Absolutely. Paul Dydek, how much, this is getting very close to what I think it should look like. You know, if you want to have something that's New Englandy.
Right. you know, with the tree line too on Main Street, the fact that you don't have anything coming in off of Main Street, the commercial building's really going to be, you know, hiding that other building, so you're going to see it when you're coming up from the rotary, and you're just going to get a glimpse of a, you know, like a really nice-looking house. You're really not even going to realize that it's a 6-unit building, in my opinion. So, yeah, looks, I think it looks pretty nice. Did a good job in the layout too, Joe. Placement of these buildings. Well, then gave you something to work with, and you worked with it, huh?
It's a nice piece of property, actually. Anything in the center of town, and it's primarily because you have water and you have good soils. That's what kind of makes these properties work for what you guys have for a vision. You know, it's beneficial for having those amenities.
Right. And one of the things that, you know, we need to work on as a board is how the buildings look, and, you know, whether they're like a New England characteristic, are they something that we feel would fit in the center of the town? You gave us something that's, I'm going to have a hard time picking on it. Paul, I heard you say that it's a good start. You got something there that you want to say about the looks here, or?
Could I be, Patty's not attending the meeting tonight, right?
You want to be the landscape guy tonight, Paul?
Of course, I'm Patty tonight. And one of the waivers was not to have a landscape architect. And it was indicated in the application that the owner has come up with a scheme to landscape the lot similar to those in the budding property. I think I'd like to just see what the plan is. Even if it's not a landscape architect, what kind of a general idea they're going to propose for landscaping. Because that would add to, I think, the whole look of this project.
Yeah, Joe, could you address it? I mean, you're showing bushes on the artist renditions here, or Roland is showing them.
So sheet 3 of the plan set is actually set up to show landscaping and lighting details. So primarily, it's a number of like street trees and shrubberies throughout the property. Especially as you go down that private driveway, the look is to try and put a number of street trees in that area. And then also landscaping around the parking lot.
Do I have that in that package, Jeff?
It should be.
Sorry, what was the question? The question about some of the detail about the landscaping. I'm just looking through the package with that.
That would be probably not in the artist renditions. Joe, do you know what page that would be on?
Page 3 in the plan set. So we break out the notes too, and it talks about shade trees, plant material, how many trees are required, how many trees and shrubs for based on parking spaces and so forth.
Unless I'm missing, I can't find it.
Yeah, it's on sheet 3-9.
And if I may, it does specify, this is Jeff speaking, it does specify caliper and breaks down, you know, what the various types of trees are. So there's some detail here to work with, I think.
Yeah, I don't know, I can't see it in the plans that I have, so. Anyways, I accept that it was submitted.
Mr. Chair, this is Kevin Cody.
Go ahead, Kevin.
I'm not sure if I have older plans, but the plans I have kind of show that the original, I think it was the original townhouse style.
I get it.
So, Mr. Mayor, just a couple of questions. I see I have the photos here of the farmhouse with the 6 units. And I see one door. Is that, on the plans, it looks like there's like 6 different entryways into the building.
No, there's 6 different driveways in front of the building. We're trying to dedicate parking areas specifically for the different unit owners. The building itself it's per that architectural that you have. It's a single door in the center. I think there's some doors on the side also of the structure.
So would you have 4 units on the bottom and 2 on top?
I think that's how the plan came out, yes.
Yeah, that's what it looks like. Okay, thank you.
I stand corrected, Joe. I was looking at the artist's rendition and not the plan, so now I see what you're talking about. Thanks.
Yeah, Kevin, do you have a set of plans that mark Roman J. Susi Company on them?
Yeah, I'm going between the actual drawings and the plans, and I just wanted to clarify, that's all. I'm good.
Yep, okay.
Mr. Chairman, may I ask a quick question?
I didn't hear what you
May I
said.
ask Mr. Mayor, just a reference to the square feet of the units, if I'm reading this correctly? The units for the first floor are just over 1,000 square feet, correct?
Correct. I didn't do
that's
the
good.
architecturals, but that's what I remember. They were about
Yeah.
11 or 1,200 or something like that.
Perfect, okay, and the second floor ones are roughly like just over another 1,000 square feet, correct?
Correct.
All 6 units? That's great, okay.
Mr. Chairman, I have a quick question for the
Yeah,
applicant.
go ahead, Mr. Gowan.
Joe, this is on slab, correct?
No,
So there is a basement?
there is a basement.
Okay, I misread that.
It's a walkout grade to the rear. I don't
Okay.
think the architecturals fully show that yet.
Okay.
The way the grade drops across the property, it's a walkout off the backside.
Okay, so that basement, is any of that apartments, or is it storage?
It's storage really for the lower units primarily.
And you'll be able to get us a little more detail?
I can do that, yeah.
Great, thank you.
Were you saying something? Oh, okay.
Mr. Chairman, this is Mike Sherman. I have a question for Joe.
Go ahead, Mike.
Joe, on the backside of the retail business and then the backside of the apartments themselves, the 100-year floodplain line runs right across there. You're not going to fill in elevation-wise into that floodplain, are you?
Nope, I stayed out of the floodplain altogether. It's one of the main reasons we tried to keep the underground detention system so that we didn't have to put in some form of detention pond. Because by the time you graded a detention pond off, we were into the flood area, and I didn't want to disturb that, that section of the property, so.
Okay, I thank you for that because I was going to beat you up for some mitigation if you had, so thank you very much.
Is there any other comments from members of the board? Any concerns?
Just one quick question, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead,
Mr. Mayor,
please.
the unit's going to be rental or sale?
At this time, I think they're for sale.
They're for sale.
Is my understanding.
And then, you have a unit cost on them?
No, I
At this
don't.
time? Okay.
Yeah, I mean, either way, it's a nice little setup. It'd be a
Yes, it is.
great investment for somebody to buy a building like that and rent them out even, buy the whole building, but,
Mr. Chair, it's Kevin Cody. Just a quick question for Mr. Maynard.
yeah, go ahead, Kevin.
Just in regards, I mean, the property is a good-sized property. Any issues with the brook behind and all that stuff?
No, there are no wetlands on the lot itself. And the floodplain, it's by elevation on the FEMA maps. So from a standpoint of anything affecting that brook area, everything is kept up at the road and underground from a drainage perspective. So it's more recharge than anything. I have no concerns with the brook area that's further back.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I have a brief question, if I could.
Go ahead, Mr. Gowan.
Joe, could you take us through, without a lot of detail, because Mr. Keach is going to review this, but can you explain a little bit that underground drainage system? I'm fascinated by that.
So primarily, our task here with any of these projects is we're trying to make sure that the storm events that the town has in their zoning are net zero increase, so to say, of runoff off of this property. Being that this site is a very well-drained soil type of property, this system that we've designed, it picks up runoff all the way down to the last driveway for the residential component, and it's picked up there in a catch basin, which then gets plumbed across the front of the property to a manhole, and then over to another set of basins to this underground drainage that we're putting in. The drainage itself, it's 21 of these, they're actually plastic chambers. They're pretty good size. They sit about 4 feet tall, I think they are, and about 4 feet wide. They get interlocked together. They're all backfilled with a crushed stone. And the middle row of this is what they call an isolator row, so that when any drainage comes in from that basin, this center row of this structure has a bottom, so to say, to it, that when a pump truck comes to clean out the basin, they also clean out the isolator row for any sediment or trash, so to say, that gets collected in it. But in general, the bulk of that unit is a recharge system, so it's taking any of the rainwater and it's actually infiltrating it back into the ground. There's an outlet basin just after this that has a control device in it. It's just a slotted ware built right into the basin. So it's holding that water back so that in a 25-year storm event, we don't have any more water coming off the property than we do in a pre-development scenario. But for all the smaller storms, it just infiltrates them into the ground.
Would you articulate, or would you describe that system as a low-impact?
I would, because we're trying, low impact, meaning if I was to do that as an open detention pond type of thing, it would probably take an area of about 100 by 50 in general to do an open pond by the time you slope it in. And so from a development side of things, I'd very much consider it a low impact.
That's pretty cool. I'd like to see what Steve has to say about it, but I applaud the effort.
I got a question for Joe, Mr. Chair. I would assume there's a maintenance schedule or requirement for the system?
Yeah, there's maintenance for any of these systems, but they're very low, kind of maintenance type of thing. Like every couple of years, they're probably going to have to bring a vac truck in to clean out the basins, just like the town does. I think the town does, right?
We hire them.
So when they come in to vac out the basins themselves, they would vacuum out that isolator row in the center, which would have collected any sediment that made it past any of the deep sump basins and got into that underground drainage system. So it's...
Which kind of brings up another question. This is going to be not a town road, correct?
It's not.
I mean, it's going to face a town road.
It's a private site.
So access to the cleanout would be on a private road, right?
On a private property. It'll be in the parking lot.
So would that be, you said the town do it, would the town be maintaining it, or would the property owner do it?
No, the property owner, I said just the town, it's similar to how the town manages their own catch basins, but we'd be doing it as a private property owner.
All right, excellent, thanks.
If I could, Mr.
Mr. Chair, this is Kevin Cody. Got a quick question.
Yeah, go ahead, Kevin.
In regards to the commercial portion of the property, the commercial building, are there plans to rent out the spaces in there or to be individually purchased?
I don't know about the the retail building at this time. I don't know what the plan is, so to say. I'm not sure if it'll be broken up into units and rentals, or if somebody will come and purchase the entire building for their use. So it's kind of early.
Thanks.
Mr. Conlon, did you have a question?
I did, if Mr. Cody's finished. It sounds like he is. I know I harp on this sort of thing, and I'm sorry, but I kind of have to. One thing, assuming the board accepts this for consideration, they're obviously going to send this out for review, and I'll take it to the Highway Safety Committee. But before I do that, can you please present or suggest, I don't know, half a dozen, that's going to have to be a named private driveway to conform to E911 naming guidelines. It sort of stinks for the Beaverbrook Housing Associates project in the back, because right now they're addressed on Main Street because this is their driveway off Main. That'll change now, because what you're developing here, I don't think can be, I'm going to check with the assessor on this, but I don't think can be address on Main. And you've got, so now you would have the project in the back, these residential units, because they need to be accessed. I'll take it to the fire chief and highway safety committee and see if what they feel about it, but just so that we don't have to go back twice, if you can have some suggested private driveway names, because that would be the E911 guideline. Any driveway serving more than, I think it's 3 residential units, requires it to be a named private driveway, and that's going to kind of undo, I think, the Main Street address for that outfit in the back. So I've given you their contact information. It would be really great. Certainly if the Highway Safety Committee is standing their ground on that, as the E911 Bureau probably will, so that, you know, they can be somehow pulled in to how their address may change. They've already gone through one set of address changes, and I had to go meet with those folks, and they had a lot of angst about it. But let's just remember them in the process, and this is going to go through some review, so there's some time. And if somehow we can figure out how to not do that change, I'd love it, but my gut tells me it's going to have to happen.
Anyone else?
Mr. Chairman, this is Mike. I have a question for Jeff.
Go ahead, Mike.
Jeff, how does it work that they are able to build on the private drive? Do they, the applicants here, have to come up with some kind of scheme to share the maintenance on that drive now that they're building there?
It's a good question. I know they have an easement. I believe this land has had an easement for a very long time, if I'm not mistaken. Mr. Maynard, I believe, has told me that. So yeah, I think in a similar way, although in a much bigger way, to the last application, part of what they're going to need to do is demonstrate the easement as it exists, and also how that maintenance would be shared. It certainly wouldn't be fair for the project in the back to have to take on all that maintenance, and maybe that's the one silver lining in this cloud for them with an address change, is perhaps that Mr. Maynard has thought about that. We'll have to get some clarity on it moving forward.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Maynard, there's next to the commercial building, the end of the proposed concrete walkway, looks like a set of stairs.
Yeah, I put a set of stairs there primarily because that building, similar to the residential component, it's a walkout off of that side of the structure.
Okay.
There's a grade change there.
Yeah.
So we took into consideration storage space in the bottom of that building, and I put a way to get to it off the parking lot. I'm not 100% sure how it's all going to get finished or anything right now, but I had looked at it from, you're probably going to put a basement under that structure, and it would be a walkout on that end.
Any additional questions or comments from board members? All right. Could open this up to the public. Not sure if we have anybody on Zoom or called in for this particular plan, but if you're out there and you can hear us, you have any comments? Does anybody want to chime in? Do so now, and I might see you come up on the screen here. I don't see anybody. I didn't get any paperwork on it, and there's nobody in the room, but I'm going to ask if any members of the public, Mr. Bergeron, you want to speak as a member of the public?
Jim, I think the board has done a great job addressing concerns I might have.
You can't speak from that seat. You'd have to come up and take the mic and...
All set.
All right.
He ain't moving.
All right. So, hearing no response from any members of the public, I'm going to close to the public and bring it back to the board.
Mr. Chairman, is the board inclined to accept the waivers at this stage, or you want to put that off? Except for consideration only, I'm suggesting.
Yeah. We could do that, then Mr. Keach could, if we, tell us if we need any more.
Good at that.
I flipped through this a few times, Joe, and I didn't see a page that has the waivers spelled out where I can see them and talk about them.
It's in your application, isn't it?
Yeah, it's on the application, so.
Right there, yeah.
Yeah, they're on the second page of his narrative. The chair raises a good point, though. Mr. Keach will sometimes identify waivers that he all missed. As long as we know in the record whether or not the board is accepting him tonight, or going to put that off until we get a review from Mr. Keach, I don't know that it matters very much, although we'll have to see what the applicant thinks.
All right, thank you, Danielle. I now have what I need in front of me. All right, so it says we would like to ask for the following waivers for the proposed application. So they're looking for a waiver from section 302-3E3A23, site-specific solar mapping. Would somebody like to make a motion that we accept that waiver for consideration?
I'll make the motion to accept their, was it 3023E site-specific soil mapping for consideration?
Second
Paul
motion.
Dadak, second.
Okay, so we have a second from Paul Dadak. Danielle, would you read the roll?
Bruce Belapka?
Yes.
Roger Montbleu?
Yes?
Danielle Massey Quinn, yes. Samuel Thomas?
Yes.
Okay, that's a 7-0-0 vote. That motion is accepted for consideration. Second waiver is for section 303-2A4, which is the parking island requirements. We have a motion to accept that waiver for consideration.
I'll make that motion, Mr. Chairman. It's Roger Montbleu.
Okay, Roger.
Kevin Cody, a second.
We have a second from Kevin, so Danielle, would you read the roll?
Roger Montbleu?
Yes?
Danielle Massey Quinn, yes. Kevin Cody?
Yes.
Bruce Belapka?
Yes.
Paul Dadak?
Yes.
Tim Doherty?
Yes.
Samuel Thomas?
Yes.
Okay, that motion has been accepted for consideration, 7-0-0 vote. The first one was also a 7-0-0 vote, for the record. We have a waiver request of 303-3 for the landscape architect. Would somebody make a motion to accept that waiver for consideration?
Paul Dadak, I'll make the motion to accept it for consideration.
Thank you, Paul.
I'll second it, Roger Montbleu.
Okay, thank you, Roger. We have a second from Roger. Danielle, would you read the roll?
Kevin Cody?
Yes.
Bruce Belapka?
Yes.
Paul Dadak?
Yes.
Danielle Massey Quinn, yes. Samuel Thomas?
Yes.
Roger Montbleu?
Yes?
Tim Doherty?
Yes, that is a 7-0-0 vote. That waiver has been accepted for consideration. And the fourth one they have is 303-5, which is a subsurface sewer disposal septic system. Would somebody like to make a motion that we accept that waiver for consideration?
I'll make that motion, Mr. Chairman. Roger Montbleu.
Okay, Roger, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Kevin Cody, second.
We have a second from Kevin, so Danielle, would you read the roll?
Paul Dadak?
Yes.
Bruce Belapka?
Yes.
Kevin Cody?
Yes.
Samuel Thomas?
Yes.
Danielle Massey Quinn, yes. Roger Montbleu?
Yes.
Tim Doherty?
Yes, that is a 7-0-0 vote. That waiver is also accepted for consideration. Do we want to send this to Mr. Keach for review? Somebody make a motion to do that?
For the record, Mr. Chairman, I think it'd be a terrible mistake not to send it for review. It's an important project.
Mr. Chair, it's Kevin.
Yep, go ahead, Tom. Okay, I'll make a motion to send it to Steve Keach for review.
I'll second that, Kevin Cody.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Paul and Kevin. Danielle, would you read the roll?
Roger Montbleu?
Yes.
Danielle Massey Quinn, yes. Kevin Cody?
Yes.
Bruce Belapka?
Yes.
Paul Dadak?
Yes.
Tim Doherty?
Yes.
Samuel Thomas?
Yes.
Okay, that's a 7-0-0 vote. We're going to send your plan off to Keach Nordstrom for review.
Mr. Chairman, I'll also take it to the Highway Safety Committee for their recommendations to the board. I don't know if you feel you need a waiver, a motion for that?
No, we wouldn't. Thank you, Mr. Gowan.
Sure.
Any more input from members of the board on this plan? Hearing no response. Mr. Maynard?
You going to continue me to a time and date specific, or please?
Yeah, what are you
Need
thinking?
30 days? What do you need?
Or Mr. Keach, I'm fine with 30 days, so.
We may have well, he's got a lot going on, but, we can at least shoot for that, and that would be, unless someone's faster on their calendar than I am. that would
Next
be the-
meeting is 4/19, right?
Yeah, but there would definitely not be time between now and then to
You got
get
it.
that turned around. But first meeting in May might
May
work.
3rd?
Yeah, we have May 3rd, May 17th.
May 3rd, if that's the pleasure of the board.
All right, want to shoot for May 3rd then? We'll see if we can get Steve to
Yep, that'd be
review it
awesome.
before then. All right.
So, Mr. Maynard, if you could, I know you're in contact with Mr. Keach on these things, if you could send him your full plan set
You got it.
electronically, he'll get an estimate, I'll get that to you and your
He
client
already got
right
you an
away.
estimate.
Excuse me?
He already got you an estimate.
But that's,
I think we even bought a check in.
that's true. So you're already ahead of the game.
All right, Mr. Maynard, thank you for hearing the board when you came before us before, and doing a great job. If you see Mr. Susi, thank him
Will
for the
do.
board.
Thank you.
All right, so that was SP Land Holdings. We have some discussion, planning director request for permission to approve minor changes to 52 Wyndham Road's commercial building use and footprint.
Mr. Chairman, this is one of those things, it could fall under an administrative decision-making, which I'm comfortable doing, or if it's the board's preference, I can certainly tell the applicant to come back to this board. 52 Wyndham Road is roughly across from Pelham Saddlery. I think most of you probably noticed that, it's on Wyndham Road, you probably noticed it under construction. They're building the residential structure first, and then the business one, the one that would face the street. The thing about those plans, it's a little odd, is that commercial building on the recorded plan set refers to it as retail. This, the gentleman that's building out this property thinks he's much more likely to get like a medical user, being right across from, adjacent to that Southern New Hampshire Medical Center. Not a lot of people right now in this economy grappling for retail space, and as much as we'd all love to see a restaurant there, that's also pretty unlikely, given what's happening, at least presently, to the economy with regard to restaurants. So I wouldn't dare make that determination unless the board feels it's appropriate to handle administratively. Basically, they want to have professional office space as opposed to retail. The way I look at that, that's going to be less demand on parking, because obviously, professional office space and certainly if a medical office would be by appointment only. And then the only other change is that I think that the medical client they're talking to, which I believe to be a dentist, needs a little bit more square footage on the bottom floor. And that, what they're proposing is to change the architecture of that building in the rear, not the street side, which has a really nice farmer's porch and everything. But there's also a farmer's porch on the back that they would like to just move that, take the farmer's porch out, slightly expand their ground floor footprint to better accommodate that potential dentist user. It does not affect or negatively impact any of the setbacks, anything of that nature. I do have a brief memo I could read into the record if that helps the board. So I'm certainly not asking the board to vote on these changes to the site plan as an amendment to the site plan, but perhaps if the chair is inclined to consider whether or not those minor changes I can handle administratively. I don't care which way you want to go, but and there is time, if you would rather have the applicant come in. He's not going to build that structure for a bit yet, but it's pretty minor in a way, in terms of the changes, and nothing you'd see from the street. But, you know, again, I'll read the whole memo if you'd like, but I've summed it up pretty well, I think.
Yeah, why don't you read that into the record, Mr. Pelham?
This is from Beaverbrook Village LLC, to myself, 52 Wyndham Road. I am reaching out regarding the commercial portion of our project located at 52 Wyndham Road. We have received a good amount of interest regarding this portion of our project. Most of the interest has come from, in the form of professional medical offices. I am aware that the original approvals state that the commercial building should be for retail use. We feel, given the proximity to the immediate care facility across the street and the general location in the town, that this project lends itself perfectly to the form of professional medical tenants. Adding professional medical as an approved use to this project will help greatly with successful lease-up. I guess that's a term of art, lease-up. There is one specific tenant that we are close to moving forward with. They are a local family that already have a successful presence in surrounding towns. Their business provides by appointment medical services that would also help reduce the amount of traffic in and out of our site, while adding a neighborhood office that will contribute greatly to the Main Street feel we are all trying to accomplish. Another common concern that interested parties have expressed is the amount of square footage on the first floor, the ground floor. Most would require a minimum of 2,000 square feet. We have discussed this issue with the engineer of record for the original approvals as well as the original and current architect. By using the footprint of the rear farmer's porch for interior space and expanding the building's width slightly by 5 feet, we can accomplish what seems to be the minimum first floor square footage required by most reputable potential tenants. Plan attached, and I can, in fact, I'll send this around while I'm speaking. Even with a small change to footprint, we will still have be above the required minimum amount of parking and satisfy all setback requirements. Since there are no changes needed to the original site plan, and the front-facing elevation of the building will remain unchanged, my hope is that this adjustment could be handled administratively. Our goal for these changes is to bring a successful local business into the town center that can be an anchor for our property and the town of Pelham for many years to come. I'm happy to address any concerns either in person or virtually. I appreciate your time and cooperation in working together to utilize this project's full potential. And that's signed Bill Reno, which is R-E-N-A-U-D, but it's R-E-N-O Properties. Confuses the heck out of me when it comes to the French pronunciation. So I'm very comfortable either way this board wants to go. It's such a small change that I think it's reasonable for it to be administrative, But if the board would prefer an amended site plan to come before you, that is certainly an option.
All right. Bruce, just see if you can put that underneath
I'm sorry, I should have done that.
that camera there, so maybe the members that are zoomed in might be able to see that. So I don't know if you guys can see that at home now. It's the little yellow highlighted area. I'm not sure if that can zoom in or not on the... You might have to move it to center a little bit when they zoom it in. So slide it that way. Keep going, Bruce. Okay. All right, so there's the building, and they're proposing on that backside, Mr. Godwin, where the red line is drawn?
They're proposing to sort of consume with actual floor space the rear farmer's porch.
Yep.
And that you can see in the, let's call it the top of the plan, that 5-foot expansion. Again, it still meets setbacks. And I beat this applicant up pretty hard on architecture, especially for that building. We went round and around and around. And I don't have concerns because it's the front of that building that would remain unchanged. It was modeled kind of after the Atwood General Store. There was no farmer's porch on the back of the Atwood store, so
Right.
I'm not terribly worried about that. And if it helps them get a good client,
Sure.
that seems reasonable. But again, it's absolutely the board's call whether this is...
Doesn't look like it would affect the impervious in any way.
No, I cannot think of any negative impact. It should be good news for the abutters that what was marked retail space would be professional office space, medical, because no one, well,
Right.
most people don't show up to the dentist unannounced. And,
Now, the use, I asked Danielle when you were reading that to just verify, just because there's a medical center across the street doesn't mean that we allow them in the district, and we do allow
Medical office?
called medical offices, which is dentist office would be a medical office, so it would be a use, allowed use in the district. Absolutely. So do we have any input for guidance from members of the board?
Mr. Chair, this is Kevin Cody.
Go ahead, Kevin.
I'm a little just confused on what we're talking about here. It says this came in to be a retail building, right?
Well, any business that's in the, anywhere in town could ask for a change of use. So basically, that's what they're doing now, is they're asking for a change of use, and they're asking to not have the farmer's porch on the back, but make that actually part of the building, is the premise that Mr. Gowan basically has presented to us.
And if I could add, in case it helps Mr. Cody, there are change of use applications that have more impact on a piece of property and not less. In this instance, it would be less impact for a medical or professional office space than you would have with retail, where, you know, first of all, you might have trouble finding a retail tenant, but more importantly, it would be difficult to control the amount of parking necessary for that. They could all show up at once, or they could be empty all day, who knows? But again,
I believe but the letter just kind of struck me as odd, as trying to keep the Main Street feel. Having all medical facilities and all medical buildings in our MUD doesn't keep that Main Street feel. So we just had an applicant come before us to open a commercial building on the street as well. So if they all open up dentist or small medical facilities, we don't have a Main Street feel, we have an office park feel. So the letter just kind of struck a nerve that the whole goal, I think, of the MUD is to have a mixed use of, I guess, industry, you know? I understand that as of today, COVID kind of is not good. However, nearly half the country is approaching being vaccinated. You know, it's going to rebound. So I understand that he has a tenant. I just don't know about changing the building. I don't know. The letter struck me odd as being, trying to keep the Main Street feel. Having, being able to walk downtown and have a place to walk to do something or to buy something, I think is a concept that we need to hold for that district. I think having that bakery back out, I guess, the times and things change, I get it, but the entire town was excited about being able to go downtown and go to the bakery, have a place to walk to and down the center. I don't know if this changes, what they can do. I mean, they can do whatever they want, but in the letter, just their purpose for doing this just conflicts with what I think the MUZB is, you know what I mean, and where it's going.
If I could respond, and certainly I appreciate Mr. Cody's concerns. I wish that when these applications come in, they would simply cast a broader net for the proposed uses, because I really hoped we'd see a restaurant there. But I also get the practical realities. But if the board is at all concerned about this change of use aspect, then by all means, I'll advise the applicant needs to come in and bring in that application. I'm just trying to figure out how to do things as simply as possible. But that's up to the board, or whatever you think is appropriate.
Jeff, just to respond to you, I mean, there's nothing we can do about, change of use. You should have the right to change use. I think having them come in just to answer questions and put them on a little stricter, front is I think what I would like to see, at least.
That makes sense to me.
Mr. Chair?
Danielle?
I'm going to agree with Kevin Cody as well. I'm new, I don't remember, I don't think I even sat on this particular plan, being new to the board, so I really welcome them back in to understand the project, the plan. I have no knowledge of it, and I think Mr. Cody brings up a really great point, that is such a, such a historical, whatever, such a sensitive area for our town, that we really need to set some real high standards for that, so yeah.
It's also worth noting that one of the abutters, one of your membership is not here tonight, either on Zoom or in person, which lessens my comfort with handling it administratively, if that makes sense. Wouldn't want to cut an abutter out of being able to weigh in on that. So I think what I'm hearing is I'm going to ask them to direct them to come back to see you folks. And again, that's not harmful to the applicant. Just sometimes it's sort of in a gray area of whether it's administrative or whether they should come back, and erring on the side of caution, I think, is reasonable.
Paul Dadek, was on the board when this was approved, and I agree with Mr. Cody and Ms. Nancy Quinn. Probably not a bad idea to have them come in. I mean, it seems to be a sensitive issue, what is and is not acceptable for MUZD, so it's probably not a bad idea to have that applicant come in and be able to answer questions. So I would agree with them that definitely a good idea to have them come in.
I don't even need to hear anymore.
A proposal on a letter is, it's a one-way thing, and I appreciate your input, Jeff, but it's probably not a bad idea to have the applicant come in.
I withdraw the possibility, because now I'm not going to make an administrative decision, certainly absent this board's comfort level, and now I have less comfort level with it after hearing you. So forget I said it, and they'll come back to you. I'll give them that direction.
That takes care of that then. Thank you. All right. We have discussion regarding changes to land use regulations. It is on the agenda. Do we have any input on that?
Well, there's my concern. First of all, land use regulations, as you know, it's a pretty lengthy document. My primary concerns, and I'd really love to see this I don't want to drop this on whomever my successor is. I've got 3 more planning board meetings after tonight. It is critical that we go back in our subdivision regulations, and highest priority needs to be that we tailor the old language that's in there that still refers to the old conservation subdivision, and clean it up so it applies appropriately to the newly approved open space subdivisions. It's not a heavy lift, but it needs to happen. I am happy to work on that myself, or to work with a couple members of your board, however you prefer, so we can bring something back and you could look at it. The only thing required for changing land use regulations is a public hearing. I could manage that process if we get this, some language done in time, and we certainly should, because an applicant right now is kind of in a jam. They don't bring in their application just based on zoning, it's zoning and our land use regulations, so we should tune that up. The other thing is that part of our MS4, stormwater obligations, and I think very much in keeping with what I've heard members of this board concerned about, we need to beef up our land use regulations with regard to pre and post development stormwater impacts. There's draft language. I have both a standalone ordinance or a modification to our existing land use regulations, but that's a town obligation that we need to have on the books technically by the end of June. Now, I'm gone at the end of May. I'd love to try to not leave that for somebody else to deal with, but if that's, or at least get the process started so that you guys aren't left in the lurch, applicants aren't left in the lurch. And there are certainly other things in the subdivision regulations that need tweaking. But it's not a one and done kind of thing. If we can get those 2 major things resolved, schedule a public hearing, after input from the board in advance, of course, schedule a public hearing to let the public come in and say what they think. I think that the town and the applicants will be better off, and I am confident that many of you have probably been making notes in the subdivision regulations already about some things that need to change. One thing that comes to mind is that when we redid these some years back, based on Steve Keach's recommendations at the time, we did wind up with a 6-month expiration date for projects approved and not yet recorded. I think all of us would agree at least 1 year, and in certain cases you have actually extended that to 2 years. You always have that flexibility, but 6 months is a bit short on time in my book. So there will be other things that the board will want to change, but if we can start off by getting those things knocked out, I think it would be really good.
Okay. Does anybody have any objections to Mr. Gowan working on some of the things that he just talked about?
Again, I welcome anyone that wants to come and look at that language with me, so that it's, happy to do it, but I'm also happy to work with anyone that would like to participate.
Yeah, if you have time, if you could present that at a future meeting before you go, that would give us something to work with, so that, when you do retire, that we can at least keep it going, if you can get it started for us.
I'd be happy to do that. If we could maybe just keep this on as an agenda item, I will try to have, I will have some recommended edits as soon as your next meeting, absolutely as soon as the first meeting in May. And, again, I'm the one asking for there to be a sense of urgency, so I guess I'm the one that needs to start that process moving.
All right. Thank you for that.
Sure.
Does anybody have anything to add here before we would adjourn? Mr. Thomas?
Mr. Chairman, it's Mike Sherman.
Yeah.
This board has got to sit down with a subcommittee and at least start working on something to do with workforce housing language
So if something happens down the road here and the town does get sued, we can show that we're doing due diligence, that we're trying to work on something. Because if we don't start something, we might get a lot of builders remedies and really get shafted by the state.
Yeah, it's a good point, Mike. Hal, I just noticed you had your hand up.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yep, we hear you, Hal.
I have a question. The over 65 development at the end of, up by the industrial park, I guess is moving ahead. And I thought the reason it got stopped is it didn't have sufficient line of sight. And when I look up there, I don't know as I've seen anything change. Do they meet the requirement for 400 feet of sight, line of sight?
If I may, they will absolutely have to, because it's a state road, and NHDOT does not fool around when it comes to that sort of thing. So they will have to satisfy the Department of Transportation that they have adequate sightline distance, as well as anything else that the DOT wants.
Do we know that they have passed that hurdle, or are they just going ahead like they're going to somehow manage to pass it?
I will check into that for you, Mr. Lyon. I don't believe they're cavalier enough to assume that they haven't yet got to solve that problem, but I will get an accurate answer for you.
Oh, there, Cal. I was on the board when that was approved, and if my memory serves me correctly, that was one of the things that Steve Keats addressed in his review of the plan, and I don't think we could approve the plan until they satisfied that requirement. And the state wouldn't want to approve that plan either. It's an existing driveway that will become an access. But I'm pretty sure that was brought up in his review.
Nonetheless, I'll be happy to make that confirmation. I think it's a good question.
Mr. Chair, this is Kevin Cody.
Go ahead, Kevin.
Going back to Mike Sherman's point, he's absolutely right. I've already, I reached out to Attorney Radigan, and he sent me over a couple of what other towns are doing, kind of like similar size, and took a portion of what we are in Pelham. And I've already started pulling up different zoning ordinances for different towns and seeing what they have. And some of those workforce housing ordinances range from 1 page to 6 pages long. So there's a lot of redundancy in there in some of these zoning ordinances. But I think, from the 6 or 7 I've read, there's definitely some good language that we can pull out from those ordinances, and I think having a subcommittee makes sense, and if that's something everybody wants, that we want to do, I'd be willing to, do that, so.
All right, thank you, Kevin. Yeah, so we'll definitely have to set something up. If members want to see whether or not they want to be part of that, give it some thought, and maybe we can have a discussion as to how we'll go about doing a subcommittee on that, or a workshop. Maybe at another meeting when it's not quite as late. Anybody else have any input on anything?
Mr. Chairman, I could, if it's your desire, we can add that a conversation on the subcommittee and a outlining a very specific process to get it going, to invite the public, et cetera. If that could be along with the land use regulation changes, a discussion item on the next agenda. Hopefully, I don't have what's on the next agenda already. There's still some time where more applications can come in. Hopefully, it won't be this full of a meeting, and we can, get our teeth into that. I think it's an excellent recommendation.
That would be good. Why don't you add that onto that agenda then?
We'll do that.
Okay, thank you.
This is Paul Dadak, just to stab in the back. I know Steve Keach works with multiple towns. Is that correct, Jeff?
That is correct.
So he works with multiple zoning regulations, correct?
That is. He's made a couple recommendations in the past, Sandown being one, Wyndham's ordinance.
So it kind of goes along with what Mr. Cody said, that he's another resource for looking at our zoning and trying to improve it, so it works.
Then I think it makes sense to look at the recommendations Mr. Cody sought from town council, maybe some that Steve might dust off and recommend, compare those. That would be an excellent project for the subcommittee. And the subcommittee probably should be made up certainly of some planning board members, but we should also invite, some developers, perhaps Mr. Maynard, who has some experience in workforce housing in other communities, maybe a developer or two that could give us insights into what's practical and what is not. But, best thing to do, and we've done it many times, all of us in this room, you find some good ordinances, you cut out what you don't like, you stitch in some things you do, and then review that, and then, propose it for zoning. We always say, we've got until, spring, or, before the ballot, you got till January when you have your public hearings. But that really means getting to work on it pretty darn soon. And it's so easy for that time to slip away. So I think it would be really good. Again, I may not have a lot of input into that given my short time here, but whoever my successor is, I can tell you the selectmen will require that person to pitch in and help on the development of that zoning and set up the public hearings and all those things that we routinely do for this board.
All right, anybody else?
Mr. Chair, if I may, when I was doing my research for all the workforce housing as well, I found 6 towns that also have their own workforce housing ordinance, Milford, New Hampshire being one. And what was interesting is that it wasn't just picking apart different they took certain languages, but they also made sure that when they created the workforce housing ordinance, it was geared to their town. For example, Milford, New Hampshire they don't mind all these certain condexes or whatever. Well, Pelham, we kind of do mind that. So I think it's very important that when we're creating the workforce housing ordinance, that, we can pick from certain towns, but we got to make sure it holds true to the character of our town.
Yeah, that's true.
And I think it's important also
Yeah.
that this board have build into this ordinance a lot of flexibility for yourselves, because it's Mr. Bergeron will tell you, Mr. Dory will tell you, we've worked on zoning many times over the years, certainly Roger and Paul can add in. You can't predict everything, so you gotta create that framework and build into that flexibility so the board can, can work with an applicant constructively and not be locked into something you wish you had remembered to give yourself some flexibility on. It's a tall order, but I think it's important.
If there's a way of doing it under an innovative land use, then that would be the way to go, whether it be an inclusionary housing zoning or something like that, something that allows the workforce housing but gives us the ability to have some major flexibility in it.
Agreed. And that's actually, the Sandown ordinance is like that. It is much like that. Again, just one model. But, do you know if
Sandown's ordinance is done under innovative land use?
It's an inclusionary zoning.
It is inclusionary?
Ordinance,
Okay,
so
it would be,
by nature is.
Yeah, it would be then.
But still, we need to parse through it pretty carefully and see if it matches. I mean, Sandown is not a big community.
Kevin, can you hear me?
Yep.
You think you might look into that one, Sandowns?
I can send it.
Yep. I can tell you this, that every zoning ordinance I had, within the first 2 sentences, it talks about innovative land use or inclusionary zoning, so
Okay.
every town is doing it that way.
Yeah, that's what we definitely need to do it that way.
Yep.
Awesome, thank you.
Yep.
All right, if there's nothing further, we should take a motion to adjourn. Roger, you're making a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Roger.
Second, Kevin Cody.
And we have a second from Kevin. Danielle, would you read the roll?
Bruce Palapka,
Yes.
Roger Monbleu,
Yes.
Danielle Massey Queen, yes. Jim Bergeron,
Yes.
Paul Dudek,
Yes.
Jim Doherty,
Yes.
and Kevin Cody.
Yes.
That is a 7-0-0 vote. We are adjourned.
Good evening. Welcome to the April 13th, 2021 Board of Selectmen meeting. Selectman Cody, would you please lead us in the pledge?
I pledge
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Selectman Cody. A couple housekeeping notes. Hal Line is expected to be in person. He's running a little late. Bob Haverty, due to a scheduling conflict, will not be with us tonight. Hence, that's why I am here. If we can review the minutes from March 30th. Any changes, Mr. Cody?
I had just a correction. The motion to appoint Mr. Joseph Passamonte to the zoning board was made by me. I believe it was seconded by Jay.
Correct.
That's all I had for now.
Jay, do you have any changes?
No.
Yes?
Which motion was that? I just didn't catch
The
that first
motion to
part.
appoint Joseph Passamonte to the zoning board,
What page was it? Was it page 4?
I think it was page 3.
Can you give us a line number,
I don't have it.
Kevin?
I'm looking.
Line 160.
You got it?
Found it.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other changes or amendments to the meeting minutes of March 30th?
April 6th.
Oh, you're right. With that, I will take a motion to accept the meeting minutes as amended.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor, please say aye.
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 I also vote aye. Please be aware there are non-public meeting minutes to be approved in the conference room. Please take an opportunity to review those and approve those when we have the opportunity. An open forum. Is there anybody in this august body that would like to talk to open forum tonight? Seeing nobody, we'll move right along to our appointments at 6:35. So our first appointment at 6:35 is Jen Beauregard as interim planning director. You can step up to the podium, Jen. I don't really expect you to have to talk, but the Board of Selectmen have decided to put you in a position to be the interim planning director over the course of the next year, and Mr. McCarthy will do periodic updates over...
Evaluations every 90 days.
90 days, and we're very encouraged that you're able to do this, and we want to make sure that you're happy with the role, and you're comfortable with the role, and hopefully we'll be able to move forward over the next 12 months. Any questions or comments from the board? Jen, do you have any comments you'd like to make?
No, just that I appreciate the opportunity and I expect it to go well, so.
We do too, so thank you very much. It's a great opportunity for you. I hope you embrace it, and you'll do very fine.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Al, do you have any questions for Jen before she goes? No?
Nope.
You good? All right, hang on. Next.
Oh, the ZBA appointment?
Yeah.
So it's been brought to our attention that Karen Plumbly of the ZBA would like to be removed, or would like to remove her as an alternate to the ZBA. because of lack of attendance. Any consideration or any questions or
Just a
opposition?
brief synopsis. She hasn't attended a meeting in, what, a year, Jen?
Yeah, it's been about a year, yep, a little bit more, I think.
And and you've made some efforts to try and reach out to her?
I did, and situations change, and I assume, she no longer has any interest to be on the board, so figured we should open up that position to somebody else who might be interested.
And we've sent certified mail, so we've really
Yes.
kind of gone above and beyond trying to make contact with her.
Yes, I made multiple attempts, including a certified letter, which did come back to me, so.
Okay, so I'll accept the motion by the board. Mr. Cody?
Is is it proper to wait to 6:45 to open the hearing in regards to that? Would that
You
give
know
her-
what, that's valid, it
Would
is.
that give her an opportunity to at least show up, one last chance, I guess?
Yep,
Not that I think she's going to, but
yep, no, so we'll wait another 10 minutes to make the recommendation. Jen, you don't have to hang around, we've got your input.
Okay.
We can make that recommendation at that time.
Okay, sounds good, thank
All right,
you.
Oh,
Thanks,
thank
Jen.
you.
So we got 5 minutes, or we have 10 minutes, actually.
yeah.
Please make the meeting minutes aware that Mr. Line is in person at this point. Nice seeing you, Hal.
Thank you.
Welcome back.
Thank you. Well, I've completed my move. I got my 2 vaccinations and a two-week delay, so I'm here.
Perfect.
You want to take this time to go over the bid recommendations for the highway department, Brian?
Yep, so this was from Mr. Ferrera, and it's our 2021 Highway Department bid recommendations, and I'll read this memo. It's addressed to the Board of Selectmen. The following are my recommendations for the highway bid awards. Number 1, aggregates, A, 2-inch to 4-inch stone to Continental Paving. They are the low bidder at $9 a ton, picked up in their yard, and $13 a ton delivered to our yard, which is $5.75 a ton cheaper than last year. The next one is 1.5-inch and 3/4-inch stone to Continental Paving. They are the low bidder, $11 a ton picked up at their yard, $15 a ton delivered, which is $2 a ton less than last year's fee for picking up in their yard. Erosion stone, 3-inch to 6-inch to Continental Paving, for $9 a ton picked up at their yard and $13 a ton delivered to our yard. Stone dust to Continental Paving for $11 a ton picked up at their yard. Even though they are $1.10 more, they are the closest for travel time, and they are the same for delivery to our yard at $16 a ton. Clean fill to PJ Keating Company for $3 a ton picked up at their yard and $7.50 a ton delivered to our yard. 1.5 crushed gravel to Continental Paving for $7.50 a ton picked up at their yard and $11.50 a ton delivered to our yard. 3/4-inch crushed gravel to Continental Paving for $7.50 a ton picked up at their yard and $11.50 a ton delivered to our yard. 3/4 crushed gravel, wrap base, asphalt, Continental Paving for $8 a ton picked up at their yard and $12 a ton delivered to our yard. They were not the lowest bidder, but they have a much better product. Sand, award to Continental Paving, delivered to our yard, $16 a ton, and $11 a ton picked up at their yard. This is 35 cents more than the lowest bidder, but they gave me a sample of their sand, and the lowest bidder did not, as required with their bid. Calcium chloride flakes, awarded to White Cap at $618 a ton picked up, and $618 a ton with free delivery to our yard. Plow blades, award to Jordan Equipment Company. They came in the lowest bid on plow blades. Culvert pipe, award to Everett J. Prescott, Inc., who was the only bidder. Hot top and cold patch, lowest bidder was Continental Paving, but would like the option to use Brock's Industries when Continental Paving is extremely busy with long lines. Cold patch, no bids. High Performance Cold Patch, Brock's Industries was the lowest bidder. Concrete Blocks and Bricks, award to Hudson Quarry, who was the only bidder. This is an increase of 6 cents from 2020. Painting Traffic Lines, award to Marking Incorporated. Even though they were not the low bidder, they are dependable. We have used them many times before, and we're very happy. They came in at $643.30 more than K5, which in the past, we have had scheduling issues the last 2 times we used their service. Catch Basin Cleaning, our lowest bidder was Leo Vignet Company Incorporated for $17.47 per catch basin. There is no increase from 2020. Tree Removal, Maple Leaf Tree Service, who was our only bidder. Equipment Rental with Operator, award to Richard D. Vinyl Trucking Incorporated, who was the lowest bidder on all equipment. He went up slightly on pricing since 2020. Sweeping, award to Immaculate Power Sweeping with a $3 increase from 2020 and no travel charge. Signs and related items, there were no bids.
Thank you, Brian. Is there anything in this list that the board would like to break out individually, or can I accept a motion to accept all of Frank Ferrera's recommendations as posted?
I'll make a motion to accept Frank Ferrera's recommendations as posted.
Thank you. Do I have a second. Any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
I also vote aye. Thank you.
Can I ask a question?
Sir?
Are we capable of picking this stuff up ourselves, and is it worthwhile?
There were a couple of things listed, Hal, line for line, that there was a price advantage for us to pick them up.
Yeah.
Some of them there were not, and others were, it was just available for us to grab if we wanted to.
He had broken it down for picking up at their yard and having it delivered. So there is an ability for us to pick it up if it's a lesser price.
Okay, good.
So that pretty much concludes our agenda.
Any other questions or comments? Well, we still have a few more minutes, so in lieu of jumping to that 6:45 ZBA alternate appointment, I'll move right into Selectmen's reports. Mr. Cody, do you have anything to report?
Yeah, real quick, a couple of us have been meeting over at the transfer station. Myself, Jay, I know Mr. Line has been down there talking to Rhonda, and, just trying to move forward with what to do with the transfer station, how to make it better, how to improve it, how to invest in it in the long term. I think one of the biggest things that we got out of it, at least I did, I'll speak for myself on this, is that we're probably going to have to go back to separating recycling in order to actually reduce our costs. So, that being said, we're looking at investing in a few things, possibly a can crusher, a glass crusher, a can separator, a glass crusher, some trailers, and some just maybe other improvements. And I think moving forward, what we might want to look at doing is setting up a capital reserve fund for the March election for next year, so we can be ready to, to purchase what we think it might be needed. So,
Thank you.
that's all, that's, go ahead, Hal.
So, Line, do you have a comment, question?
Yeah, I thought we were willing to buy a glass crusher now.
We've been looking for a glass crusher for 5 years, Hal.
Well,
We found one for $110,000.
What?
We found one for $110,000.
But there's another one for $56,000.
59, yeah.
Yeah, and its capacity is more than enough to take care of our glass.
Right.
So,
The only problem is that money never got encumbered.
Right.
well, we never had it encumbered. We said take it out of the budget.
Right, but he should have taken it out of last year's budget when we told him to do that. It didn't get cut, it didn't get brought to this year's budget. So we can't spend that money this year. We're gonna have to find another way to make the purchase.
Why don't we look to see if there's enough money there to do it, okay?
Yeah, sure, absolutely.
Yep.
I'm with you, I wanna do it, but
I still think it might just be worthwhile of looking into doing a capital reserve fund with, whatever the number could be. It could be 300,000, could be 250,000, and that money is to purchase updates, improvements, and equipment for that situation, so. That's all I had.
Any other comments, questions on Mr. Cody's report? Mr. Lyon, do you have anything to report?
Nothing to report, but I guess the other thing is, can we make progress on setting up the space
Yes,
for where that glass crusher's gonna go?
yeah, they're actually moving, they're doing a couple of things now, so by next week, we're gonna have the space set up, I believe,
Okay,
for that stuff.
that's good. All right.
Okay. Good. Mr. Lyon, do you have anything to report?
Nothing else.
Mr. Bergeron?
I have nothing to report.
I have nothing to report, and that brings us right, I'm sorry, Mr. McCarthy. I'm trying to skip right over you.
That's okay, just quickly, today, we made the transition from the trailer into the new highway building, so the new highway building is up and running. Still some last minute things to get squared away, but all in all, it's, they're in today, technology-wise. The next and final phase of this project will be the parking lot, which a vendor was selected to correct the grade in front of, if you're looking at the building, to the left side of the building. So they'll correct that grade and make it so that it fits the building. And aside from that, that's it. They're expected to start that next week. It shouldn't take more than a week or two to do that. And then that will wrap up that project.
Are we, in the next couple of meetings, next month or so, are we able to come with a summary of expenditures and costs and that
I'm
type of
working
thing
on
to
that.
close that out?
I'm working on that right now. I'm still waiting for a few more slips to come in, waiting with anticipation.
Okay.
But,
As long
yeah,
as- as long as we're on track, I want to get an idea what this whole thing cost us at the end.
Yep.
I have nothing to report, and that brings us to 6:46, which is a little behind of our ZBA appointment, but Karen Crumbly, based on lack of attendance, will be removed from a vote of this board from the ZBA. So I'll accept the motion to remove Karen Plumley as a ZBA alternate.
So moved?
Second.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? I vote aye. Brian, could you please make an attempt to send a notice out to her one final time?
Yep.
Whichever way you seem fit. With that, we do have a request for non-public session under RSA A3, I believe it's A under personnel. Is there anything else that we're covered by, Brian?
Nope, that's it.
Just personnel?
Yep.
So with that, I'll accept the motion to move into non-public session.
So moved?
The secretary, please call the roll.
Who second?
Oh, second.
Oh, sorry.
Okay.
Jordan, would you please call the roll?
Mr. Bergeron?
Yes.
Mr. Lyon?
Yes.
Mr. Cody?
Yes.
Mr. Beeger?
I also vote yes. Thank you. So we'll now move into non-public session. I do not anticipate any action to come out of the non-public meeting, and we will close the public session after the non-public with no action from this board. Thank you and have a good night.
I think it's a new record.